silent and dumbfounded. Ningchen's move undoubtedly shocked them. Their friends who were chatting and laughing just now turned into corpses under their feet. This was really hard to accept. A group of people looked at Ningchen and his feet with ugly expressions. Those who were once their friends had now died at the feet of others, and they didn't even have any way to stop them. Thinking of this, they were both ashamed and angry. They were ashamed that they did not come out to stop Ningchen's footsteps. They were angry that Ningchen actually killed their friend like this, but they didn't dare to show their anger in front of Ningchen. After all, the person who provoked Ningchen was already dead. They didn't want to be the next one. Ningchen turned around, his face was terrifyingly calm, and the blood and brains on his face looked even more terrifying. He walked slowly to the gambling table just now, with a kind smile on his lips. "I'm sorry. I accidentally killed a person in your store and affected your store's business. I'm really offended." After saying that, Ningchen bowed slightly. His tone was kind and his attitude was sincere. He was completely different from the cold and stern look he had when he killed the gambler just now. The bookmaker was a little shocked when he saw Ningchen killing someone in his shop like this. But now that Ningchen actually came over to apologize, he was also a little flattered for a moment. "Oh, you're serious? He's just a mortal house slave. It won't affect anything. Anyway, he usually behaves rudely in our place. My colleagues all hate him. This move of yours can be regarded as getting rid of one harm." The gambling officer's answer was a little reserved, but his attitude was indeed impeccable. In his words, the dead man had simply become a scum of society. The gambler's accomplices were furious when they saw this, but they dared not speak out. After all, who can accept that their friend is insulted like this, not to mention that he is dead now? But at the same time, he was afraid of provoking the anger of the person next to him and risking his own life. "Ha ha. This is the best. I'll go now. Thank you for taking care of me. Walk slowly without seeing you off." Hearing this, Ningchen smiled even more happily, and took the initiative to leave with a slight cup of his hand. The gambling officer also smiled very much and gave him a fake smile. After walking out of the casino, the people in the tent were able to breathe again. "It was no more than that to accompany you like a tiger." Ningchen raised his head and glanced at the sun, calculated the time in his mind, and then walked towards the most magnificent building in the entire shopping street, the Sanxingdong Tree House. "If we go now, I'm afraid there will be a lot less people." Ningchen walked into the tree house. As soon as he entered, he was shocked by the number of people inside. This Sanxingdong Tree House is divided into several floors. The bottom floor is the lobby, which is also the largest floor. Even so, there was still a mass of dark figures, shoulder to shoulder, with heads surging. Everyone, men, women, old and young, seemed to have come to this tree house, making the originally spacious space suddenly become cramped. Ningchen frowned slightly, took the initiative to exit the Sanxing Cave tree house, and leaned against the shadows. There are really too many people. With so many people, it is better to wait for a while until everyone has dispersed before going to Selgu. Ningchen has always been like this. He has always had a calm temperament, and after thousands of years of wasted time, the impatience that was not much in his bones has been completely eradicated. "Hey, I have nothing to do, so I might as well warm up my acupoints for a while." Thinking of this, Ningchen's consciousness took the initiative to penetrate into the void and saw an intermediate water film with both toughness and hardness. The pale green true essence C in it is still only 50% high, but the water film has gradually broken out several small cracks in the warm and nourishing void. Although it is not big, it also represents a step closer to breaking through the intermediate level and reaching the high level. Breakthroughs in small realms are often just pure hard work. It only takes enough time to steadily reach the peak from the beginning. Only breakthroughs in large realms are directly linked to qualifications. And Ningchen has a unique secret method of warming and nourishing the apertures. He can warm and nourish the apertures at any time and anywhere. This is Ningchen's unique advantage. The shade of the trees became heavier and heavier, until it brought a little bit of coolness. Although it is spring, There is still a bit of coolness in the evening. Ningchen suddenly opened his eyes and looked around. Most of the people had dispersed. Only 2 or 3 people were left talking in front of the exhibition cabinet. I twisted the joint slightly and made a crackling sound, but it felt comfortable and tight. Ningchen walked into the hall again. This time it was different from the afternoon. Several female guildmasters who were there for the reception were having nothing to do at the moment. Their eyes were fixed on the door, praying for the arrival of the next guildmaster. Ningchen was the next guildmaster in their eyes, and he naturally attracted their attention as soon as he appeared. A female guildmaster went up first, with a charming and gentle smile. I wonder if this young master wants to buy you or sell you. Ningchen stretched out his palm, and in his palm was a cute black-skinned beetle. I want to sell voodoo. Sell this black's boar voodoo. This young master is really lucky. Wait a moment. The moment she saw the black boar Gu, the female Gu master was slightly stunned. Without him, the black boar Gu was a rare Gu insect among the first-level Gu insects. It was definitely a big deal for her. After calming down for a while, he put on his charming smile again, and his charm became even more charming. Well, master, let's give you this number. The female Gu master stretched out 4 slender fingers. Ningchen saw this and shook his head slightly. It's too low. It's too low. The female Gu master blushed a little when she heard this. After all, it was definitely cheap compared to the market price, but she didn't expect that the young man in front of her could point it out with just one word. Then 500 yuan shy. After being pointed out by Ningchen, her momentum obviously weakened, and her tone was a little restrained. 505. Impossible. It's too expensive. Ningchen smiled and reported this number. This price is already expensive compared to the entire market price. The female guildmaster didn't care about her modesty when she heard it, and she screamed directly. 600. No, at most 502. Okay, deal. Ningchen didn't restrain himself when he saw this, but continued to raise the price. The female guildmaster also calmed down. Come on. This number is her limit. Any higher price will be a loss. Ningchen did not continue to raise the price. He knew that if he raised the price again, the other party would only part ways with him unhappily. It would be better to retreat. Anyway, it is already a profit. With a faint smile on his lips, Ningchen handed the black pig to the female guildmaster. When can I come to get the yuan shy? The tone was gentle and elegant, and it was completely different from the one who shamelessly asked for a price just now. The female guildmaster knew that she was at a disadvantage, but she still suppressed her anger and put on a smile. Master, don't panic, you can come to get the yuan shy tomorrow. That's good, thank you. Ningchen turned around and left without stopping. After all, he didn't need or want to buy any Gu worms. On a clear moonlit night, the breeze blows on my face. When entering the treehouse, it was already late, and after leaving the treehouse, it was already night. Ningchen left the treehouse and walked slowly towards the village, but his pace was not hurried, as if he was waiting for someone. By this time, many shops in the shopping street have also closed their stalls, so the street that was originally bright is now dark. The night breeze gently stroked Ningchen's hair on his temples, and he still walked forward unhurriedly. The lonely figure walked on the road back to the village, but it showed a bit of carelessness. Ningchen was enjoying the night breeze, and he didn't know when he quietly closed his eyes. Swish, a cold light penetrated the branches and flicked the leaves, cut through the wind barrier, and went straight to Ningchen's temple. The cold light was frighteningly fast. It flew over dozens of meters in just a few breaths, and was only a few feet away from the temple. Suddenly, a palm held the arrow firmly. The sharp arrow flashed with a hint of cold light. Upon closer inspection, it was actually coated with an unknown black liquid. Although Ningchen didn't know what it was probably not a good thing. Both the pungent smell and the dark color told Ningchen that this was a poisonous arrow. Ningchen's expression remained extremely calm, as if he had known in advance that there would be an ambush. He casually broke the arrow and laughed out loud. Since I've discovered the sneak attack, why don't you show up quickly and stop doing all this nonsense? When the assassin heard this, he snorted in his heart. He didn't think that Ningchen knew her location. After all, she hid it very well and ordinary people would never be able to see it. Okay, then I have to find you out myself. Seeing that there was no movement among the surrounding treetops, Ningchen smiled helplessly, and then hid in the shadows under the trees. This is not only the shadow under the tree, but also the assassin's blind spot. When the assassin saw that Ningchen had actually hidden her blind spot, he felt a little uneasy. He won't really find my location, right? No, 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 it's absolutely impossible. He's just a school student. How could he have a detection goo? I must be overthinking it, so I'd better just wait and see. Unknowingly, a seed of fear and uneasiness was planted in the killer's heart. When you are assassinating a target and suddenly find that the target is missing, it is actually a very scary thing. The killer's eyes wandered around the surrounding trees, fearing that Ningchen would jump out of it in the next second. She tried her best to keep breathing steadily, but the crimson color on her face betrayed her inner feelings. Calm down, calm down. As long as he appears, I will be confident to shoot him with one arrow. The killer kept comforting himself, but the uneasiness in his heart became stronger and stronger. In the silent forest at this moment, there is only the chirping of spring cicadas, without any other noise. In an instant, a big hand grasped the killer's calf. Before the killer could react, a huge force that she could not resist came from her palm. What? The killer secretly knew that something was going to happen to her. She was easily pulled down from the tree trunk like a doll, without any resistance at all. Boom! A muffled sound broke the silence of the moonlit night, and the killer was thrown to the ground hard. This was a heavy fall, and she was thrown all over her. However, before she could react, she felt as if a battering ram hit her chest suddenly. Bang puff. This punch was enough to make her lose the ability to resist. How could her body resist Ningchen's huge strength? A large mouthful of blood spat out from her mouth, and Ningchen almost knocked her unconscious with one punch. Immediately, Ningchen strangled her delicate and thin neck from behind with one hand. She was very thin, very light, and very short. She was lifted up by Ningchen with one hand, her feet left the ground, and the cloak she was wearing was lifted up by Ningchen at will. Under the cloak, it turned out to be a woman about the same age as Ningchen. Her skin is as translucent as mutton fat jade, but a little unhealthy. Her lips that should have been rosy are now showing a trace of whiteness. Those dark eyes were dull and distracted, and there was a kind of maturity that was not suitable for her age. Ningchen became more interested when she saw this, and slightly exerted force on her knuckles. Even a slight increase in strength was enough to make her unbearably painful. Tell me, who are you, who sent you, and why is it you? Ningchen looked at the girl who was like a plaything with some teasing, and smiled lightly at the corner of his mouth. Why should I tell you? Why can't you tell me? The people behind you may not have the same conditions as me. The girl spoke and pursed her lips slightly, as if she had made some important decision. My name is Yilian. This is the name given to me by my father. My mother died very young, but she liked lotus flowers very much, so my father changed my name to Yilian and my sister's name is Yihi. Don't talk nonsense. I'm not interested in hearing the origin of your name. I can hear it later, but I won't do it now. The girl's voice was a little weak but very clean and crisp. But Ningchen was not interested in listening to her story. My family is also an ordinary family. Although we can't be called rich, my father still allows my sister and I to barely make ends meet. The three of us live a very happy life. Speaking of this, Yilian pursed her lips, as if trying to control her emotions. But unfortunately, my father provoked a Master when he went out hunting one time. A Master like you was casually crushed to death like an insect. I was watching at the time. I was only 8 years old at the time. I'm only 8 years old and my sister is only 5. I don't even know how the two of us can survive. I don't even know how I can survive now. Fortunately, the people in the village saw how pitiful we were and often came to help us. However, we still had a few meals, but I still managed to survive. As I grow up, I start to exercise and practice archery. I don't want to rely on my neighbors anymore. I want to support me and my sister on my own. But I'm still too young, and my sister and I can just make ends meet. Today I heard that a person in our village was very angry. I went to inquire and found out that his friend had been killed. Then I suggested out of nowhere that I would help him get revenge. Regardless of success or failure, I will not be exposed, but I hope he can adopt my sister. This is the cause and effect. Yilian tried her best to control her emotions, but she still couldn't stop 2 lines of hot tears from rolling down. Her head couldn't help but hang down, and she let the tears fall to the ground, holding up handfuls of tears. Ningchen listened to Yilian's story in silence, then put her down from his hands. Take me to find that person next, okay? His tone was extremely calm, as if he was not moved at all by Yilian's experience just now. The moon and stars are sparse, the cicadas sing and the birds hiss. Ningchen looked at the thin figure in front of him quietly, feeling bitter and clear in his heart. Have you cried enough? If you have cried enough, lead the way. Yilian tried her best to suppress it, but the tears fell down her cheeks like broken pearls. She has never talked about her past to outsiders, but now she said it in one breath. Sadness, helplessness, and grievances burst out in my heart, and I lost control of my emotions. But she knew better that she couldn't cry anymore. Yilian bit her lip tightly. She bit it so hard that she even bit her lip without noticing it. She let the blood drip from her lips to the ground. The pain between her lips also caused the tears in the corners of her eyes to stop, and a sweet smell came out between her teeth. Only then did Yilian realize that she had bitten her lip. Looks like I've had enough crying, so let's lead the way. Yilian looked up after hearing this, and her eyes met Ningchen's surprisingly calm black eyes. She stood quietly without any trace of sullenness. Come with me. Yilian wiped her face to wipe away the tears on her face, turned around and walked away. You'd better think clearly about what you want to do, Yilian. Ningchen slowly followed Yilian's pace, speaking slowly and calmly, not only to remind Yilian, but also to warn her. After hearing this, Yilian's figure froze slightly, but soon returned to normal. Even though her movements were very small, she was still caught by Ningchen. Under the moonlight, Yilian's thin clothes revealed a faint glow, and Ningchen took a rough look at her already thin body. You don't have to worry about this. I've been helpless since I was a child. Besides, who dares to attack a Gyu master? As if she was afraid that Ningchen would have more doubts, Yilian walked in front and took the initiative to explain to Ningchen, even emphasizing the word Gyu master. Yeah? Ningchen chuckled and responded to Yilian. The teasing words left Yilian at a loss as to what to do, so she could only respond with silence. The two of them walked quickly, and before they knew it, they had gone deeper into the forest. There were more and more branches and vines nearby, and the road became more and more difficult to walk. The remaining light of his black eyes was observing the surroundings. Ningchen was walking leisurely, and his 5 senses were observing everything around him. He would not be so naive as to believe the words of a person he met for the first time. Suddenly, a few lights appeared in Ningchen's sight, and when he listened carefully, there were a few noisy human voices filling the air. It's coming soon. Yilian's clear voice suddenly reached Ningchen's ears. Ningchen's face remained calm, but he sighed in his heart. I didn't expect there to be a village here. I'm afraid this place has already left the jurisdiction of Gyu village. Ningchen followed Yilian slowly, focusing most of his attention on the village. In the distance, the two of them were getting closer and closer to the village, and the lights became more obvious. The two of them passed through layers of forest barriers, and then they truly saw this pastoral mountain residence far away from Guiyu village. Hey, isn't that Sister Meng Yilian? Oh, it's Liana. Why did she come back so late today? What did she do? Speaking of which, I haven't seen her much all day today. Huh? Why is there a boy following her? Is it possible? Chun is Xiao Yilian's boyfriend. As soon as the two of them stepped into the village, they felt several looks on them. Some were teasing, some were confused and some were concerned. The sound of their discussion was not loud, but it fell clearly on their ears. Don't get me wrong, I didn't mean to lie to you. It's true that Meng is my last name, but my father never mentioned my last name. After his death, the villagers took care of themselves and added Meng to me. Prefix surname. It doesn't matter, whether you are Meng Yilian or Yilian, I will call you Yilian. There is no other reason, it's just smooth. Yilian was very cautious, fearing that Ningchen behind her would be angry, so whenever she was worried that Ningchen would misunderstand, she would take the initiative to explain. However, she wrongly blamed Ningchen after all. How could Ningchen be angry over such a trivial matter? Both Meng Yilian and Yilian are just names, and Ningchen only cares about her value. The two of them didn't pay attention to the rumors from the people around them. Yilian walked straight to a thatched hut at the edge of the village. That thatched hut was located on the edge of the entire village. From a distance, it was much smaller in size than the bamboo hut next to it. It was simple and dilapidated, lacking branches and leaves, and could only barely settle down. The two of them gradually drifted away. Yilian stepped into the hut first, followed by Ningchen. After stepping through the door, "Sister, you are back." A sweet child's voice came from the house. Ningchen's eyes were fixed, but she was a girl who was no more than 12 or 13 years old. She was born in pink and jade, with a delicate and frail body. Even though she is dressed in coarse linen clothes, it is still difficult to conceal her attractiveness. Her bright eyes and white teeth make people look at her with only compassion and love, and cannot give rise to any evil thoughts. "You raised your sister very well. She is a lovely little girl." Ningchen looked at it and saw that his complexion was rosy and his arms and wrists were slender but not thin. Then he looked at Yilian beside him. "Yih, did any strangers come over when I was not at home?" Yilian did not respond to Ningchen. She knelt down and stroked Yihi's little head, looking at her with a different kind of heartache. "No, even Brother Wang next door came to see me, but I didn't open the door." "By the way, sister, who is this brother behind you?" Madame Lian's soft eyes met Yihi's untainted eyes. After hearing about Brother Wang next door, her gentle face instantly darkened. "In the future, don't open the door when that Brother Wang comes, understand?" "The brother behind me." Yilian suppressed her anger and spoke softly, but she didn't know how to explain Ningchen to her. "I am your sister's friend. We are here to discuss something. Can you go out and play for a while?" Ningchen took the initiative to answer Yi's question in Yilian's somewhat surprised eyes. He smiled softly and the gentleness in his eyes was completely different from before. "Oh, okay." Yi was so sensible that it made people feel distressed. She didn't show any dissatisfaction when Ningchen asked to leave. "By the way, brother, my name is Yi." When she walked to the door, Yi seemed to have thought of something and suddenly smiled at Ningchen. Her smile was as beautiful as a flower. Ningchen also responded to her with a gentle smile. After Yi left, he turned to look at Yilian, and the gentle smile on his face turned calm again. "Sorry, this is also my only remaining relative. I can't bear to see her suffer anymore, so I can only do my best to protect her." Without waiting for Ningchen to speak, Yilian took the initiative to explain, her eyes still lingering on the door. Her tone was full of guilt and love for her sister. "I don't really care about these. You have two choices next." Ningchen's face was calm, and he spoke slowly, neither hurried nor slow. "First, you and your sister leave here and become my slaves in my house. No need to listen to the second one, just this one." Yilian, after hearing that Ningchen adopted her and her sister, her eyes immediately lit up, as if she was afraid that Ningchen would repent, and she agreed immediately after Ningchen finished speaking. Ningchen was not angry at all when he was interrupted. "Don't worry, it's not too late to make a decision after listening to me. First, you help me kill those people who hired you. You don't have to consider the consequences of killing. You just need to prove your value to me. Second, I will deal with them, and you and your sister will continue to live here. This is your two choices. You have 10 breaths to consider." Ningchen paced slowly in the room, and finally sat down on a bed, quietly waiting for Yilian's choice. Yilian fell into a dead silence when Ningchen finished talking about the two choices. She was entangled, her fingers were clenched tightly, and even turned pale. She was in a dilemma. Ningchen looked at Yilian, who lowered her head. There was not only calmness in his eyes, but also a hint of teasing. "How can I guarantee that what you said is true? Do you have room for choice?" In black robe and black shirt, handsome and extraordinary, Yilian looked at Ningchen with some complex feelings. She still underestimated the indifference and ruthlessness of the handsome boy in front of her. Although she had expected it, it was still beyond her expectations. After hearing Ningchen's words, she completely let go of her clenched palms and sighed imperceptibly. She had made a decision in her heart. "Please protect my sister." With a thump, Yilian knelt on the ground. This kneeling seemed to have exhausted all her strength. Ningchen looked down at Yilian without any words, but handed her a dagger. The cold light of the dagger pierced into Yilian's eyes, but picked out a teardrop. This teardrop flowed from the left corner of Yilian's eye, flowed down her face, fell on the ground, and formed a handful of gorgeous tears. In order to seek shelter for her and her sister, she had to kill the elders from the same hometown who had helped her several times. Who can understand the grief in her heart? But for her only remaining relative, her younger sister who had not yet grown up, she had no choice. Yilian took the dagger from Ningchen's hand. Her hands were very thin, and the gaps between her finger bones were like ravines, clearly visible. The dagger was so out of place in her hand. Standing up, she walked out of the door step by step. A glance saw her sister playing on the side. She had no expression at first, but she smiled with relief. "Don't worry, sister. I will definitely let you leave this village and live a life of plenty." Yilian walked towards Yi, her tone gentle, her eyes guilty and reluctant, as if she was saying goodbye. "I'm going out for a while, and it may take a long time for me to come back. You go home and stay with that brother later. No matter what sound you hear, don't open the door. If I don't come back, just follow that brother." "No, I don't want my sister to leave. I don't want my sister to leave." Yi seemed to hear the goodbye in Yilian's tone, and hurried over to hug Yilian, fearing that she would leave. "I can't help it. I don't want to leave." "Listen to your sister, okay? I promise you that I will come with you, okay? Please." Yi saw that her sister, who would always accommodate her no matter what, was so tough now, and felt a little wronged for a while. She had to return to the thatched house with tears in her eyes. Yilian's eyes watched Yi return home. When Yi closed the door, the last trace of tenderness in her eyes disappeared, replaced by a kind of coldness and cruelty. Holding the dagger tightly, hiding it in the slightly thin sleeves, facing, she walked calmly towards the few stilt bamboo houses in the village, where the gamblers lived. "Brother, where is my sister? Is she in danger?" Yi sat next to Ningchen, feeling uneasy, focusing on the door, hoping that her sister would push the door open the next moment. "Don't worry, your sister will definitely come back. Don't underestimate your sister." Ningchen's face was gentle, with a smile on his lips, and his palm stroked Yi's little head. There was a faint light in his eyes, as if he didn't care about Yilian's life or death at all. Yilian was a girl with a weak constitution, and she had to assassinate several men. Regardless of success or failure, she would stand on the opposite side of the entire village, and no matter what her reason was, "Yilian, prove your worth to me well. The fate of you and your sister is in your hands." Ningchen chuckled in his heart. He only cared about Yilian's value. If Yilian had no value at all, then she would not even have the opportunity to make a choice. The warm lights and fires, happy and contented, in the village. Most people have finished dinner at this time. Most of them have gathered in groups of 3 or 5, sitting together in groups of 2 or 3, talking about family matters and what they have heard, and the joy of farmers is all in it. Yilian's thin figure is incompatible with the warm and pleasant environment around her, and Yilian can no longer integrate into this village. Walk into the bamboo building and step into the door. Several men rushed up when they heard the sound of pushing the door. "How is it, How is the thing I asked you to do? Is that little beast dead? Didn't you get discovered by others when you came back? Exclamation mark. Several men asked Yilian in unison. They couldn't wait to hear the news of Ningchen's death, but what they didn't realize was that their pupils reflected an uncontrollable fear. Yilian hung her head and didn't answer, which made them even more anxious. They couldn't wait any longer. You should tell me now. Tell me now. Is he dead or not? The saliva of several men almost splashed on Yilian's face, showing her ugly appearance. In an instant, a cold light pierced into everyone's eyes. They didn't have time to react. The cold light pierced into the throat of one of them. The dagger was completely inserted into it, leaving only the handle outside. Yilian didn't stop, pulled out the dagger with force, and slashed it towards the throat of the person next to her. However, they had already reacted. Damn it, Yilian, are you fucking crazy? Is this little girl crazy? The remaining two were also shocked by Yilian and hurriedly retreated. Yilian still didn't say a word and clenched the dagger in her hand and threw it at one person. Yilian rushed to the other person at the moment she threw the dagger away, making full use of her agility. Although the dagger was twisted and dodged, it still failed. The man gasped and saw Yilian attacking another person. He quickly went to help regardless of the pain. Yilian's figure was like a ghost, clinging to the man's body. She pulled out an arrow from the quiver on her back, and pierced the fragile part of his neck fiercely. Half of the arrows missed, and this blow almost sentenced him to death. However, he did not die immediately. Instead, his ferocity was aroused. He stretched out his hand and grabbed Yilian's thin arm and wrist. Boom! Slam it down hard, causing the bamboo floor to creak. The man suddenly felt dizzy, his body became weak, his legs loosened, and he fell to the ground. Yilian's face was filled with pain. The fall just now almost knocked out all her internal organs. For a while, her whole body was in pain and it was difficult to get up. But the last person came, and when he saw his two companions falling to the ground, he became even more angry. With one big hand, he strangled the delicate neck of Elephant Lily. With a muffled sound, Yilian was pinned to the wall. Her legs were hanging in the air, the pressure on her neck was getting bigger and bigger, and a feeling of suffocation rushed into her mind. A faint feeling of death filled Yilian's heart. The desire to survive drove her to fight back continuously, but she could not shake it even a little bit. Bury with my brother. Yilian's vision became increasingly blurry, but she could clearly see the man's cruel expression, and her heart became more and more desperate. In an instant, a sudden change occurred. The big man's hand softened and he let go of Yilian. What followed was weakness all over his body and dizziness in his head. Plop! The big man knelt down weakly on the ground. He looked completely different from the ferocious look just now. A few streaks of black blood spilled from his mouth and nose. Ahem, poisoned? When? Ahem, I understand. It was the dagger just now. The big man's eyes were distracted. Before he died, he understood the cause of his death, but it was too late. Yilian slowly climbed up from the ground and leaned against the wall. She was too weak. Her constitution was already weak, and she had to endure such a fierce blow. Naturally, it was difficult for her to bear it. Just a few hard blows made her mouth and nose bleed, but she still let out bursts of chuckles. Ha 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 ha. He straightened up and limped towards the last remaining person. Don't kill me. I can give you all my yuan stones. The big man's eyes reflected the fear that penetrated his bones, but Yilian didn't listen. She picked up the dagger beside him and walked to his side. A cold light continued to magnify in the fearful eyes of the big man. Close your eyes, cultivate your mind and rest your mind. Ningchen slowly opened his eyes, his black eyes glued to the door, and murmured to himself, "Your sister is coming back." After a few breaths, several angry curses came from outside the shabby door wall. The eye-catching firelight fell through the cracks in the wall into Ningchen's black eyes. Bang! Yilian pushed the door open and then fell to the ground, as if she had exhausted all her strength. "Elder sister, my sister, is she okay?" Yi hurriedly stepped forward, her tone full of concern for Yilian, fearing that her sister would never wake up again. "Don't be afraid," She's just too tired. Next, I'm going to solve some troubles. Ningchen was talking slowly, and his long sword appeared in his hand. Pushing the door open, there were countless angry and ferocious villagers outside, holding torches, pitchforks, sickles, etc. in their hands. He wished he could swarm up and chop Ningchen and the others into pieces. Their unity surprised Ningchen a little, but it was only a slight surprise. And Yikan stood with his sword in his hand, tall and straight, standing there quietly, without any trace of panic. Tonight is a sleepless night for Ningchen and them. The spring breeze is gentle, the green curtains are green. At the dining table, Ningchen and Ningchuan sat opposite each other. Although Ningchuan was chewing food, he still couldn't stop him from asking questions. Brother, who is the girl you brought back yesterday? Why do you think I brought her back? Facing Ningchuan's question, Ningchen took a sip of rice porridge and calmly asked a rhetorical question. I don't know, but it doesn't feel like she's lustful. Could it be that she has some characteristics that are worthy of your attention? Yes, if she is used properly, she will be a very useful chess piece. But why do you think that I kidnapped her? Because I was lustful? Ningchen chuckled twice, and felt speechless for a moment. He didn't know that he looked like this in Ningchuan's eyes. Hey, don't I think my brother is about to get married? Ha, you kid. Ningchuan grinned when he heard this and continued to tease his brother. Ningchen wasn't angry at all and just laughed and cursed, talking and laughing. This ordinary breakfast ended. In the slave dormitory next door, Yi Lian stared blankly at the breakfast in front of her, a bowl of ordinary white rice porridge, a few steamed buns made from whole grains, and a plate of small pickles. This is just an ordinary breakfast. Everything is so ordinary and ordinary, but for Yi Lian, this is normal food that she has not seen for a long time, just like a delicacy in the world. Sister, eat it quickly. It won't taste good when it's cold. Yi Lian went out looking for a voice, and saw Yi He sitting next to her, with her mouth full of food. She was very happy. A happy smile appeared at the corners of her chapped lips. Although he didn't eat a bite, he felt very satisfied. Sister finally allows you to live a life where you can have enough to eat. Picking up the chopsticks on the side, she felt quite emotional. The word breakfast seemed to have become a word in her ears again after many days. Thump thump thump. The sound of unhurried footsteps came from the door, attracting all the servants to look away. Ning Chen, a man with black hair and a cold expression, is the master of these slaves. Behind him is Ningquan, who is very similar to him. Where is Yi Lian? Ningchen glanced around quietly and found that she was not there. He couldn't help but let out a cold shout. The cold shout was not loud, but it still fell on the ears of Yi Lian inside the house. After hearing the sound, Yi Lian walked out of the house in 3 steps and 2 steps at a time, and responded to Ningchen's call. I'm here. When Ningchen saw Yi Lian, his expression remained calm and he spoke slowly and calmly. You look good, but from now on you will change the way you call me and my brother. You will call us young master. Behind me is my brother. Also, get to know them. They have the same status as you. After seeing Ningchen, Yi Lian seemed to recall the scene last night. She woke up in the middle of the night and walked out of the door. The scene outside could be described as a mountain of corpses and sea of blood. Blood soaked the soil and soaked the breeze. Hundreds of mutilated corpses covered her field of vision. If you can't take 5 steps, you may step on an arm or a thigh, kick out a spine, and several ribs. It will be a hell on earth. The warm firelight hit the black robe sitting there, but it was like a mud cow entering the sea. However, it also allowed Yi Lian to see Ning Chen clearly at this moment. The blood dyed his black robe black and red. The long sword in his hand strung together several heads and stuck them on the ground. He sat on a seat made of corpses. His expression was still as calm as usual but more like a netherworld ghost! In such a scene, Yi Lian couldn't help but feel a bit of a bone-chilling chill even though she was in spring. She quickly put it away in her mind and looked at the other slaves beside her. Do you admit it? It's almost done, young master. Young master. Although Yi Lian is very uncomfortable with this title, she is already trying her best to improve it. Then, from now on, Yilian will be the head of the domestic slaves. She has the power to manage any domestic slave. She can use any means and any punishment. If others are dissatisfied, they can also apply to her for a change of position. The conditions are very simple. Whoever wins the battle, whoever has the power to manage all domestic slaves. Ningchen's declaration echoed throughout the courtyard, and then he left without waiting for their reaction, leaving them alone to cause waves of commotion. When I returned home and sat by the window, the scenery I saw was a warm spring scene. Ningchen took the initiative to make a pot of tea for him, poured 2 cups, and sat opposite Ningchen. "Why do you want to give such a high status to a newly arrived domestic slave? Aren't you afraid of being dissatisfied with others?" "It's natural to be dissatisfied, but her strength is enough to suppress those doubts. It's like using her hand to beat the slaves." Ningchen took a sip of tea, smiled at Ningchen, and explained the reason for his behavior. "Oh, in this way, we don't need to manage the slaves directly. We only need to manage Yilian alone." "What a good way." "Well said." After Ningchen made this point, Ningchen also understood it instantly, and Ningchen was also very satisfied with it. Ningchen held the teacup and looked out the window, but he also had a deep understanding of the fire in his heart. I use both kindness and power to pinch her weak points, and I'm not afraid of her having any objections at all. And is everything she has now, a comfortable house, healthy food. Power was his extremely ruthless method last night. The weak spot is naturally her sister, who is inexperienced in the world, and many tricks are enough to make her a very useful chess piece. After finishing the tea in the cup, he raised his lips to a smile, and felt more emotional. "I am the leader of the demon sect. I suppressed the entire era with my own strength and killed the cultivators. Now I need to use layers of means to control a mortal chess piece. Alas, if I were a Guxian, why would I need to be cautious? I could destroy the entire King Mao Mountain with one palm. If I were a 5th-turn Gu Master, the peak of the mortal world, I would be enough to scare everyone in Gu village alone. Or, if I were a 4th-turn Gu Master, the Gu clan leader would respect me 3 points, and the elders would be even more afraid of me. Or, if I were a 3rd-turn Gu Master, the clan would treat me as a guest of honor and become a high-ranking elder. Or take a step back, I am a 2nd-level Gu Master, and I can get a good position in the clan, which will make things much easier. But it's a pity that I am only a 1st-level intermediate Gu Master. I need to act step by step and think carefully about every move. It's too restrictive. I am a 1st-level Gu Master, a demon who has not yet grown up." Ningchen's eyes were a little complicated. He picked up the teacup and wanted to drink tea, but he didn't drink anything. There was no tea in the teacup. People were crowded and shoulder to shoulder. "Young master, do you want to buy something?" "No, I'm here to get the yuan shai. I sold a black pig here yesterday." "Okay, please wait a moment." Ningchen crossed his arms and waited quietly for his yuan shai. His black eyes swept around. "There are as many people today as there were yesterday." "Young master, here are your yuan shai." Ningchen turned his head and saw the female Gu Master who received him yesterday, holding a bulging bag in her hand. He took the bag and weighed it roughly. There were indeed about 500 yuan shai, not bad. After all, the caravan would not ruin its reputation for a momentary profit. "Thank you." Ningchen smiled slightly, and then put the yuan shai in the bag into the first turn of the gourd grass. His deposit was nearly 1,000 yuan shai. Ningchen did not leave after receiving the yuan shai. He was not busy at this time, so he did not leave for a while. Instead, he walked around the tall tree house. "First turn of the wooden arrow Gu, shoot wooden arrows, the power is average, useless." "First turn of the wooden shield Gu, prop up a wooden shield, making a round shield is worth considering." A bookworm of the first turn, storing information is also useless. The black eyes quickly swept across the Gu worms in the display case, and he quietly judged whether the Gu worms were useful to him. However, These goo worms are not the best choice. The ideal is that a wine worm of the first turn and a bronze relic goo of the first turn appear at the same time. These two goo worms are the most coveted goo worms in Ningchen's current stage. Both can make Ningchen one step faster in cultivation. The benefits are needless to say, but these two goo worms are rare goo worms. With Ningchen's current financial resources, it can only be said that they are rare. In an instant, Ningchen's figure stopped in place. In the display case where his eyes were, there was a goo worm in the shape of an emerald green ball. It was a bronze relic goo of the first turn. Ningchen looked at the jade-like ball with some surprise, and read the introduction next to it again. One turn of bronze relic goo is enough to advance a first turn goo master to a small realm, and the price ranges. Now Ningchen can be sure that this goo is the bronze relic goo he wants. The bronze relic goo is a heavenly Dao goo that can unconditionally improve a small realm. For other people, the bronze relic goo is just the icing on the cake, but for Ningchen, it is the most important material in Go. Although Ningchen has a unique secret method of warming and nourishing the void, as long as he seizes the time to practice, the training speed of Class C is no worse than that of Class B qualifications such as King Shu, Mo Yan, Chishan, etc., and is even a few points faster. But Ningchen never put these young boys in his eyes or in his heart. But for all future plans, this bronze relic goo is particularly crucial and must not be lost. There was a trace of determination in Ningchen's eyes, and his heart was as clear as fire. The rest of the people in the village should be nearby. King Shu has a 70% second-class qualification, and his cultivation speed is the fastest in our class. Naturally, he will not buy this bronze relic goo. Mo Yan and Kai Shan are the descendants of the heads of the two major branches, and their qualifications are not bad. They don't need this bronze relic goo. As for other people, they are intentional but powerless. Powerful but unintentional. Ningchen analyzed it step by step, his dark eyes shimmering with light. He already knew the thoughts of these young girls very well. They will definitely not use this convenient thing. For these young people with lofty ideals, using such a convenient thing will actually admit to others that they are not as good as him. This is such a huge blow to the young and frivolous teenagers. Their self-confidence cannot be eroded in any way. The only way to completely shatter their self-confidence from the front is with heavy punches. And who is Ningchen? After more than thousands of years, he has been a human for 3 generations, and the vanity in his heart such as comparison and honor has long been annihilated in the vast river of time. He doesn't care about what others think of him after using the bronze relic goo, not even a bit. Even if they spurn and insult him in every possible way, he will not be sullen at all, but will feel pathetic. Strength is everything, and they actually gave up the opportunity to unconditionally improve their strength for the sake of temporary honor. How stupid! Ningchen's figure had long since disappeared, lost in the surging crowd. Among the Jia family's caravans, whether it is Jiafu's caravan or Jiagui's caravan, there is a 3-star cave tree house, and there is a rule. If you want to buy goo, you must submit the price and name to the unique tree hole on the first floor. The one with the highest price will eventually be selected as the buyer. The black eyes move freely, capturing the things around them. I saw a group of people lined up anxiously in a tree hole, each holding a note in their hands. This was the place where the note was handed over. Ningchen looked at the entire team, and suddenly his eyes darkened slightly, not because of the team leader, but because he saw someone he didn't want to see. Green hair and green shirt, gentle and elegant, King Shu was also standing in the middle of the queue holding a note, and it was his turn soon. He is indeed here, but I don't know what kind of goo worm he wants. Ningchen thought to himself and silently stood at the end of the queue. Looking at the endless queue, he calmed down and used this short time to warm up his IQ points. Although the queue was long, the note was handed in very quickly, and the queue soon reached Ningchen. Ningchen handed the note in his hand with the information that he wanted to buy goo insects into the dark tree hole. Seeing that the note was swallowed by the tree hole, Ningchen felt a little relieved. He was absolutely sure to win the bronze relic goo, because he offered a very high price, so high that it exceeded the market price by several %. Although this may result in a loss of yuan stone, for the purpose of improving strength, the loss of yuan stone does not count as anything. The yuan stone is just a resource to help practice. If you go against Tangang and practice in order to obtain more yuan stones, and then use the yuan stone in your hand to enjoy yourself, that would be a fool. That should be fine. Ningchen closed his eyes, left the long queue and walked to a relatively quiet place. Oops! It turns out to be classmate Ningchen. I wonder what kind of worms classmate Ningchen wants to buy? I just don't know if the money is enough. If it's not enough, I can lend you some. Ningchen was sitting on a bench when he heard a burst of joking and taunting voices. He couldn't help but open his eyes to see who was coming. The visitor was green-clad and with green hair and a handsome appearance. There was a faint smile in his eyes and lips, but to Ningchen it looked more like arrogance and teasing. After Ningchen saw it was King Shu, he closed his eyes again and did not want to respond to him. Instead of taunting and scolding him, it would be better to let Ningchen warm up his body for a while. King Shu, isn't it just the time when the caravan is here? I'll lend you 400 yuan stones. Although it's not much, it's enough for you to buy a one-turn worm. Gubo stroked his beard and handed King Shu a bag. King Shu opened it and took a look. There were hundreds of yuan stones lying quietly inside. He felt a little moved in his heart and raised his head with a sore nose. Seeing Gubo's kind face, his face was soft and there was no trace of the sharpness of the Gu clan leader. He was more like a kind old grandfather than the Gu clan leader. Thank you, Mr. Patriarch. No need to say more. You are the future of our Guiyu village. Humphrey, I guess Ningchen must not have much money left. Even if he wants to buy Gu, it may not be enough. He needs to think twice. And I have the help of the Guiyu clan leader behind me. My financial resources are much stronger than Ningchen, so I can still suppress Ningchen in the number of Gu insects. King Shu saw that Ningchen did not respond, but he was not annoyed at all, and the corners of his mouth were still smiling. He did not simply mock Ningchen, but also came to estimate Ningchen's financial resources. If Ningchen was strolling in the tree house, he must have a lot of money left. And Ningchen's attitude fell into King Shu's eyes, but it meant that he was short of money. King Shu turned his head and left. He mocked Ningchen in a fake way, but he really asked about Ningchen. Now that he has seen Ningchen's attitude, there is naturally no need to waste more time. Ningchen was unaware of King Shu's departure, and was completely immersed in the void. In the void, the 50% high green sea of A true essence was driven by Ningchen, creating waves after waves, slamming hard against the tough water film on the side. After the sea of A true essence is exhausted, it will rise to a considerable height in a short while, and then continue to repeat the process. The setting sun was like blood, and the shadows of people were mottled. Ningchen opened his eyes, and most people around him had dispersed, leaving only 3 or 2 people browsing the display cabinets together. Master, this is your Gu worm. A female Gu master saw Ningchen open his eyes, and she walked straight over and handed the bronze relic Gu to Ningchen. Thank you. Ningchen was not surprised at all, and calmly took the bronze relic Gu from her hand and placed it in the void. The silver moon is in the sky, the green light is like a veil. The silvery moon's light fell on Ningchen, but it seemed to have covered Ningchen with a layer of gauze. Ningchen walked slowly towards his home. A gust of evening wind blew, making his black hair dance wildly and his clothes rustling. Although the evening breeze was puzzled, it unexpectedly curled up the corners of Ningchen's mouth. Although it cost nearly 100 yuan stones, almost 30% of the market price, I finally got the bronze relic Gu. With a smile on his lips, his consciousness fell into the void, and the jade ball-like Gu worm was lying peacefully in the corner. The ordinary market price of bronze relic Gu is several hundred yuan stones, which is no more expensive than 500 yuan stones. The highest market price is about 300 yuan stones. 350 yuan stones were already considered expensive, but Ningchen's move this time was extremely bold, and he offered a high price of 400 yuan stones. With such a high price, The Jia family naturally had no reason to refuse. And this bronze relic also fell into Ningchen's hands. I walked back home slowly, stepped in the door, glanced slightly, and saw that the restaurant was filled with a table of delicacies. "Young master is back, please have a meal." Qiuchen stood aside with her eyes lowered, placed her hands on her lower abdomen, and performed a one-fu salute, showing an extremely supple look. Ningchen remained calm and looked as normal as usual. I walked to the restaurant and sat at the main seat. At a quick glance, I saw that there were 5 or 6 dishes on one table. The golden mushrooms support the bacon like a canopy, adding a bit of freshness to the already attractive bacon. The sapphire-like green jade vegetables are coiled on the plate, and are dotted with a few chicken feet on the side. From a distance, they look quite like dragons. The plump white chicken lay quietly on the plate, in the center of the dining table, with a bulging abdomen, as if something had been stuffed. "Qiuchen, the presentation is pretty good." Ningchen took a quick glance and saw that the whole table of dishes not only looked good in appearance, but also sold well. Even if he could not be called a god of chef, he could still be called a great chef. "Young master, as long as the Lord likes it." Faced with Ningchen's sudden opening, Qiuchen seemed a little cautious, and even had a slight stutter in her mouth. Qiuchen was the domestic slave that Ningchen bought to replace Yilinga after Yilinga's death. Qiuchen is roughly the same as Yilinga, but Qiuchen doesn't think as much as Yilinga. This little girl's worries are written all over her face. Ningchen smiled faintly in his heart, but he didn't care what she was thinking. He picked up his chopsticks and started to enjoy his dinner. He picked up a piece of dark red bacon and put it into his mouth. He chewed it lightly and the oil contained in it exploded in his mouth. Surprisingly, it is not greasy at all, but adds a bit of meaty aroma. He picked up a piece of white chopped chicken, dipped it in a soy sauce on the side, and put it into his mouth. The meat was extremely delicious, firm and smooth, and the soy sauce was the finishing touch. One chopstick after another, Ningchen tasted the delicacies in front of him. The only sound left in the whole bamboo house was the sound of Ningchen chewing and the chopsticks clashing with each other. Soon, most of the dishes on the table were finished, and Ningchen was 7/4 full. Ningchen picked up the handkerchief on the side and wiped his lips, then looked at Yilinga who never dared to speak. "Speaking of which, what's wrong with Qiuchen?" What? Can't you understand what you are saying?" Qiuchen raised her head but met Ningchen's calm gaze. Those eyes made her panic, so she had to refuse quickly. "I'm in a good mood and I'm giving you a chance to speak. If you don't speak this time, you won't be able to tell me about this matter again." Ningchen sat on the chair and talked eloquently. His eyes seemed to penetrate Qiuchen's heart. Qiuchen heard this and immediately became anxious, so she had to take the initiative to speak. "Okay, young master, I do have something to do. What I want to say is, can you cancel this position as the leader of the domestic slaves? That Yilian is really to us." "Are you questioning my decision, Qiuchen?" Before Qiuchen could finish speaking, Ningchen interrupted her coldly. Ningchen's voice was not loud, but it made Yilinga dare not speak again. "Really? Qiuchen, answer me." No. No, young master." Although there was no anger in Ningchen's words, the coldness behind them also made Qiuchen swallow what she wanted to say. "So, what do you mean?" "That is, forget it if you can't tell me. Don't mention this to me again in the future. Also, Qiuchen, you're a little bit offended. You have to make it clear that you are my slave, and I will always be your master. You take care of me and my brother's daily life. I don't mind being more tolerant to you, but if you take the tolerance I give you as a tool to negotiate terms with me, I don't mind withdrawing your tolerance." Ningchen stood up and walked to Qiuchen, gently holding Qiuchen's throat with one hand. His eyes were calm and cold, but it made Qiuchen even more frightened. How could Qiuchen resist Ningchen's huge strength? She held Ningchen's arms and wrists with both hands, trying to break them open, but she couldn't move even a little bit. Qiuchen's face turned a little red. Although Ningchen didn't exert any force, it still caused her great pain. Ningchen's fingertips gently groped Qiuchen's throat. Her delicate neck was like a swan, and Ningchen could easily twist it off. Ningchen quietly looked at Qiuchen struggling in her hands. Her face turned red and her eyes were a little blurry. But Ningchen remained unmoved. His palms seemed to be made of steel and could not be shaken at all. His eyes remained calm. When Qiuchen's face almost turned the color of liver, he put her down. Plop! Qiuchen fell to the ground, her mouth wide open, greedily breathing in the air. So, don't be so arrogant, okay? There are not many servants like you who are beautiful, sweet, and can do housework. Ningchen squatted down and gently stroked Yilinger's face with a smile on his lips. Well, okay. Qiuchen looked up and saw Ningchen laughing. She was even more frightened. Her body trembled like a sieve. She didn't dare to say a word in response, for fear that she would not be able to leave the room if she said one more word. Well, this is good. Let's go. Ningchen smiled even more happily when he saw this, and left the restaurant and walked into his own room. After Qiuchen took a break, she also stood up and walked back to the servant dormitory. Hey, do you think it will be useful to let Chana go and plead with the young master? I don't know. You know our young master is moody and unpredictable. Yes, now we can only wait for Chana's news. In the slave dormitory, a group of slaves gathered together, whispering, fearing that the new head of the slaves would hear them, and if she heard them, she would definitely scold them. I'm back. How is it? How did the talk go? Gui-chan raised her head and shook her head quietly, and everyone's face darkened when they saw this. It won't work after all. The silver moon is in the sky, quiet and quiet. Everyone looked at the depressed girl in front of them and quickly comforted her. It's nothing, don't worry about it. I'm just going to give it a try. We didn't have high hopes anyway. Wait, what's with the fingerprints on your neck? When everyone saw the red fingerprints hidden under Qiuchen's black hair, they had some guesses in their hearts. No. It's okay. Did Lord Ningchen do it? Qiuchen's voice was as thin as a mosquito or fly, but it was still heard by everyone, and everyone responded in silence. After all, although they felt sorry for Qiuchen, they were even more afraid of Ningchen. What are you doing? A capable and cold female voice interrupted everyone's silence, causing them to look for the sound. The man was dressed in black. He looked 3 parts male and 7 parts female. His eyes were as bright as a torch in the night. His hair was hanging casually behind his back, and his complexion was no longer as pale as before, but now a little rosy. At this time, Yilian was completely different from the haggard appearance of the previous few days. Instead, she became somewhat more capable and courageous. Yilian stepped forward quickly and looked at everyone with a scrutinizing gaze, revealing some thoughts. Although everyone was not afraid of Yilian, they were afraid of the condensation behind Yilian, so they had to disperse quickly. It's okay, let's go first. Lord Yilian, let's get busy first. When everyone saw Remembrance Lotus approaching, they dispersed in a rush, as if they were avoiding the god of plague. Yilian looked at the people leaving with great interest, and a few doubts arose in her heart. Hey, this guy is really not very stable. Today alone I encountered 3 or 4 disobedient thorns. I'm afraid this is also a test for me from young Master Ningchen. But a test is a test, and I need to use this test to show my worth to Lord Ningchen. I can't let young Master Ningchen down. Longing came to Yilian's eyes, and she looked at the bamboo building beside her. Ever since Ningchen took her and her sister out of that shabby hut, she decided to be unconditionally loyal to Ningchen. She was almost alone, and the only person she cared about was her sister, but Ningchen gave her and her sister a sheltered place to live, as well as healthy and normal food. There is almost no way to repay such kindness to Yilian. Ningchen also followed the trend and gave her the title of head of house slaves and asked her to help him manage the other house slaves. Obviously, she was not disappointed by Ningchen, or in other words, she did not allow herself to disappoint Ningchen. In the school, Ningchen and a young man were sitting opposite each other. Naturally, the crowd on the side was the same as before, surrounded by spectators. General, a decisive blow. Can you still do this? You win now? Let me see again. So fast. Everyone was amazed for a moment and quickly turned their attention to the chess game just now. Ningchen paused for a moment, then smiled faintly and looked at the young man sitting across from him. The man sitting opposite him was also dumbfounded when he heard this, with astonishment written all over his face, but the smile on Ningchen's face remained undiminished. How? Can you still do this? What can't be done? The old rule is, I'm 50%, you are 20%, the winner is 20%, the loser is 10%. What's wrong? Is there a problem? I'm sorry, Ningchen, I'm afraid I can't give you the yuan stone this time. Ningchen's face darkened slightly when he heard this. He looked at the dull young man sitting across from him, and said coldly, "Oh, why is this?" "Because I don't have much yuan stone left, and my parents asked me why I spent so much on yuan stone recently, so." "Oh, I see, that's it." Hearing this, Ningchen suddenly chuckled, which made the young man slightly happy, and he hurriedly spoke, "Yeah, so can you give me the yuan stone?" "No." Ningchen slowly brought the yuan stone in front of him. The smile on his face never diminished, but the young man's smile stayed on his face. "Why is this?" "Ha ha ha ha." "Yanfeng, right? I remember your name is Yanfeng, right?" Ningchen faced Yanfeng's angry question but said something irrelevant. Yanfeng's anger did not diminish at all after hearing this, and he spoke aggressively. "Yes, so what? I remember you seem to have a C-level qualification, right?" Ningchen was still not in a hurry. Although he was asking Yanfeng, he did so with some certainty. "Yeah. What's going on?" "This has nothing to do with me not having a yuan stone." Yanfeng also seemed to have had his fig leaf exposed. Most of the anger in his words was reduced. It was obvious that he was not very confident. After all, in these 5 realms, aptitude can largely determine a master's future. And if he is only 30% C or 30%, how can his future achievements be so high? In this case, you know very well that your qualifications are poor, so why do you use the yuan shai your parents gave you to participate in my obvious bet? As a third level student, shouldn't you seize the time to practice diligently? On the contrary, you came to participate in my gambling game. There was a slight smile on Ningchen's face, but his words were as sharp as a blade. It pierced Yanfeng's heart, making him feel ashamed for a moment. He didn't know what to say, so he could only answer in silence. Ningchen's words are so sharp, and his insight so sharp. He easily penetrated into Yanfeng's heart and said exactly what Yanfeng was thinking. All Yanfeng was thinking was, I can win it back with one more round. I was not very lucky in the previous one, but I will definitely win the next one. Why did you lose this time? The last one. It was a simple bet, and Ningchen easily took advantage of their desires. In other words, Ningchen's gambling game is very simple and vulgar. If you are a person with a slightly broader vision, you can see the problem with this gambling game at a glance. But Ningchen, as the maker of the bet, naturally understands the problems of this bet. So it couldn't be easier for Ningchen to use this simple bet to extract yuan stone from these young children. Ningchen looked at Yanfeng, who was silent, and lowered his head. The smile on his face became stronger. He patted Yanfeng's shoulder and talked quietly. Besides, when have I ever forced you to make a bet? I have never forced you to suppress it from beginning to end. Isn't this the greed in your heart? Huh? What do you think, Yanfeng? The smile on Ningchen's face became thicker and thicker, and his eyebrows became more and more curved, revealing a hint of amusement. When Yanfeng heard this, he could only clench his fists, lower his head and say nothing. Although he was filled with anger, he had to admit that what Ningchen said was indeed good. But I really don't have any yuan stone anymore. The dull young man Yanfeng looked at Ningchen with a smile in front of him with some embarrassment. At this time, there was a gentle smile on his face, but the words coming out of his mouth were like cold iron in the 12th lunar month. Ningchen spread his hands after hearing the words, and the smile on his face did not diminish. "Oh, what does that have to do with me?" "What? You don't have to doubt, You heard it right. Seeing that he was still a little shocked, Ningchen took the initiative to speak, shattering the last bit of his shock. Then why is this? He seemed to remember that he was about to cry, his eyes were red, and his tone was excited, but his words were already a bit nervous. Oh? Then tell me why I want to return the Yuan stone to you. First of all, I didn't force you to bet, it was purely based on your own free will. Secondly, you come here to gamble knowing that your family is not rich. What a fool. Finally, since you chose to bet, you must be prepared to lose. Now that you lost, you came to me to ask for the Yuan stone. Why can't I owe you? When Ningchen saw that he was still clinging to him like a dogskin plaster, he completely tore off the pretense of kindness. The tone is getting colder and colder, the words are getting harsher. Every word and every sentence is like a sharp knife, peeling away the layers of Yanfeng's weak and dull appearance. He penetrated straight into his heart. Hearing this, Yanfeng was scolded so much that he couldn't say anything. Ningchen's words were so sharp that he had no chance to respond at all. He took a step back and looked at the cold and calm Ningchen in front of him with a mixture of shock and anger. His lips were slightly white and trembling slightly. His lips seemed to be a source of shock, causing his whole body to tremble as well. All these appearances, without exception, fell into Ningchen's eyes. Ningchen calmly looked at his ugly appearance with the fig leaf removed, and laughed at him in his heart. Why, is there something wrong with what I said? When Ningchen saw that Yanfeng was still not leaving, he suddenly took a step forward, closing the distance between the two of them. This approach made Yanfeng even more shocked and angry. He was about to continue to refute, but when he met Ningchen's dark eyes, he immediately lost the courage to refute. I had no choice but to grit my teeth and turn away, while also suppressing the anger in my heart. Ningchen still looked at the retreating figure calmly, with a faint smile on his lips, but this time it was no longer gentle, but mocking. What waste! He cursed in his heart, saying that Ningchen had no good feelings towards people like this who wasted his time. Ningchen stayed where he was, packed his luggage, and left. This is not the first time that Ningchen has opened a gambling bureau in the school. This is not the first time that Ningchen has encountered such behavior. For them, Ningchen usually revealed their innermost feelings ruthlessly, and finally left in embarrassment. Naturally, they did not dare to resist Ningchen face to face. They could only tell the people in their eyes who could seek justice for them. Master Xuetang, you must help us seek justice. Master Xuetang, our family is really not rich and we can't afford his expenses. Master Xuetang, that beast Ningchen is so unreasonable. In the school, the teacher of the school couldn't help but get a headache when he thought about what countless students were talking about today. Close your eyes tightly and rub your temples with both hands, intending to make your mind a little clearer. But it couldn't wake him up at all, and the voices in his mind became louder and louder. And the schoolmaster knew very well that the initiator of all this was Ningchen. Thinking of this, the school elder couldn't help but think of Ningchen's calm face. Ningchen, tell me, you are really a little too arrogant. Since so many students have come to report your evil deeds to me, I don't mind giving you a beating. The schoolmaster smiled silently, whether it was anger or joy. The next day, the Xuetang family came to the school early and fixed their eyes on the door, as if they couldn't wait to see Ningchen appear. King Shu, Mo Yan, and Kai Shan arrived first, and the elders of the school were not surprised. The school elders who followed him did not have a deep impression on them, and only remembered a few of them. Hello, Mr. Xuetang family. Well, take a seat. Good morning, Mr. Xuetang family. Well, good morning. In an instant, a figure dressed in black broke into the eyes of the school elder. With black hair and a black robe, he has a peaceful face. This is the Ningchen that the schoolmaster misses so much. When the schoolmaster saw this, a visible joy appeared on his face. It was like a wild wolf that had been hungry for a long time and saw a lone sheep. Ningchen, stop. The schoolmaster spoke calmly and in a bad tone, at least to Ningchen's ears. What's wrong, Mr. Xuetang family boss? Ningchen's heart sank slightly when he heard this, but his face remained calm as he responded to the schoolmaster. "What's wrong? You have the nerve to ask me what's wrong. Ask your classmates what's wrong." The schoolmaster Lao Jian Ningchen responded with a sneer in his heart, and his tone suddenly became serious, which was extremely inconsistent with his calm demeanor just now. "Well, I'm sorry, Master Xuetang, I still don't understand. Someone has given me feedback about you these past few days, but you are still pretending to me?" Ningchen's puzzled look fell into the eyes of the schoolmaster, but his heart became even more angry. "I hope the master of the school family can point it out." "It's your bet. Many of the students here are not rich, and you set up this bet to win yuan stone from them. Haven't you considered it?" The old man from the school was aggressive, and his words expressed the sentiments of the vast majority of people present. "Oh, it's really my fault. But their family seems to have nothing to do with me." Ningchen pretended to have a sudden realization, and his next words made the schoolmaster even more shocked. How could he realize this at his age? Is it possible that the family values in the school were not instilled in him? How can he be so selfish and rational at his age? The school elder had so many thoughts in his mind. What he just said really shocked him. He really couldn't believe that this sentence came from the mouth of a 16 or 17-year-old boy. In all his years of teaching and educating people, he has never seen anyone so selfish at this age. Ningchen is also the first one he has seen. They are your classmates and friends. From now on, you will be Gu masters who will protect Gu village together, and you will be comrades in arms through life and death. What do you think it has to do with them? The old man from the school still spoke unkindly to Ningchen, and his words resonated with all the young people present. Oh, what the teacher from the school did make sense. I really haven't considered this aspect. But I'm not familiar with them. The cold words slowly spat out from Ningchen's mouth word by word, as if they were solid ice in the 12th lunar month. Silent and dumb, everyone stared blankly at the lonely young man on the podium, while Ningchen also stared at them calmly. They seemed to be standing on opposite sides. Ningchen is a lone wolf walking in the mountains and wilderness, and they are a group of ignorant and weak sheep. Did I hear you correctly just now? He said he wasn't familiar with us. Why did he say that? We are classmates and friends of Ashan's High, and he actually said he is not familiar with us? Then a noisy discussion broke out. Although it was a little noisy, the tone was surprisingly consistent. That is, it was unbelievable. In their eyes, Ningchen was reduced to a weirdo, extremely unsociable. Of course, this is not their fault. They are still young. Even though Ningchen has won yuan stone from them many times, and some of them have even been beaten up by Ningchen. But they just hate Ningchen. They always regard Ningchen as their classmate, but he has a bad personality and is lonely. But Ningchen was completely different. He didn't take them to heart at all, and what he said was not against his will. He was not familiar with this group of people who seemed to be classmates and friends. He could only be regarded as passers-by in his long life. Don't you hear the ancient saying, "Sigh. The sparrow knows the ambition of the swan." Ningchen has always regarded King Mao Mountain as a cage, but they naively regard King Mao Mountain as a warm harbor. How ridiculous and stupid. Ridiculous. In this huge Gu world, they can only settle in this small King Mao Mountain. Stupid. This King Mao Mountain is just a cage to imprison them, but they think it is a harbor to protect themselves. Ningchen looked at their astonished eyes and finally expressed the ridicule in his heart with a few smiles. His black eyes calmly scanned their faces, and they were all stunned, puzzled, and confused. "Gu Ningchen, what do you mean? Don't you care about the friendship between you and your classmates?" The old man's voice suddenly dropped. He paused for a few breaths, focusing on the word Gu, and his eyes revealed a look of scrutiny. The people on the side had no choice but to keep silent when they heard this, for fear that the angry schoolmaster would be angry with him. "The boss of the Xuetang family is serious. I care about our friendship with them. But the boss of the Xuetang family must also know about my family background. My family is really extremely poor, with only 4 walls, and because of this, I need to obtain the yuan stone. But how can I, a small first-level Gu master, obtain the yuan stone?" Fortunately, There is no unstoppable path, and my chess skills are quite superb. So I suddenly thought of winning you Aunt Stone by setting up a chess game. Why not have fun? My good friends and I can obtain some new Aunt Stones through chess games. Isn't that too much? Ha 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 ha. Faced with the scrutiny of the school elders, Ningchen not only remained calm but also walked around the school. He was talking so eloquently and so clearly that the schoolmaster didn't know how to refute this. What he said seems to be correct. Isn't Ningchen's family well off? Why didn't I know? Listen to him. Is it possible that his parents are dead? A boy is just a boy after all, and his mind was easily shaken by Ningchen's few words. The anger and confusion in my heart were dispersed by Ningchen for a while, making it difficult to condense again. This kid ... There's really nothing wrong with what he said. No. I was almost bypassed by him. His family background is not good. Could it be that the other students' families are no better off? The school elder didn't know how to scold Ningchen for a while. After a moment of silence, he discovered the loophole in Ningchen's words. In that case, Ningchen, why do you want to seize other students' Aunt Stones? The other students' family backgrounds are not much better than yours. But, I have never forced them to bet. Faced with the scolding from the school elder, Ningchen smiled secretly in his heart and revealed the most critical factor. The school elder was originally confused by Ningchen's long speech. He thought he had discovered a loophole in Ningchen's logic. Unexpectedly, Ningchen revealed the most critical factor. When the schoolmaster heard this, he became completely silent and put his hands on the table, making people wonder what he was thinking. Ningchen smiled even more happily when he saw this, and turned to look at the students who were watching. His calm black eyes swept over them quietly, and they lowered their heads shyly. Yes, no matter whether Ningchen won their Aunt Stone or not. By what means? These are not the key points. The real key is that they took the initiative to bet. Since they have made a bet, they must be prepared to lose. What is gambling? It's called gambling if you win or lose. Reality is not a child's fairy tale. How can everything be fulfilled? Ningchen saw that the atmosphere was almost perfect, and he couldn't help but feel unhappy. Why aren't you talking anymore? Is there any problem with what I said? The students were even more silent after hearing this. After all, there was indeed nothing wrong with what Ningchen said. But they are at their most high-spirited age. How can they tolerate a peer speaking nonsense in front of them? They can't swallow this breath. And what Ningchen did was to guide this tone out. Shut up. You're a mercenary guy. You don't care about the feelings of our family at all. I don't know who made the first move and stood up first, with an excited face and saliva flying from his mouth. This stop seemed like a fuse was lit. The other teenagers were also excited for a moment and stood up one after another to yell at Ningchen. That's right. Why do you take our Aunt Stone? Our Yuan Shai was given to us by our parents. How could we give it to a heartless and unjust person like you? People like you without parental education will never understand. The outrageous insults spewed out of their mouths incessantly, even rising to the level of personal attacks and even parents. Ningchen saw dozens of young people getting excited and yelling at him, and was a little panicked for a moment. The calmness in the black eyes disappeared, and a trace of panic quietly emerged. His lips and cheeks were a little white, and if you looked closely, you could see that his body was even trembling slightly. Oh, I was probably wrong. I will no longer set up this gambling game from now on. I hope you can forgive me for my past mistakes. Ningchen's legs softened and he took a step back. This step seemed to have drained away all his calmness and courage. When he spoke again, he was no longer as calm as before. He was completely different from the person who was talking calmly just now. That's pretty much it. Forgive you? It depends on our mood. It's okay. If you know your mistakes, you can improve a lot. Facing Ningchen's miserable appearance, although everyone showed different postures and attitudes, they were extremely happy in their hearts. Seeing this, the schoolmaster also smiled slightly. Although the smile was very shallow, there was still a hint of ridicule. Ningchen, You have little experience after all. This is the power of the family. Among the crowd, there has always been a woman with an exquisite face, but she is incompatible with the others. Naturally, it is Heo. There is a hint of admiration on her delicate face from beginning to end. Ningchen, what exactly are you thinking? Lips and teeth collided, talking endlessly. After experiencing this lecture, the school elder always had a hint of smile on his face. During the lecture, he would even laugh in the middle of the lecture. The happy atmosphere is contagious. Whenever the teachers in the school burst into laughter, all the students could not help but laugh out loud. Are they really happy? Strictly speaking, yes and number. No. What the school elders said was just cliché and not interesting at all. Yes, whether it is the school elders or the students, their smiles all have a common source, and that is the lost Ningchen. Ningchen, what's wrong with you? Heo looked at Ningchen beside him worriedly, with a hint of worry in his beautiful eyes. At this time, Ningchen was lying on the table in despair, as if he had lost all his energy and spirit. He buried his face in the embrace of his arms and wrists, not wanting to face the cynicism of the outside world. This appearance is really different from the calm and collected appearance before. A hint of heartache flashed through Heo's beautiful eyes. She wanted to comfort Ningchen at this moment, but she was afraid that he would go too far, so she didn't know what to do for a moment. If she could see Ningchen's face at this moment, she would be so shocked that she couldn't help herself. No, it's not just her, but everyone here. Whoever sees Ningchen's expression at this moment will definitely be shocked. Ningchen's eyes were closed tightly, his face was calm and composed, and he didn't look like a lost soul at all. His spiritual consciousness has already penetrated the Conqiao, and he is still doing the familiar and boring task of warming up the Conqiao day after day. The pale green sea of a true essence continuously slapped on the water film of the air hole, causing waves of surges. Click. In an instant, there was a crisp sound that could only be heard by Ningchen. It was the sound of the water film cracking. Upon closer inspection, it turns out that there is another crack on the water film. This crack is very small, almost as long as a person's little finger. It seems we are one step closer to reaching a higher level. Hey, it's really not easy to deceive them. It took a lot of effort to squeeze out a few tears. Ningchen sighed in his heart and said to himself, it turned out that everything just now was just a disguise. In order to make the last big sum before the year-end assessment, it's really not an easy task. This can only be regarded as luring them into the game. There are still many steps to take. Fortunately, everything is as I expected. Without the gambling these days, I have a lot more free time. I have more time to warm up my IQ points. I hope to reach the second level before graduation. Ningchen calculated step by step and chuckled a few times in his heart. He didn't know whether it was his expectations for the future or a mockery of them. When school is over later, I have to put on a disguise. There can't be any flaws. The sky is burning, the clouds are burning. Ha ha ha. Look at that boy Ningchen who hasn't recovered yet. Ha 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 ha, I think he deserves it. Don't say that. Let's go and tease him. Several young men who had been beaten up by Ningchen before saw Ningchen walking out of the school gate alone, and for a moment they just felt happy. When they came to Ningchen to ask for the Yuan stone, they were beaten severely in this courtyard. Even now, the place where they were beaten still hurts. Now, Ningchen no longer has the brilliance of the past. He is alone. His strides are sometimes heavy and sometimes shallow. Looking from a distance, he just feels absent-minded. Hey, isn't this our great chess master? TSK, 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 why are you so down and out now? Weren't you quite capable before? Why are you like this now? Several people quickly followed Ningchen and taunted him in unison at Ningchen's back. After the taunting, they all suddenly burst into sharp jeers. It was so unpleasant and harsh. When Ningchen heard this, he suddenly stopped where he was without saying a word. When a few people were still wondering why Ningchen stopped suddenly, a figure flew out upside down. Boom! Ningchen turned back to kill several people like a ghost. and punched the person at the front in the face. He punched out with all his strength without any reservation. Poof! The man's figure flew out upside down, rolling on the ground like a puppet with its strings cut off, with a bright red blood trail flowing out. This punch was too fast. Ningchen's attack was so fast that they had no time to react. The second person was still surprised by the first person flying backwards, and he himself was kicked away by Ningchen. His body flew out like the first person, but in a different direction. Ho. Ningchen quickly came to the third person and strangled his throat with one hand. When the person reacted, he was already having difficulty breathing. The man's complexion turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye, and he made a disgusting sound from his mouth, and even some saliva kept flying out of his mouth. The man's eyes were a little dazed, but he could still clearly see Ningchen's expression at this moment. Still so calm, still so indifferent, he is still the same Ningchen. When he saw Ningchen's expression, a strong sense of regret suddenly surged into his heart. I really shouldn't have come. These were the last words the man said before he fell into coma. Ningchen's expression was extremely calm and he did not make any waves. In an instant, his thigh suddenly lifted up, and a fierce knee hit his abdomen, which made his heart tremble. Vomit. Ningchen's blow was so fierce that he was actually vomited directly from the blow. The sticky acid kept pouring out of his mouth, and Ningchen had already thrown him aside. Ningchen quietly glanced at the three people who had fainted, and couldn't help but sneer in his heart. What a group of brainless idiots. Even if I'm distracted, unable to obtain yuan shai, and my face is damaged, this does not affect my strength at all. You are so naive that you want to seek revenge on me. Ridiculous. Ningchen turned around and left, not caring about what would happen to the three of them staying here. When he returned home, Ningchen was not in a hurry to eat, because he had something to discuss with Ningchen, so he sat quietly at the main seat at the dining table, quietly waiting for the familiar footsteps. Time passed quickly between one breath and another. Ting ting ting. This familiar footsteps, it seems to be Ningchen. Ningchen closed his eyes, but his extraordinary hearing can still hear the footsteps of Ningchen. Brother, I'm back. I have something to ask you. As soon as Ningchen stepped into the house, he took the initiative to talk to Ningchen without waiting for Ningchen to speak. After washing up, Ningchen hurriedly sat on the second seat at the dining table, looking at Ningchen with a puzzled look. Qichen, you step aside first. Yes, young master. Ningchen's anxious look fell into Ningchen's eyes. Ningchen chuckled, and the next thing he talked about was not what Qichen could hear. Brother, I heard that you were very embarrassed at school. What happened? It's very simple. Just lie to them. Why did you lie to them? Do you have any reason? Don't worry, the next is my reason. Ningchen took a sip of tea and smiled faintly at Ningchen beside him. Ningchen, let me ask you first, do you think I am someone who will be easily shaken by other people's words? Based on your understanding of me? Well, I don't know much about this matter, but I don't think you are the kind of person who will be happy or sad because of other people's comments. Ningchen pondered for a moment, and still said what he thought in his heart, and what he thought was indeed not bad. Ningchen looked at Ningchen with interest, and his answer was indeed good. That's right, Ningchen, I will never be happy or sad because of his comments on me, but I am not a person who asks for scolding. I naturally have my reasons for doing this. Ningchen, you don't need to care about the reason, you just need to cooperate with me. Hearing this, Ningchen had to dispel his doubts. After all, he was very concerned about Ningchen. Chen, his elder brother, trusted him almost unconditionally. Okay, I'll listen to you, but I still want to ask, how many yuan shai do we have in our family now, including the inheritance from our parents? Ningchen just chuckled when he heard that, and just stretched out a finger quietly without saying a word. 10. Ningchen's tone was in a panic that he couldn't suppress, and even had a faint tremor. But Ningchen chuckled and shook his head. 100? This time he didn't seem so surprised. 100 yuan shai was within Ningchen's expectations. 1,000 yuan shai, Our family's property is 1,000 yuan shy. How much? Ning Chen smiled faintly, making Ning Quan even more unpredictable, and the number he said almost stunned Ning Quan. No, brother, did I hear it right? 1,000 yuan shy. You heard it right. We do have 1,000 yuan shy in our house. After Ning Quan confirmed with Ning Chen, he closed his eyes, let out a long sigh, and calmed down his excitement. Ha brother, how did you get so many yuan shy? Nothing, just a little trick, and next, you just need to do as I say. I guarantee that our assets will double. Ning Chen's smile still made Ning Quan unpredictable, but this smile fell into Ning Quan's eyes, but only trust was left. Okay, what do I need to do? You just need to pretend to be hostile to me during this period of time, whether it is slandering me, scolding me, or anything else. Just tell outsiders the news that we two brothers are at odds with each other. Oh, I see. The two people's eyes met in the air. Together, one side was extremely calm, the other side was full of confidence. They actually picked up the teacup at the same time and drank the tea in the cup clean, looked at each other without saying a word, and suddenly smiled. Bang bang pa! Arsehole! The cold and fierce shouting frightened the servants in the servant dormitory nearby into silence. Whose voice is this? It sounds like the voice of young Master Ning Chen. Young Master, what's wrong with him? Several servants lowered their voices and discussed quietly, and their voices trembled unconsciously. Pa! A few crisp sounds of porcelain breaking, although they didn't know how to break, but it seemed to break in the hearts of the servants, which made them even more frightened. There was another dead silence, and a figure slowly walked out of the door. Looking from a distance, it added a bit of loneliness. Who is that? It seems to be young Master Ning Chen. Why did young Master Ning Chen go out in the middle of the night? The heavy footsteps were very clear in the slightly silent mansion, and naturally fell into the ears of the servants. The servants saw the man clearly in the moonlight. It was indeed Ning Chen. His footsteps gradually went farther and farther, and gradually disappeared at the end of the street. Ning Chen walked alone on the street. His footsteps were sometimes light and sometimes heavy, and his figure was swaying. A gust of night wind blew, blowing his black hair and making his black shirt flutter. But he was no longer as calm as before, but a little downcast. His figure was like catkins in the wind and duckweed in the rain. Accompanied by the night wind, it actually floated to the side of the wine shop in the mountain village. Ning Chen's steps stopped at some point and looked at the wine shop next to him. Even though it was late at night, the wine shop was still crowded with people, all of whom were extremely happy. In an instant, Ning Chen smiled bitterly and squeezed into the wine shop with the crowd. Entering the wine shop, Ning Chen suddenly realized that although there were crowds of people in the lobby, most of them were squeezed on one table, and there were actually quite a few empty tables. Waiter, I want a jar of green bamboo wine and some snacks. Okay, sir, please wait a moment. After Ning Chen casually reported the dishes to the waiter, he found an empty table and waited for the dishes to be served. Sitting quietly at the table, his eyes were a little dull, revealing an inexplicable melancholy. Compared to Ning Chen's loneliness, other tables seemed lively. Several people sat together, drinking and chatting, so happy, flushed, drunk. Apart from the happiness, there was warmth. Ning Chen stared blankly, with mixed feelings in his heart for a while, as if a stone was pressing on his heart, pressing him to breathe. Sir, the dishes you ordered are here, enjoy them slowly. The waiter supported the dish with one hand, passed through the layers of people, and delivered it to Ning Chen, and then went to receive other guests again. Ning Chen did not talk to the attentive waiter, or rather, he did not notice that the waiter had served the dishes. After a long time, he realized that his dishes had been served, and he poured himself a glass of green bamboo wine. As soon as he opened the lid, the clear aroma of the wine entered his nose, and it also had the freshness of bamboo. He took a sip, and the sweetness flowed into his throat, and the spiciness rose to his mind. The careful tasting was even more memorable. It's really good wine. Ning Chen sighed in his heart and continued to drink, but he only felt bitter and boring. Even so, he still drank the wine by himself, His eyes unconsciously took a few turbidities, and he picked up the dishes and put them into his mouth, but he only felt that they were tasteless. Green bamboo wine is a famous wine in Guiyu village, but why do I feel that there is no taste at all? Ningchen looked at the dishes in front of him absent-mindedly, but his vision became more and more blurred, as if covered by an opaque membrane. Ningchen, stop drinking. A sudden female voice made Ningchen a little dazed, like a greeting, but also like a reprimand. Ningchen raised his head leisurely, looked directly at the visitor, and slowly spoke. "Hey oh, you are finally here." There was a hint of certainty in his tone, which made Bai Hao feel a little surprised. "Ningchen, you are drinking here alone, are you waiting for me?" Hao walked over and sat next to Ningchen. She was still a little unbelievable. "Yes, I am waiting for you. Let's get back to the point. I urgently need your help now." "You need my help?" Hao looked at Ningchen with a burning gaze in front of her, and was caught off guard for a moment. Drinking and drinking, rare delicacies. Ningchen leisurely picked up the wine glass, took a sip, and talked leisurely. "Hey-oh, let me tell you why. You also saw my appearance yesterday, how embarrassed I was, but that was just a disguise, or a means to achieve my goal. Besides, hey-oh, ask yourself, based on your understanding of me, don't you have the slightest doubt about me?" Ningchen was talking leisurely, and neither his tone nor his face was half drunk. "Oh, I felt something was wrong with you that day." "So that's the reason." Hao gently stroked his chin, and there was some understanding in his beautiful eyes. "So I really need your help." Ningchen's dark eyes were blazing, which made her feel a little shy. This. Please, Hao." Ningchen saw that Hao was still a little hesitant, and there was a touch of gentleness in his mouth. His palm gradually moved to Hao's side, and with a gentle squeeze, he wrapped her entire palm. This kind of intimate behavior was still a bit too intimate for King Hao, so much so that her face was stained with a few seductive blushes. The girl's blush was truly the most beautiful thing in the world. "Good." A broken bar. The voice was as thin as a mosquito, but Ningchen heard it clearly, and the corners of his lips gently curved into a smile with unknown meaning. Everything went smoothly, just had to wait. The next morning, Ningchen slowly walked out of the house. Upon closer inspection, his face showed a hint of melancholy, and he was no longer as calm as before. Before he knew it, he walked to the school. Ningchen walked slowly into the school and stretched out his hand to push the door of the classroom. "Hey, are you really telling the truth?" "Of course it's true. Yesterday I saw that boy Ningchen drinking in the tavern. I'll listen to whatever happens." "You don't know?" It was Ningchen who had a big fight with his brother, plus the blow in the school yesterday. Under the double blow, he went to the tavern last night and drank too much. The discussion was so loud that Ningchen could hear it clearly even with the door open. When ordinary people hear someone talking about them behind their back, they will either become extremely angry or feel ashamed. But how could Ningchen be an ordinary person? Hearing this, he smiled abnormally. "It seems it spread faster than I thought." "But this is indeed normal. Bad things spread thousands of miles." "Open the door and step in." As soon as Ningchen stepped into the classroom, he immediately hid the joy in his heart and showed his sadness to everyone. Look, it seems like what Hao said is true." His expression is so melancholy. "It seems that they are inseparable." "You really deserve it. Ha 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 ha." "The way of heaven is reincarnation. Who will be spared by heaven?" I guess Ningchen didn't expect that he would be where he is today. Ningchen walked slowly to his seat. They saw that after Ningchen entered the classroom, he did not stop the discussion, but only lowered the volume. But the sound of their discussion still fell in Ningchen's ears very clearly. After all, how could his hearing be comparable to that of ordinary people? Walking to his seat, Ningchen sat down, as if he was paralyzed on the table and chair. He was lying on the table with his hands wrapped around him, and his spine seemed to have been taken away. Hao looked at Ningchen's appearance quietly from the side, feeling a little amazed in his heart. "If Ningchen hadn't explained it clearly to me last night, I might have been kept in the dark like them." Ningchen's acting looks too similar. Hao was amazed in her heart. If she hadn't understood the reason for Ningchen's appearance yesterday, she would have been deceived. Last night, the conversation between Heo and Ningchen was hidden in the noisy noise. Heo, come to school early tomorrow and start talking about telling about you? Yes, I have to tell them about the big quarrel between me and my brother. Then, no matter what means, do everything possible to belittle me and make my status in the eyes of my classmates lower and lower, the lower the better. Yeah. I understand. Heo, you did a good job. A slight sound of approval also pulled Heo out of his mind. Ningchen turned his head and stared at Heo with his black eyes, feeling vaguely satisfied. Haha, it's okay. Just help your classmates. Facing Ningchen's praise, Heo didn't know how to respond. Instead, he seemed to stutter a little. Ta. The schoolmaster walked into the classroom slowly, glanced at the students casually, and after confirming that the number of students was correct, he was ready to give a lecture. Although he only glanced at it, he still paused for a moment at the downcast figure lying on the table. Isn't this boy Ningchen really depressed? His fighting talent shouldn't be buried like this. How about I go and console him? Forget it, it's all his own fault that he's in the situation he's in today. He can't blame anyone else. This way he can grow up. From the beginning to the end, the Xuetang family just regarded Ningchen as a young man with an eccentric personality. Regarding his fighting talents, the Xuetang family always praised him unabashedly. If it really fails because of this, it will be a loss to the family. Today we are going to talk about the investigation and counter-investigation skills for performing missions outside. The elder of the academy cleared his throat and stopped paying attention to Ningchen in the corner. The class officially began. This was exactly what Ningchen wanted. Ningchen's mind had already sunk into the empty cavity. It was day after day to nourish the empty cavity, which was boring and tedious. After Ningchen came to the academy, his day-to-day work was to nourish the empty cavity. Because of this, he spent much more time practicing than other students. As long as he wanted, he could catch up with King Shu or even surpass King Shu in the progress of practice. But this would undoubtedly catch the eye of the head of the Gu clan, which was not conducive to Ningchen's development. He had to control the time of practice, not too fast or too slow. The afterglow of the setting sun burned the horizon. Ningchen opened his eyes and turned his head to look out the window. The setting sun in the sky was slowly retreating behind the huge mountain. This time also means that the school is about to end. The class will end soon, but I would like to remind the students. In a few months, it will be autumn this year, which means that you have been practicing in the school for a year. At that time, the school will conduct an end-of-year assessment to measure everyone's comprehensive performance, including strength, character, etc. The end-of-year assessment is very important. I hope that the students will take it seriously and practice well to cope with this end-of-year assessment. The school elder saw that it was not too late, so he slowly told this heavyweight news. Ningchen in the back row heard this and fell into deep thought for a while. Okay, that's it. Get out of class is over, the school elder said and turned to leave. However, before the school elder left the classroom, the other students could not suppress their restless hearts. It's so fast, it's almost a year, and it's time for the year-end assessment. Yes, I heard from my parents that the results of the year-end assessment will affect your career after graduation. It seems that it is indeed very important. I have to practice hard. I really have to work harder and can't slack off in my practice. The other students discussed the topic of the year-end assessment, but most of them heard the news from their parents. After all, their parents are also Gu masters and have experienced the school's year-end assessment. It's so fast. So it's really summer soon. I entered school last fall, and it's really time for the year-end assessment. The year-end assessment is mainly based on the comprehensive qualities such as strength and character shown. Each team is assigned to each team, and each team is led by a second-level Gu master. Although you can get yuan shai by completing tasks with the team, you still have to share it with the rest of the team. And most of the time you have to go on tasks, so you have little time to practice. It's not good for my strength growth. It's better for me to be alone. Well, I can only take it one step at a time and see what positions are available for me to choose. Ningchen's black eyes flashed a few thoughts. He didn't feel much about this year-end assessment. His black eyes swept over King Shu, Moyan, and Chishan. Seeing that the three of them were all lost in thought, he couldn't help but smile. It seems that they should consider this year-end assessment again. Ningchen was right. Now most of their thoughts are indeed sinking into their hearts, thinking about how this year-end assessment will be. In fact, it's not just the three of them. Most people have this idea. Getting a good ranking in the year-end assessment will not only gain a good reputation, but also be one step ahead in choosing a career. Why not? Hey-oh, don't forget. Yeah. Ningchen glanced at Hey-oh lightly, and Hey-oh naturally heard Ningchen's subtle mumbling. Ningchen stood up and quickly adjusted his mood. His face was once again filled with a faint melancholy. He left his seat and walked slowly towards the door. At this time, the other students were thinking or discussing the year-end assessment. Ningchen was a little unique and walked out of his seat first, which caught everyone's attention. But he was ridiculed. Why did Ningchen leave so quickly? Isn't he worried about the year-end assessment? Ha ha, how can he still think about the year-end assessment now? That's right. Ha ha ha. Their sharp laughter did not take Ningchen's feelings into consideration at all. Every word he said fell into Ningchen's mind. It was like a sharp steel knife that cut open Ningchen's skin and pierced his heart. A bloody mess. Hearing this, Ningchen's walking figure became a little stiff, and he lowered his head slightly, using his black hair as a curtain to block his sight and his expression. Ningchen, don't go, you still have things to do. What would you do at this time in the past? How you stood up and immediately attracted the attention of everyone present, with a few traces of mocking smiles on his face. I don't know. Don't play dumb, come and play 2 games of chess with me, the great chess master. Hearing this, Ningchen lowered his head even lower, and didn't even dare to look directly at Hao Yu. But how could Hao Yu let him go? The aggressive words, especially the 3 words great chess master, the mockery was beyond words. Hao Yu took out a chessboard from somewhere, put it on the table, and smiled. The smile was unpredictable. Yes, Ningchen didn't know before. Do you often play chess at this time to squeeze Yuan Shai from us? Now he doesn't play anymore, but Hao drags him to play. It's really a matter of fate. Come on, let's see who will win. We won't gamble this time. Okay. Ningchen, why don't you come up quickly? Ningchen was silent for a moment, and finally walked in front of Hao and sat opposite him. I admit it, great chess master. Yes. Hao laughed even more happily when he saw Ningchen continue. On the contrary, Ningchen was much quieter. Ningchen still played with black pieces first, and Hao played with white pieces, just like before. Ningchen dropped a piece, and Hao quickly followed, chasing and attacking, suppressing and killing, not giving Ningchen a chance to breathe. And Ningchen's chess moves were also strange. No matter how Hao killed and suppressed, he just ran away blindly, just hiding, not wanting to resist at all. Soon, the whole chess game showed some advantages and disadvantages, and you don't even need to look closely, just a rough glance can tell. What kind of bad chess is this played by Ningchen? Ningchen's move is really bad, full of flaws. He will definitely lose this time. Hey, why is our great chess master not good? Ha ha ha. Hao laughed unscrupulously, and Ningchen kept silent and just pursed his lips quietly. One piece after another, the black pieces ran and escaped, the white pieces suppressed and killed, killing the black pieces into a mess. Looking at the chessboard, most of them are firmly occupied by white pieces. Even an outsider can tell who is strong and who is weak. Ningchen reached out and picked up a black piece, gently groped for the black piece, and didn't know where to put it for a while. I give up. Ha 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 ha. Ningchen loosened his grip, and the black piece fell to the ground, and also fell to the bottom of the valley, and Ningchen's chess heart fell to the bottom of the valley with it. Hao was completely different, laughing unscrupulously, laughing very happily, and even laughing to tears. The laughter seemed to be contagious, and gradually, the onlookers on the side also gradually laughed out loud. Heo laughed at Ningchen, and they also laughed at Ningchen. These laughters had different tones, but they fell into Ningchen's ears, and they became a uniform mockery. Ningchen stood up tremblingly, pushed away the crowd, and walked out step by step. He wanted to leave the school, and the others did not stop Ningchen when they saw this, and let Ningchen leave. After all, they wanted to see Ningchen's embarrassed posture. Heo, well done. Ningchen is not okay. He has suffered multiple blows, his character is not good, and his chess skills are not good either. In the future, we will win back the Yuanshai he won from us bit by bit. Everyone cheered. Ningchen used to drink their blood and eat their flesh with his chess skills and martial arts. Now, Ningchen's character is seriously injured, and his chess skills are even worse. They naturally want to tear off the Yuanshai they lost from Ningchen bit by bit. Heo was among the students, and his face was no different from other students. He was also cheering and happy, and his face was red with joy. But what he thought in his heart was completely different. He was amazed at Ningchen's flawless acting skills, and even felt a slight chill all over his body. No matter who it was, they couldn't tell that this was Ningchen's acting, right? The setting sun is invisible, the sky is covered with darkness. Ningchen walked out of the school, and the expression on his face instantly returned to its previous calmness. There was no trace of the frustrated look he had just now. I turned to look at the horizon. The setting sun was like blood, burning away the clouds on the horizon, revealing a bit of sunset. What a wonderful sight! Ningchen's figure gradually moved away from the school, and his pace gradually slowed down, as if he was waiting for someone. Walking quietly on the somewhat crowded streets with your hands behind your back, it was already dusk at this time, the time when Ningchen and other students were out of school, and it was also the peak time for the crowds in the village. The farmer carried a hoe on his back, which even had a few pieces of soil on it, and walked along the street humming a peasant tune. Masters are dressed in military uniforms, either sweat, mud, or blood. The children shuttled among the crowd with their petite bodies, like butterflies among the flowers. Ningchen walked slowly among them, his face still as calm as water, but the person he was waiting for hadn't arrived yet, but it didn't affect his mood. Ningchen, wait for me. A sweet female voice came vaguely from behind. This voice was very familiar to Ningchen. He turned his head and said, Heo was trotting over, but the crowded streets still blocked her progress. Upon seeing this, Ningchen also took the initiative to walk towards Heo, squeezing through the layers of people coming and going. Ningchen, you left too fast. I left the school and kept running until I caught up with you. Heo's breathing was a little rapid, his face was a little rosy, and his standing figure was even a little shaky. Ningchen smiled slightly when he saw this, supported the weak Heo, and whispered softly, Sorry, I didn't think carefully. Heo felt Ningchen's intimate movements, and her face turned red with embarrassment. At this time, Heo unconsciously leaned on Ningchen's chest. Ningchen held Heo's shoulders with both hands. Heo would have never dared to think of such an intimate gesture before, but now he can be held in Ningchen's arms openly and openly. This was undoubtedly a heavy blow to her, and when Ningchen saw Heo's face turn red, he laughed. Thank you very much for today, but I will need you to cooperate with me in acting in the future. No. Nothing, just helping my classmates. That's all. Then I still hope Heo can help more. In the next few days, you just need to do it step by step. They won't dare to place bets for a while. You just need to do it step by step to lower their vigilance. Ningchen helped Heo up, and the two of them walked slowly on the crowded street, quite like a young couple. In that case, I'll leave first. Goodbye. Goodbye. Heo looked at Ningchen's retreating back with some disappointment. His beautiful eyes were filled with ecstasy. Ningchen slowly left, his expression no longer the gentle and considerate one before, replaced by calmness. Daddy, hurry up and chase me. Run slower, Daddy won't be able to keep up. A petite figure shuttled among the crowd, giggling from time to time. The laughter was full of childlike innocence. Behind him is a smiling middle-aged man with a sallow complexion and ordinary clothes. He is a very ordinary farmer. Ouch! The girl seemed to have bumped into something, and the candied horse in her hand also fell to the ground, stained with a few pieces of soil. The girl looked up and met Ningchen's extremely deep black eyes. "Oh, sorry, it was my baby girl who bumped into you. Are you okay?" When the middle-aged man saw his daughter bump into Ningchen, he hurriedly squeezed through the crowd and came to Ningchen's side. He quickly apologized and said it was not the case. After all, this young man did not look like a kind-hearted master. After hearing this, Ningchen slowly raised his head, looked directly at the middle-aged man in front of him, and said calmly, "So, she is your daughter?" "Yes, she is my daughter." Ningchen suddenly smiled, and this smile also made the heart in his chest suddenly relax. Snap! There was a crisp sound of flesh touching flesh. Even in a noisy street, this crisp sound was extremely harsh. This. In an instant, Ningchen slapped the girl's soft face with a crisp slap. How could that girl endure such a violent blow from Ningchen? She cried out in pain. The big man was also shocked by Ningchen's quick attack, and was furious for a moment. Pa! There was another crisp sound, and Ningchen's slap fell on the big man's face again. This time, the big man was completely angry. He turned his head, but it was as if a basin of cold water had been poured on him, which completely extinguished the fire in his heart, and instead gave him a bit of a bone-chilling chill. "Why, it's the father's fault that the son doesn't teach, and you have a problem with me. Don't you know you have to watch the road when you're walking?" A blue crescent moon mark lit up on Ningchen's palm, which was the moonlight Gu, and it was also the reason why the big man was afraid. The symbol of the Gu Master, the symbol of Gu's village Gu Master. How could he, a mortal, dare to resist? Yes, we were wrong. We must pay attention next time. Don't worry, next time you meet me, there will be no next time. The big man almost squeezed it out from between his teeth. You can imagine the anger in his heart, but on the surface he still squeezed out a smile to greet him. Ningchen talked quietly, not paying any attention to the anger in the big man's heart. After saying that, he left without staying for a moment, leaving them here. "Stop crying!" the big man roared, and his rude roar stopped the girl from crying. "Daddy, my candied horse." "Sorry, Dad shouldn't yell at you. I'll buy you another one later." After yelling, the big man realized that he shouldn't have been angry at the child, so he had to apologize softly. The big man led the sobbing girl away, but his heart ached slightly. A bunch of candied horse, half a piece of yuan stone. Ha, this month's work has been in vain. When Ningchen returned home, he was greeted by Ningchen's eager greetings. "How about it? Is the play we performed yesterday okay?" "Yeah, it's indeed good. Now it has spread throughout the school." Ningchen smiled faintly at Ningchen, with a hint of satisfaction in his smile. "Although I still don't understand why you want all the students in the academy to know, I just listened to you." Ningchen also laughed when he saw this, and then sat on the second seat at the dining table. "Brother, come and eat quickly." After dinner, Ningchen sat quietly by the window, with thousands of thoughts passing through his mind. That boy Ningchen seems to be serious. He didn't talk to me much during the whole dinner, so there's nothing wrong with him. And Yilinger, he cooks 2 portions of food separately. He's very smart. Hey, this game of chess really took a long time. However, it won't be long before the final outcome is decided. The white ones are like jade, the black ones are like ink. On the chessboard with regular lines, the white stones have become a dragon, constantly devouring the black stones and killing them. The defeat of the black stones has become obvious. Ningchen, aren't you going to admit defeat? You have no vitality in this game of chess, or in other words, you can't tell if there is any vitality. Heo played with a white stone in his hand, and there was a hint of undisguised teasing and play in his beautiful eyes. "I admit defeat." "If that's the case, then we won't be polite." At this time, the onlookers heard that Ningchen had given up, like a pack of hungry wolves, immediately swarmed up and divided the small pile of yuan into half. Then came Heo. Heo stretched out his hand and threw them into his pocket one by one. Not a single piece was left for Ning Chen. When Ning Chen saw them carving up his yuan stone wantonly, the resentment in his heart came to his mouth, but he spit out nothing. He was dissatisfied and dissatisfied, but it was all his own fault. No one present would pity Ning Chen at this moment. The result he had now was the reason why Ning Chen had wantonly squeezed the essence stones before. Ning Chen looked at the chessboard blankly. He still found it difficult to accept that he had lost to Heo so easily. The people on the side laughed and counted the yuan stones in their hands. They laughed very freely and wildly. Ning Chen remained silent and slowly walked out of the classroom, feeling that their laughter was extremely noisy. This time Ning Chen deliberately slowed down his pace. He still had to wait for Heo this time. "Ning Chen, here I come." Within half a moment, Heo caught up with Ning Chen, who was retreating. Hearing this, Ning Chen stopped and turned around, smiling softly. His smile was very gentle and soft, and there was still a bit of smile left in his eyebrows. "Heo, are you here? The end-of-year exam is coming soon. Didn't you want me to teach you how to use the moon blade? I didn't have time before, so I'll teach you today." Ning Chen took advantage of the situation and took Heo's hand, wrapped his big hand around hers, and walked forward together. "Good." A broken bar. Heo's face turned red with embarrassment, and he murmured something like a mosquito. She could clearly feel Ning Chen's warm palm, and for a moment she felt elated. Heo was pulled by Jing Chen and kept walking towards the outside of the village. Out of her trust in Ning Chen, she did not make any resistance. The two of them walked outside the village to a place far away from people, which was suitable for practicing the moon blade. Ning Chen slowly walked to the side, folded his arms and leaned against the tree. He glanced at a pine tree about 10 meters away and said lightly, "Come on, Heo. Let me see your moon blade skills." Heo closed his eyes, took a deep breath, opened his eyes, already feeling a little firmer, raising his arms. The crescent mark on his palm glowed brightly, ready to go. Swish! There was a clear sound of breaking through the sky, and a dark blue moon blade burst out, but its flight trajectory was somewhat deflected, and a sharp cut was made on the side of the tree trunk. The level is acceptable. The only drawback is that the real energy is consumed too much and the accuracy is poor. Ning Chen casually pointed out the problem with Heo's projection of the moon blade, and then straightened up and walked to Heo's side. "Watch it, Heo." Ning Chen raised his hand leisurely, and the crescent mark on his palm reflected a faint glow. No more, no less. The amount of real energy consumed was just right. Brush! It was the same sound as the sky was broken. The blue moon blade flew out and hit the trunk of the pine tree on the side without any bias, leaving a deep mark. "Oh, I probably understand. I'll try again." Heo's beautiful eyes flashed, and after observing Ning Chen's exquisite moon blade, she seemed to have some new understanding. Slowly raising his arm, the slender wrist did not waver at all, and a moon blade of medium color flew out. It was deeply carved into the tree trunk, but the mark left behind was dwarfed by the one left by Ning Chen just now. "Not bad. I've made a lot of progress." Strike while the iron is hot and get familiar with the feel. Heo's remarkable progress naturally earned Ning Chen's unstinting praise. After hearing Ning Chen's praise, Heo was elated and enjoyed it for a while. The azure moon blade is even more translucent in the faint glow of the moon, passing through the branches and leaves, and it also reflects Heo's face clearly. At this time, Heo's originally bright face showed a few seductive blushes, her pink lips were slightly opened, and her chaotic breath was constantly spitting out, which was extremely tempting. Ning Chen stood quietly aside, his dark eyes staring at Heo, who was practicing the moon blade. Seeing that she was extremely tired, he took the initiative to speak. "Heo, it's getting late. Go back. Let's get here first today." "Well, it's true. I'm a little tired." Heo panted heavily, her body trembling slightly, but there was a happy smile on her face. Ning Chen walked slowly towards Heo, and at some point a handkerchief appeared in his hand. In Heo's surprised eyes, Ningchen gently wiped her face with a handkerchief. His movements were very gentle and caring. "Don't move." There was a tone in Ningchen's gentle voice that could not be refuted, which also made Heo's rebellious mind sink. Heo didn't even dare to meet Ningchen's gentle eyes, so he could only look elsewhere. The already quiet mountain forest is now even quieter. The chirping of cicadas has disappeared, the chirping of birds has disappeared, and the only thing left is the breathing of boys and girls. "Okay, let's go quickly." Ningchen put away his handkerchief, smiled at Heo, and walked forward on his own. Heo did not say anything after hearing this, but followed Ningchen silently, and quietly held Ningchen's hand. Ningchen was not surprised, and his face remained the same. They walked back to the village together. "Okay, let's stop here. I'm leaving first. See you tomorrow." After entering the village, Ningchen walked about 100 steps and prepared to part with Heo. Ningchen smiled and touched Heo's head, then turned and left, leaving Heo alone in a daze. Heo stared at Ningchen in a daze, unable to look back for a long time. When she came to her senses, Ningchen's chuckle seemed to be engraved in her heart, and she could not forget it at all. Suddenly, Heo's eyes condensed, as if he had made some important decision in his heart, and he trotted to catch up with Ningchen. "Ningchen, wait for me." Ningchen turned his head and saw Heo handing over a heavy bag. "What is this?" "This is the yuanxia I won today. I thought about it for a long time, and finally decided to give it to you. After all, this is your plan." Heo smiled, "As beautiful as a flower, this should stay with you." "How can I accept a girl's things?" "Ningchen, accept it." Ningchen's face was a little tangled, but he met Heo's firm gaze and couldn't say anything. "Okay, I'll accept it." "Heo, I will definitely compensate you in the future." "No, I don't need your compensation." Heo's eyes became more and more determined, and even a little dissatisfied. Ningchen's answer still didn't satisfy her. "Okay, I'll accept it, and I won't compensate you." "Well, speak it counts." "Yes." After hearing Ningchen's answer, Hao Yu finally had a satisfied smile on her face. She walked away with a smile, and her inner joy could even be seen in her steps. Ningchen held the bag in his hand and looked at Hao Yu's slender back calmly. The corners of his mouth unconsciously hooked a clear smile, but it was not gentle or soft as before, but full of teasing. "I have played with you for a day, and this bag of yuanxia is just the right reward." Ningchen sneered in his heart, but he was also very happy. Just think about it. A generation of evil demons actually came to guide the girl's moonblade. How could he not have some ulterior motives? The sun is high in the sky is clear and the air is clear. Among the caravans, under the green dome tent is a wine tent following the caravan. "Sir, your wine is here." "Good work." Ningchen smiled slightly at the attentive waiter and picked up the wine bottle. A wave of coldness flowed down his fingertips to his internal organs, driving away all the restlessness. In the wine bottle, there is ice blue wine, with a few green wild fruits floating on the surface. As for the coldness, part of it comes from the ice cubes at the bottom of the cup. The thin lips opened slightly, and the cold wine flowed into the throat, and the wild fruits added to the richness of the taste. Tasting it carefully, apart from the coldness and sweetness, there is still some mellowness of the wine. He raised his eyebrows slightly, raised his head and drank it down. Summer is the season for drinking iced drinks. Ningchen exhaled a breath of cold air, and the heat in his body was cleared away by this glass of ice-cold wine. "Well, the caravan will leave in 10 days, and I still haven't found any information about the wine bug. It seems that I can only leave it at this." His black eyes looked at the tall Sanxing cave treehouse in the center. His heart was filled with insight and calmness, and he had no regrets about not finding the wine bug. After all, it was good luck to encounter the bronze relic and successfully win it. Ningchen did not expect to win the first-level wine worm and the first-level bronze relic. It was enough to win both. He stood up leisurely and walked out of the wine tent slowly. His whole body was bathed in the sunshine, and there was even a smell of scorched earth in the air. Having said that, tonight I should be able to break through the intermediate level 1, reach the high level 1, and even reach the peak. Ningchen raised his head and looked up at the scorching sun, and gave a faint smile. After returning home, Ningchen immediately got into his room, closed the door, and immersed himself in practice. His consciousness sank into the void, and the water film wall, after being washed away countless times by condensed dust, was already full of cracks, and he only needed a final kick to break through. Ningchen let out a long sigh in his heart, and then mobilized the 50% height of the green sea of A8 true energy to turn into a wave and hit the water film on the side. Every time the wave of the true essence sea hits the water film, it will drop a few points in height. Although it is subtle, it is indeed falling. The waves hit the water film, causing waves of vibrations. The agitation on the water film became more and more intense, and there were more and more cracks. However, the water film was unexpectedly tough, and even though it was full of cracks, it did not break. At the same time, the sea of A8 true essence in the void was declining at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ningchen took a deep breath and penetrated the void with his spiritual consciousness again. Only 20% of his true energy was left, but it was enough. The real energy stirred up and hit the water film on the side with a huge force. The effect was extremely obvious, and the speed of descent was also much faster. Bankaka, the last wave of true energy, became the straw that broke the camel's back. It slammed into the water film and completely shattered it. A trace of dark green essence, which is deeper than the dark green, is generated at the bottom of the hole, and the surrounding water film is replaced by a stronger stone film. A high-level transfer. However, this was not over yet. Ningchen casually took out a jade ball-like worm. It is just a turn of the bronze relic that can unconditionally break through a small realm. After using it, Ningchen's hollow cracked again, the stone film shattered, and a trace of the deepest dark green essence was produced at the bottom, and a harder crystal film also replaced the stone film on the side. Break through again and reach the peak. In one day, he broke through 2 small realms in a row. Among the students in the same class as Ningchen, Ningchen is now undoubtedly the highest cultivation level. TSK, TSK, TSK. Just now it was an intermediate level, but in a few hours, it will be a peak level. By the time of the year-end assessment, I'm 70% sure of reaching the second level. Ningchen opened his eyes leisurely, with a rather deep smile in his eyes. Speaking of which, I'm a little hungry, so let's stop practicing here and go get some lunch first. He stood up, walked slowly out of the bedroom, opened the door, and saw a meal placed in front of the door. Ningchen just smiled softly when he saw the situation. At the same time, in the attic of Patriarch Gu, Brother Gu, the dark gold Gu and the pure jade Gu are really rare. Our merchants have never seen them in so many years. Jia Gui took a sip of wine and vomited his bitterness to Gubo in front of him. When Gubo heard this, his eyebrows wrinkled together inadvertently. Pure jade Gu and muddy gold Gu are gus that can change fate against the will of heaven. They can forcibly improve qualifications and their effects are amazing, but they are too rare. Okay. Forget it if you can't find it. Gubo was not too disappointed. After all, this kind of Gu insect was very rare. It seems that our Guiyu village will be trampled under the feet of the Bai family village. In the next few years, Gubo sighed in his heart. After all, Bai Ningbing's 90% first-class talent was so amazing that King Shu's second-class 70% talent was almost reduced to a joke. Hey, Brother Gubo. Don't worry. Although I didn't find the uncut jade Gu and the dark gold Gu, I did find a wine worm. Jia Gui slowly opened his palm, with a slight smile on his lips. A fat, white lava lay smoothly in the center of his palm. As a drunkard, although it is not as good as the muddy gold Gu and the pure jade Gu that can improve your qualifications, I still want to thank Brother Jia Gui. Ha ha ha. Gubo took the wine bug from Jia Gui's hand, looked at it for a moment and then laughed a few times, laughing very happily. Ha ha ha. Come on, drink. 2 high-ranking rank 4 Gu masters were drinking and chatting happily at this moment, completely lacking the majesty of a rank 4 Gu master. Gyubo put his hands behind his back and walked quietly towards King Shu's bamboo building. His face was calm, but there was a faint sense of calmness and self-power. "Hello, Mr. Patriarch." "Good evening, Patriarch." "Good evening." Walking on the street, people on the street, whether they are Gyumasters or ordinary people, would take the initiative to say hello to Gyubo, and Gyubo would also respond to them with a slight smile. "King Shu, come here." Walking into the courtyard, Gyubo called King Shu softly. King Shu didn't dare to neglect and stepped forward quickly. Gyubo chuckled and spread his palms. "King Shu, this is a first-level wine worm. It can refine the first level of true energy. It is a rare first-level Gyu worm. Take it." "Is this such a valuable Gyu insect given to me?" King Shu was extremely surprised. Such rare and precious insect was actually given to him. "Yes, take it. With it, you will be able to enter the second rank earlier and become the mainstay of the family." King Shu looked at Gyubo with burning eyes, then at the wine bug in his hand. His nose felt sore inexplicably. "Lord Patriarch, I will definitely not disappoint your expectations." King Shu took the wine bug from Gyu's hand, his eyes extremely firm. The next day, in the shop, "This is the last chance the school gives us to choose Gyu. We must seize it." King Shu walked slowly in the shop, scanning the Gyu insect display cabinets on the side, and already had some plans in mind. One turn, the speedy Gyu, can increase the movement speed by 20% after activation, and can be promoted in the future. It is a very good mobile Gyu. King Shu was about to get the speedy Gyu, but it was blocked by a figure. This figure was wearing a black robe and had long black hair. It was Ning Chen. Coincidentally, Ning Chen also took a fancy to this speeding Gyu and was about to choose this Gyu, so he happened to block King Shu. "Ning Chen, I want that speeding Gyu. Can you give it to me?" "Oh, but I also want that speeding Gyu." Ning Chen and King Shu looked at each other. Ning Chen's eyes were dim, which blocked King Shu's desire to argue with him in his heart. "Speaking of which, the Patriarch gave me a wine bug, which has a greater advantage than Ning Chen. It's better to give this speedy Gyu to Ning Chen." Thinking of this, King Shu took the initiative to bypass Ning Chen and walked aside. "I'll go look for other Gyu insects. I'll leave this speedy Gyu to you, Ning Chen." Ning Chen didn't say anything when he heard this, but quietly picked up the speedy Gyu, with a deep smile appearing in his eyes. "It's the last time to choose Gyu. There are not many days left in the school. It seems that we will be able to make the final move in the next few days." Looking at the boys and girls who were choosing Gyu, the smile in Ning Chen's eyes became deeper and deeper. "The gloomy clouds are gloomy, the moonlit night is dark." Ning Chen sat quietly in the room, his eyes closed tightly, and his consciousness had already penetrated into the void. In the void, the dark green ocean of true energy occupies 50% of the space. Moonlight Gyu and Little Light Gyu were like two fishes chasing and playing among them. Calabash grass was floating beside it quite peacefully, while the speedy Gyu Jing that Ning Chen had just obtained was swimming quietly beside it. The crystal film on the side of the hole is extremely hard, far from being comparable to the water film at the mid-level. After being washed away by the true essence sea, there is no trace at all. Breaking through from the peak of the first level to the beginning of the second level is a big realm leap, and the energy consumed is far more than a small realm leap. But Ning Chen is not in a hurry for this moment. The breakthrough is a definite fact. It is just a matter of the length of time. And Ning Chen happened to have no shortage of time at this time. In the future, the wind will be gentle and gentle, the cirrus clouds will blow through the mist, and the dust will be walking leisurely on the streets, with an inexplicable smile on his face. Without him, today would be the closing of countless previous arrangements. It's time for a good harvest. After entering the hall, Ning Chen looked very peaceful, but the other students didn't feel anything was wrong at all. After all, so many days have passed, and in their eyes, Ning Chen should have recovered. Ning Chen sat on his seat by the window, minding his own business, with Heo still next to him. "Ning Chen, good morning. Have you had breakfast?" "Good morning, you've eaten. What's wrong?" Ning Chen turned his head and smiled softly at Heo. "Forget it after you've eaten. I wanted to give you some of the breakfast I made." "Oh? If you don't mind, Can you share some with me? When Heo saw this, he smiled, took half of the breakfast in his hand, and handed it to Ningchen. Nah, thanks. Ningchen took it and turned it aside leisurely, admiring the scenery outside the window and eating breakfast in his hand, which had a different flavor. Heo looked at Ningchen's side face and became a little obsessed for a moment. Little girl, my good attitude towards you has come to an end today. There is a saying in the biography of human ancestors, attitude is the mask of the heart. This is the case for Ningchen. He needs Heo to help him complete his plan, so he doesn't mind showing a good attitude. And today, the plan is about to be completed, so there is no need to waste energy on showing an indifferent attitude to a little girl. Ningchen swallowed the food in his hand, and his consciousness sank into the empty orifice again. Warming and nourishing the empty orifice was a necessary daily practice. From morning to dusk, just a snap of the fingers. Ningchen, let's change the game today and let's play chess. Heo turned the chessboard over, and it turned out to be a chessboard. But I'm not very good at chess. Ningchen looked a little embarrassed, but the onlookers became even more excited when they saw that Ningchen was embarrassed. To Ningchen's surprise, there were no fewer than dozens of people watching, almost the entire school. Forget it, I'll just take the next one with you. Just one. Ningchen was even more embarrassed by their gazes, so he had to agree quickly. Okay, you can use handsome chess. Ningchen silently nodded in agreement, looking at the chessboard, thinking about how to make his first move. Is it possible that Ningchen really can't play chess? It looks like he should be able to, but he's not good at it. Heo is so confident, he must be good at chess. I think so too. Their discussion did not avoid the two of them, but they didn't care either. Bang! Ningchen held the horse chess in his hand and jumped forward. Heo didn't panic when he saw this, and gently moved the cannon. Move and move, move and jump. Chariots and horses devour them, artillery shells and soldiers block them. Within a moment, the entire chess game was fought to the death, and the space became much empty in an instant. The two people who were playing against each other had their eyebrows downcast and their expressions were like thunderous clouds. However, it was Heo who broke the deadlock in the end. He raised his troops forward, and it turned out to be the handsome who wanted to force Ningchen to death. But when Ningchen saw this, he was not angry but happy. He laughed loudly and moved the car forward like a yellow dragon to attack the hinterland of Heo. Heo, you're dead, General. What? Ningchen crossed his arms over his chest and leaned back, with an obvious smile on his face, feeling very happy. But the people next to them couldn't sit still, and they all looked at the chessboard to check the results. However, the results were unbelievable to them. This a broken bar. Heo really has no way out. He is really about to die. So, Ningchen he won. Ningchen leisurely collected the yuan stones, the quantity of which was by no means comparable to any before, with an obvious smile on his lips. That's a lot of concessions, Heo. Heo was as dumb as a chicken, so stunned that he was stunned. Heo, why did you lose? Some people still couldn't believe this result and shook Heo's delicate body, but she still didn't react at all. Seeing this situation, several people felt cruel. It was better to strike first. While Ningchen's back was turned to them, they slowly approached Ningchen and punched at the same time. They reacted quickly and moved very quickly. However, he underestimated Ningchen. He moved faster. Ningchen suddenly turned around and punched the body, like a dragon or a snake. The punch was as powerful as a snake. Boom! The gang fist struck hard on the chest of the leader like a dragon and snake, causing that person to retreat continuously, and even knock down the other people to the ground with the remaining power. 3 or 4 people fell crookedly in the aisle, some covered their heads, some rubbed their chests, and their faces were all in pain without exception. After so long, haven't you realized the gap between you and me? Ningchen moved his wrist, walked slowly to the front of several people, and looked down at them calmly. He slowly raised his legs and placed them on the chest of the person who had just led the group. He kept exerting force on his feet, and the man's face gradually turned liver red. He wanted to beg for mercy but met Ningchen's quiet eyes. It was a pair of extremely quiet black eyes, which made his spine cold and almost made him fall into an ice cave. Ningchen really wanted to kill himself. Ningchen, stop! The schoolmaster's majestic shout fell into Ningchen's heart. Ningchen turned his head and met the gaze of the schoolmaster. Facing the schoolmaster here, Ningchen was still not in a hurry and just moved his feet away. The man seemed to be reborn and breathed the air greedily. Ningchen seemed calm in the face of the schoolmaster's gaze. He walked out of the classroom slowly and didn't take it to heart at all. And the schoolmaster couldn't stop Ningchen. The most important thing was to settle down these young people first. Ningchen, I will have plenty of time to deal with you in the future. At this time, Ningchen walked on the street contentedly, holding a gourd-shaped gu worm in his hand, which was a gourd grass that stored gu. At this time, there were more than 1,500 yuanxi in the gourd grass, which was a considerable fortune. Ordinary second-level gu masters do not have such wealth. It can be said that at this time, Ningchen's accumulated assets are enough for him to use for the second level. Hey, it seems that the income is higher than I thought. These little brats are quite greedy, but in the end they fell into my hands. Ningchen put the gourd grass into the empty cavity and walked back home leisurely. Ningchen, don't walk so fast, wait for me. Hao Yu's voice came from behind, and also stopped Ningchen's steps. Ningchen, today a crisp slap fell on Hao Yu's bright face, and the force was so great that she fell to the ground in one go. Get out! Hao Yu supported herself on the ground with both hands, and her pollen robe was splashed with mud spots. In addition to the mud, her beautiful face was also covered with a red palm coin. How embarrassed is it? However, this is Ningchen's true face. Condensation. Dust. Heo's eyes turned red and her voice took on a crying tone. This change in attitude was really hard for her to accept. Chen, what's wrong with you? Did I do something wrong? The girl's pitiful and weak look made everyone onlookers feel sad and heartbroken. But this appearance reflected in Ningchen's black eyes was like a mud cow entering the sea, without causing any waves. If you're angry again, young man, don't hit anyone. That's right, you don't think you're a good man if you hit a woman. Can you tell me if there is any misunderstanding? There is no need to hit people. Ningchen Xuanxing raised his head and looked around, and saw that the flow of people around him had formed an empty circle, and he and Heo were at the center of the empty circle. Among the crowd, people looked at me with different expressions, some were dissatisfied, some were angry, some were puzzled, and some were persuasive. The whole reason was that he hit a girl. This is the case with people. If Ku's identities were swapped, he would be a girl, and the person lying on the ground would be a boy. Then the vast majority of people will not be dissatisfied or angry, but will look at it with the idea of having fun. Also, the person who fell to the ground was an old woman, and they couldn't even stop. What's more, the people lying on the ground are demon thieves. Not only will they not persuade them, they will also applaud them. This is people, complex and pure people. Ningchen looked around at the crowd, with a chuckle on his lips that grew stronger and stronger. He was not timid at all. When ordinary people face such a situation, they will inevitably feel timid and ashamed. But who is Ningchen? Instead of being timid, the 1,000-year-old demon looked around them quietly. What was the use of the ant's gaze? Ningchen glanced around quietly, turned around and left. There was no need for him to waste too much time here. Heo looked at Ningchen's retreating figure, feeling aggrieved beyond words. Full and clear teardrops fell on the ground, splashing with tears, but all of this had nothing to do with Ningchen. When he returned home, to Ningchen's surprise, Yilian was also there. Young Master Ningchen, there have been many voices slandering you among the slaves recently. When Yilian saw Ningchen coming back, she knelt down on one knee and slightly cupped her hands. Ningchen was quite surprised. He washed himself and sat aside. So, do you still need to report this kind of thing to me? Didn't I tell you how to do it? Yilian didn't know how to answer for a while. After all, these slaves were Ningchen's property. It seems that you don't know? Then let me tell you, from now on, if any of these slaves dare to criticize me, You can kill them on the spot without reporting to me. Understood? Understood. Yilian's face was full of seriousness, for fear of offending Ningchen, but Ningchen's face was as calm as water. Today, I will deal with them first. You go and bring your sister Yi out. I will kill her easily. Understood. Ningchen pulled out the long sword in his hand, inserted it on the floor and sat quietly aside. Yilian didn't dare to delay and rushed out of the bamboo building. Come on, follow me. Oh, Yi looked at the anxious Yilian and felt confused. However, she listened to Yilian's words and did not ask any questions. She allowed Yilian to lead her out of the slave dormitory. Why did Yilian take her sister away? Something is wrong. That's right. Why did she take her sister away when she was so good? Not good. When everyone saw Yilian and Yi leaving in a hurry, they felt bad, but it was already too late. Ningchen walked leisurely into the dormitory with a sword in one hand and closed the door behind him. I heard that you like to criticize me. Don't worry. There's no need to agree in a hurry. You'll die anyway. If you agree, it's better to die heroically, right? Ha 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 ha. A soft drink attracted the attention of all the slaves, and the faint smile on Ningchen's face made them feel as if they had fallen into an ice cave. For a time, everyone's minds were filled with thoughts and many different ideas. Is it possible that we really want to fight Master Ningchen? When Ningchen gets close, we will. Isn't this a dream? The cold light of the sword pierced the leader's peripheral vision, making him horrified, but it had no effect at all. He was only cut in half by the sword, which delayed his death. If you don't resist, there will be no chance. Ningchen smiled softly, and the long sword in his hand danced like a wild silver dragon, killing the others from various tricky angles, with no concealment of his killing intent. How could everyone resist Deacon's political power? In an instant, their bodies were covered with bruises, their limbs and arms were chopped off to the sky, and it was like a rain of blood for a while. Ningchen twisted his hand slightly, stepped forward heavily, and swung hard. The sword edge cut through the air, almost sending out a sword light, slashing straight towards their necks. Ningchen held a long sword and danced among the crowd. Every time he swung the sword, he could more or less kill several slaves. Damn it, we're going to die anyway, so why not die with some integrity? Damn it, I've been bullied by you little bastard for so long, I have to skin you today. Kill. Punch this little brat to death and we will be safe. When people face despair, they often burst out with unbelievable strength and courage. For example, the group of house slaves in front of me actually had the courage to attack Ningchen, completely forgetting the difference between them and Ningchen. Even if despair gives them strength, how can subjective factors make up the gap between Gyu masters and mortals? Ningchen's face was calm, not wavering at all. He took a sudden step, turned around and slashed, almost slashing out a sword rainbow. Swish, swish, swish! Exclamation mark. Several heads rose into the sky. These were the people at the front. This blow made them calm down again, recalling the gap between them. But it's too late. Ningchen gently wiped the blood on the sword's edge, and then looked at the other slaves with his black eyes. Yilian was outside the door, covering Yi's ears with both hands, for fear that she would hear the tragic sounds. The sounds were quite frightening even to Yilian. The next day, with rain falling like a waterfall and dark clouds thousands of miles away, Ningchuan slowly walked out of the room, sleepy-eyed. Ningchuan, are you up? Go wash up and have breakfast. Breakfast? Weren't Yuichan and the other slaves killed by you? Why is there still breakfast? Ningchuan sat aside comfortably, looking at Ningchuan who was a little puzzled, and chuckled. Why don't you believe in your brother's craftsmanship? Oh, that's right. My brother can also cook and I almost forgot. Ha ha ha. Ningchuan laughed awkwardly, but Ningchen didn't care about these trivial matters and just laughed it off. Ha ha, let's get down to business. Ningchuan, why don't you go buy a new batch of house slaves today? You can buy some high-quality ones. Good! Exclamation mark. After the rain, the sun rises, and the air is filled with moisture and fog. There are many rainy days in summer, but they often come and go quickly. In just a few hours, The dark clouds pressing down the sky were replaced by the sun. Ningchen walked down the bamboo building leisurely. After the rain, a unique smell of damp soil swept into his nose. When he sniffed carefully, he could smell the freshness of bamboo. It's good that this rain has just washed away the bloody smell of yesterday. But we still have to deal with their bodies. The clear rain flowed down the bamboo eaves, forming a water curtain from time to time, reflecting Ningchen's handsome face with a smile clearly. Ningchen and Ningchuan walked out of their residence together and walked towards the market together. Ningchuan, you will go to the market to pick your servants later. Be careful to pick good quality ones. Look at their age. Xiao, are you injured? Okay, it's not like I haven't bought slaves with you before. I know all this. No need to say more. I remember that Yilinga was bought by you and me. She's really useful. She's pretty, sweet, and takes care of all the housework. Ningchuan interrupted Ningchen's warning impatiently, and while talking and laughing, a few traces of memories of the past appeared in his eyes. Ha ha! Ningchen just laughed twice with unclear meanings when he heard it. After all, Yilinga had already become a dead soul under his sword. Okay. You go buy slaves, I'll go take care of some things. Okay, let's meet here later. Ningchuan and Ningchen separated after arriving at the market. After all, Ningchen and Ningchuan had different purposes. Ningchen walked quietly on the street crowded with vendors, his black eyes swept looking at the vendors beside him. He was looking for his target. Look, it's candied horse. It's a pie, delicious pie. Guess. How many £100 does this stone weigh? Speaking of which, the fourth-generation patriarch of Gu was a handsome man, a rare talent. On the street, there were vendors selling food, storytellers talking about the past and the present, and street performers who made a living by performing. However, none of these people were the targets that Ningchen was looking for. In an instant, Ningchen's black eyes flashed slightly, and he stepped forward quickly. Boss, I rent you 4 carts for a day. How much? Oh, sir, 4 carts a day is 1 yuanxi. Ningchen casually threw over 2 yuanxi, which seemed very generous. I'll give you 2, and you and your shop assistants will take 1 yuanxi. Help me deliver some things to the outside of the village. Hey, master is really generous. No problem. The man in the display case carefully caught the 2 yuan stones thrown by Ningchen, with a few traces of greed in his eyes, and put the yuan stones into his pocket as if he had found a treasure. Let's go. Okay. Ningchen walked in front, and 4 men followed behind him, each pushing a cart. Walking forward slowly, he saw Ningchen standing at the place they agreed with a large number of newly purchased servants from a distance. Let's go, Ningchen. Okay. Why are you going to hire a few carts to deal with the corpses? Oh, that's right. Ningchen and Ningchen walked in front leisurely. Their tone was normal, but the words they uttered made the people behind them feel like they were falling into a nice cave. Are they saying that they want us to help deal with the corpses? I seem to have heard it too. The 4 men discussed in a low voice, that fell into a dead silence. Don't worry. They are just some dead bodies of servants. You just need to help me transport them. You will get the yuanxi. Ningchen seemed to have noticed the silence of the people behind him, and spoke slowly. Hearing this, their interest immediately rose. After all, the one who gives the yuanxi is the boss. But the servants on the side were completely different. They all looked ashen. A group of people returned to the bamboo building under the leadership of Ningchen. Okay. Just load all the bags onto the car and transport them outside the village. Is it that simple? It's that simple. Ningchen casually took out 2 more yuanxi and handed them to the shopkeeper in charge. He then handed over their tasks and left. The men were no longer so resistant and carried the bags onto the carts one after another, although the bloody smell could still be smelled through the bags. Yilian, these servants will be under your management in the future. By the way, pick out a servant who can cook and do housework and send him to my bamboo house. By the way, if they are disobedient, Just kill them. Ningchen patted Yilian's soft shoulders with a calm expression. He was not worried about Yilian's ability to manage the servants. Then, Ningchen and Ningchuan walked into the bamboo building one after another. The next day, in the school, Ningchen still sat by the window, and his desk mate next to him was still Heo, but she didn't dare to say a word to Ningchen. The two of them seemed a little awkward here, but Ningchen felt much more peaceful. Leaning quietly by the window, bathing in the breeze, it was brought a few traces of coolness, no longer so hot. Okay, this class is over here, Ningchen, come find me after class. Hearing this, Ningchen looked at the door where the school elder walked out with some surprise. Call me over? What could it be? After class, Ningchen walked out of the classroom slowly and entered the office of the school elder. However, the person he saw surprised Ningchen. Master Clan Leader, I have brought the person you wanted to you. Okay, thank you for your hard work, school elder. The school elder who used to be high and mighty now stood aside like a doorman. His tone and actions were extremely respectful. The only person who could be respected by the school elder was the Gu clan leader, Gubo. Ningchen, you are here, sit down. When Gubo saw Ningchen coming in, he smiled lightly, very gently, as if he was really an elder in the village. Ningchen's heart calmed down when he saw this. After all, he knew who he was facing, so there was no need to be surprised and panic. Well, you are the first young man I have ever seen who can face me calmly. Ningchen, thank you, clan leader. Faced with the praise from clan leader Gu, Ningchen just replied indifferently, ha ha. To make a long story short, you should be at the peak of the first turn now, and you are about to reach the second turn, and your cultivation is the highest among your class. I don't care why you are the highest at the third level. I don't care why you are so strong, and I don't care how many yuan shai and time you spent to become the peak of the first turn. What I care about is that you are the inner demon of King Shu, hindering his cultivation. So what I hope is that you can deliberately lose to King Shu in the end of the year assessment. Gubo kept talking, and the aura of the superior was unconsciously revealed, making ordinary people dare not speak out to resist. But how could Ningchen be an ordinary person? Deliberately lose to King Shu? I expected you didn't want to agree. Don't worry, I will give you some compensation. No, I mean, we can discuss compensation. Ningchen smiled lightly, but Gubo was slightly stunned. Patriarch, you heard me right, we can discuss the compensation in detail. Okay, what do you want? Gubo looked at Ningchen, who was smiling lightly, and he didn't know what to say for a moment. After all, it was the first time for him to see such a young man who could discuss interests with him. He still let Ningchen deliberately admit defeat during the year-end assessment. This was indeed the first time Gubo had seen such courage. Ningchen stroked his chin with both hands and pondered for a moment. He was thinking a lot about how to maximize his benefits. I wonder what the patriarch is willing to compensate me for? You can choose a second-level Gu insect. How about 200 yuan stones? When Ningchen heard this, he suddenly smiled. The meaning of his smile was unclear and unpredictable. The patriarch must also know what I did in the school these days, right? So, I don't need the yuan stone urgently. I hope I can exchange the 200 yuan stones for some Gu materials. I wonder what the patriarch would like. Ningchen, you have to know that the compensation I gave you was out of my concern. After all, I don't want your fighting genius to perish. But who would have thought that not only did you not care, but you dared to negotiate conditions with me? Ha ha ha. This is the first time in so many years that you are the first one. Although Gubo was smiling, the anger beneath his words could hardly be concealed. Ningchen didn't panic when he saw this, but became even more leisurely. Thank you, clan leader, for your concern. Clan leader also knows that I will be promoted to rank 2 soon, and the Gu worms I have are in urgent need of updating. But I am too embarrassed to ask for a second level 2 Gu worm, so I want to refine it myself. I hope the patriarch will forgive me for my unintentional remarks. Ningchen lowered his head, and there was a hint of humility in his tone, which satisfied Gyubo. The teacher from the school is right. This boy is indeed a young man who can judge current affairs. Gyubo's expression softened a lot, and he was filled with emotions. Okay, isn't it just some Gyu materials? That's it for you. Just go to the store to get it after you advance to the second rank. If I still don't give you some Gyu materials, it will make me, the leader of the Gyu clan, have no courage. Ha 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 ha. The tense situation suddenly came to a standstill, and finally the negotiation came to a successful conclusion with the two laughing. Ningchen returned to the classroom, sat back in his seat, and looked out the window again, which made people daydream about it. Hey, look at Ningchen's appearance. Did the boss of the Xuetang family say something to him? It looks like they did talk about something, but I couldn't see Ningchen's face clearly, so I don't know what he was thinking. Could it be that you criticized Ningchen? However, what these students had never thought about was that Ningchen's face was still calm as usual, but his heart was filled with insight. Hey, I didn't expect that old guy Gyubo to value King Shu so much. He didn't even hesitate to bribe me. But this old guy still tried to use his power to suppress me. TSK, 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 he's still a bit young. Ningchen could clearly detect the changes in Gyubo's mood. Considering the conditions he proposed, there was absolutely no reason for him to be angry. After all, with 200 yuan stones and some Gyu materials, a normal Gyu master would choose yuan stone. After all, even after all the Gyu materials are refined, a single Gyu worm may not come out. But Gyubo just got angry because he just wanted to beat Ningchen. But how could he hide this from Ningchen? The second level Gyu insect can ask for a defensive Gyu insect. After all, there are currently 6 types of Gyu insects: attack, defense, movement, storage, detection, and treatment. There is still room for defense, detection, and treatment. Although my skin is tough enough, I am still a little weak when facing the moon blade, and it can only be stuck in my muscles. For investigation, my current 5 senses are enough. There is no need to treat the poisonous insects. As long as the defense is in place, the effect of treating the poisonous insects will be reduced. So these 2 kinds of Gyu can be put aside for the time being. Obtaining a second-level defensive Gyu is the current main goal. The corners of Ningchen's mouth raised slightly, forming a faint smile, and he turned to look at King Shu in the front row. King Shu, Gyubo actually values you so much. King Shu suddenly felt a gaze watching him from behind. He turned around and met Ningchen's eyes. Ningchen? What is he looking at me for? Before King Shu could figure it out, Ningchen had already retracted his gaze and closed his eyes. After school, Ningchen walked out of the classroom leisurely, which made the other students breathe a sigh of relief. After all, he no longer set up traps, so the yuan stone in their hands could be kept. Speaking of which, they also found it strange that although Ningchen had washed his hands of the past, they still felt a little obsessed with the past. Ningchen slowly walked out of the school with his hands behind his hands, but a beautiful figure stopped him at the door. Ningchen, can you tell me why you did this to me? Did I do something wrong? Tell me I can change it. Ningchen looked at Heo, who was standing in front of him, his black eyes looking down at the girl in front of him, growing colder and colder. However, Ningchen didn't want to have any more entanglements with her, so he walked to the side, but Heo still stood in front of him. When Ningchen saw Heo being so ignorant, his face gradually became a little colder. Say it, Ningchen. Heo felt very sad. A few days ago, he was still his sweetheart who played with him. Now he is so indifferent, and his face even hurts a little bit. Heo, you really don't understand it all? Well, I'll explain it to you today. I never liked you from the beginning to the end. I noticed your admiration a long time ago, but I never took it to heart. Although you are beautiful, I have no interest in you at all. It was not until later that I needed you to help me with the layout that I pretended to be gentle and got closer to you. And now my game has been set up and even closed. What reason do I have to be with you? Well, what do you think, Heo? Ningchen saw that she still didn't give up, so he had to tell the cruel truth. The tone was like ice, and every word he uttered made Hao's heart turn colder. So you haven't had any feelings for me for such a long time? Yes, including the reason why I taught you the moon blade before. It was just for the yuanshai in your hand. But you took my yuanshai. Yes, but so what? Hao was even more distressed. His feet were a little weak for a while, and he fell back a few steps. He suddenly felt that the young man in front of him, his beloved, was not so familiar. Ningchen saw this but had no expression at all, turned around and walked away, not caring about Hao behind him at all. Hey, Hao won't bother me this way. Ha ha ha. After the rain, some of the heat disappears. In the school, students, we have now entered the end of summer and are about to enter autumn, and the end-of-year assessment is about to begin. Tomorrow is the first test of the end-of-year assessment. It is a written test. I hope students can answer the questions seriously and not cheat. The schoolmaster arranged the books on the table and quietly announced the time for the year-end assessment. Huh? It's a written test. I remember last year's end-of-year assessment didn't include this content. King Shi frowned slightly after hearing this. He had no impression of this so-called written test at all. In fact, not only King Shi, but everyone here felt more or less surprised. The parents of the boys and girls are generally Gu masters and have gone through the year-end assessment, but they have never heard of the so-called written examination. Even Ningchen, who was sitting next to the window at the end, felt a little bit surprised. What about the written test? I wonder what will be tested? Anyway, I haven't listened to any of the lessons taught by the schoolmaster for so long. But failing in the exam is just what I want. Although Ningchen was surprised, he didn't panic at all. The year-end assessment is an extremely important test for King Shu and others. But for the devil Ningchen, it is just a dispensable test. Suddenly, the pensive Ningchen suddenly noticed a gaze, right next to him. Turning his head to look, Hao quickly retracted his gaze, but he still couldn't hide it from Ningchen. Ningchen's eyes darkened slightly, although Hao turned his head away. But the blush on her cheeks made Ningchen feel something was wrong. Hao even noticed Ningchen's gaze, and the blush on his face was a little brighter than before. What's going on? I've confessed to Hao. Why does she still like me? Besides, it seems like she likes me even more than before. Ningchen felt like a mirror in his heart. He knew very well that the cold words and indifferent attitude of the past few days were enough to make any girl who admired him lose his favor or even feel disgusted with him. But this Hao, after experiencing setbacks, became even more aggressive, learned his shame and became brave, and fell in love with Ningchen even more. Ningchen's heart sank slightly. She still couldn't understand this girl. He knew very well that Hao liked him very much, almost to a pathological level. And Ningchen has rarely seen such a person in his thousands of years. What Ningchen doesn't understand is why she likes him so sickly and crazy. From the first day Ningchen entered the school, Hao took the initiative to talk to him. This was nothing. Later, Hao made cakes for Ningchen and delivered them to Ningchen's home, which made people feel a little uncomfortable. After all, Ningchen never told her where his family lived and which bamboo house it was. Naturally, Hao followed Ningchen's whereabouts and found Ningchen's house. In the end, Hao was able to join forces with Ningchen to defraud his classmates of the Yuan stone for the sake of Ningchen, and all the Yuanshai was handed over to Ningchen. She didn't complain at all, and was even very happy. This makes people feel a chill down their spines. Ordinary girls would not do this even if they have someone they admire. Ningchen's heart was as clear as ice. He understood Hao's motives from beginning to end. After all, no matter how cautious Hao is, he is still a bit tender in front of the devil Ningchen. So Ningchen didn't mind using this chess piece. It was very easy to use. But after treating Hao as an abandoned son, she actually wanted to come back. This chess piece is a bit tricky. If an ordinary person or a domestic slave admires him, Ningchen can just kill him casually. But the problem is that Hao's surname is Gu, and he is also a Gu master. Gu masters are not allowed to kill each other. This is the bottom line in the family village and must not be crossed. Hey, it's a little difficult. Ningchen sighed lightly. left his seat and walked out of the classroom. It was time for get out of class to end. Ningchen, I really like you. But why don't you like me? I finally know. It must be that what I did is not good enough. I am not strong enough. When I become stronger, Lord Ningchen will probably like me again. Hei looked at Ningchen's retreating figure, her delicate body trembling slightly, and there was a morbid love in her beautiful eyes. Her beautiful cheeks were covered with clouds and flushed. When ordinary people face such a morbid girl, they may feel as if they are encountering a god of plague, fearing to avoid her. But Ningchen only found it a little tricky, not enough to call it difficult. A chess piece that obeys you 100% is just a chess piece with thorns on it. The next day, Ningchen stepped out of his house and walked leisurely on the sparsely populated streets. Behind him, he felt a vague gaze staring at him. Ningchen didn't need to think about it to know that it was Hei following him. Well, Hei really likes me more and more. Perhaps we can take a look at her in the year-end written examination later. I remember her cultural skills are very good. Such a useful chess piece. I have to find a way to get her into my hands. There was a hint of sneer on Ningchen's lips, but he didn't feel Hei was a threat in his heart. He just thought he was a pawn. If Ningchen has been getting closer to her in the past few days, maybe Hei doesn't like Ningchen that much. Only in this way can Hei experience the feeling of gaining Ningchen, and then let her experience the feeling of losing. In this way, she will desire Ningchen even more and love Ningchen even more. Entering the classroom, teachers from the school have been waiting here for a long time. Everyone walked into their seats one after another, and the master of the school began to curl his hair. The exam lasts for 1 hour, and the entire test paper contains 10 questions. You cannot submit the paper in advance. If you don't have enough pens, ink, paper and inkstones, you can come to me and ask for them. Now let's start the exam. After the schoolmaster calmly announced the rules of the exam, he sat on the desk and stared at the students. What is the strategic significance of Moonlight Gu? Who are the 10 children of Renzu in the biography of Renzu? Name the 3 major Gu master cottages in Qingmao Mountain, and tell the location of Gu Cottage. Ningchen got the paper, glanced at it briefly, and took a rough look at the questions on the paper, and sneered in his heart. The entire paper promotes the family's philosophy. These questions are not difficult. Although Ningchen cannot guarantee that he will get them all correct, it will not be a problem to get 5 or 6 of them correct. Ningchen melted the ink, picked up the pen and soaked it with ink, then leaned on the scroll. It seems that Lord Ningchen knows how to do it. Hey, I held a candle all night last night and reviewed ancient books and documents all night, but in the end I still couldn't help Lord Ningchen. Hei did not start writing, but stared at Ningchen beside him with all his attention. Seeing Ningchen starting to write, she couldn't help but feel extremely disappointed. She couldn't help her sweetheart. In the classroom, the sound of writing was endless. Why is there the legend of the ancestor of man? My grandma told me when I was a child, but I almost forgot it. How should I know the strategic significance of Moonlight Gu? Where is our village? In a short while, the classroom was filled with the low complaints of the teenagers. Although these questions were not difficult, they were a bit too much for these teenagers. Ningchen soon fell into deep thought, frowning. He didn't know some questions. He raised his head and looked at Hei beside him. Her answer sheet was already full of black ink. With his amazing eyesight, Ningchen still saw the handwriting clearly. Although this action was very small, it was also captured by Hei. Our master Ningchen encountered a question he didn't know how to answer. He is looking at my test paper. Lord Ningchen needs me, and I will help him. Hei was very excited. Being able to help Ningchen and attract Ningchen's attention was the purpose of her reviewing all that night yesterday. You, hand in the paper, cheating. The words were concise and to the point, like ice. One of the young men raised his head after hearing this, and just met the gaze of the school elder. I didn't cheat. You mean, my eyes are wrong? The school elder narrowed his eyes, revealing a few strands of cold light. How could the young man bear it? Oh, the young man reluctantly walked up to the podium, handed the test paper in his hand to the school elder, and walked out of the classroom disappointedly. Others don't need to care, continue the exam. The school elder took back the test paper and tore it into pieces, but his mouth was very calm. Such a change undoubtedly frightened the other young men who were lucky enough to lose all their luck. The classroom was suddenly silent, leaving only the sound of writing. Wow, what does the school elder mean by this? Ning Chen narrowed his eyes, revealing a bit of thinking. However, before Ning Chen could figure it out, another person's test paper was torn into pieces for cheating and sent out. When Ning Chen saw this, he seemed to have caught a clue invisibly and continued to think. Yao Yan, hand in the paper. Jiang He, hand in the paper. Yulin, hand in the paper. In an instant, the test papers of several boys and girls were taken away and turned into a pile of shredded paper. There were fewer and fewer people in the classroom, but more and more people outside the door. The few people left in the classroom were all worried, timid, afraid that he would be called. However, Ning Chen seemed to have come to a conclusion. While the school elder was looking at Ning Chen quickly looked at Hao Yu's test paper. This scene fell into the eyes of the school elder, but he pretended not to see it and continued to look aside. When Ning Chen saw this, his inference became more certain. It seems that the school elder is screening out those master seeds with poor character. Now, the remaining ones are those who know the test questions, and those who plagiarize calmly and have good psychological quality. I plagiarized so obviously just now, but he didn't call me. It seems that I passed this round. When Ning Chen thought of this, he didn't even write, and leaned on the chair with his hands across his chest. Master Ning Chen, what's wrong? Do you think my answer is not good enough? Hao saw Ning Chen's movements and couldn't help but have some doubts in his heart. What's wrong with Ning Chen? Why doesn't he write anymore? Is he ready to give up? King Shu also heard the movement and looked up at Ning Chen, but he was also puzzled. In fact, Ning Chen's current actions not only puzzled other students, but even the school elders were also a little confused. Hey, what's wrong with Ning Chen? Why doesn't he write anymore? Why is he always so special? The exam is so unique and different. The school elder had some doubts in his heart, and he couldn't understand what Ning Chen was thinking. Ning Chen, hand in the paper. School elder, I didn't cheat. The school elder threw away his thoughts and shouted coldly, trying to consider Ning Chen's character. However, Ning Chen had some expectations, and stood up quietly, calmly, and said indifferently, "Oh, is it that my eyes are not working well? Did I see it wrong? I don't know, but I didn't cheat." The school elder's tone became colder and his eyes became more aggressive. But these did not scare Ning Chen. Ning Chen still refuted calmly, with a surprisingly calm expression. Ning Chen, you have to think clearly. If you deceive the school elder, your year-end rating will be reduced to the lowest. Now I'll give you another chance. Did you cheat? The school elder slowly explained the consequences, which made the rest of the people look wonderful. Ning Chen, you are really stubborn. If you copied, you copied. Anyway, there are so many people. Why make the school elder angry? Ning Chen, it's not shameful to admit your mistakes. It's enough to correct them. Ning Chen, why are you so stubborn? Isn't it better to listen to the school elder? The others complained and persuaded Ning Chen, but without exception, they all thought that Ning Chen had copied. Say it again! Exclamation mark. Bang! The school elder slammed the wooden table in front of him, staring at Ning Chen with his eyes, as fierce as a tiger. I didn't cheat, I didn't plagiarize. Hao looked at Ning Chen, who was calm beside him, with a worried look, then looked at the furious school elder, and suddenly stood up. School elder, he didn't copy, I can testify for him. The school elder looked at the boy and girl who stood up, one with a calm and deep look, and the other with an anxious and warm look. There was a dead silence, and the school elder's laughter broke the silence. Ha 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 ha, Ning Chen, you observe very carefully. Okay, the exam is over, let the people outside come in. This incident undoubtedly made everyone except Ning Chen have no clue, completely confused. Ha ha ha, this exam is actually a written exam, it's a disguise. The real exam is actually a test of your courage and determination. And the students who stayed in the classroom at the end, Your scores for this round will be a grade. The rest of the students will be graded according to the length of time, with the lowest being D. The school elder talked leisurely, and the others finally woke up after the school elder's explanation. So that's it. Oh, I really didn't expect it. Oh, it's okay. This is just the first round. There will be more in the future. Facing the excellent and uneven ratings, everyone's mood was different. Only Ningchen, who got the A grade, was still calm as usual. I helped Lord Ningchen again. Although I don't understand the A grade rating, I should be able to help Lord Ningchen better in the future. Heo looked at Ningchen, who had a calm face, and his face flushed with excitement again. When they heard that their rating was not grade A, but might be grade B or even grade C, they immediately couldn't sit still. Why? If we follow the orders of the master of the school family, we might be ranked C class, while they are class A. That's right. As a master, don't you take the orders from above as your top priority, and we didn't cheat. The crowd was excited and very dissatisfied. However, the face of the school elder was like ice, getting colder and colder. It seems like you really don't understand my intentions. It doesn't matter how well you write the paper, it doesn't matter whether you cheated or not. What matters is how courageous you are. In other words, of course I know which of you cheated and which didn't. But I hope you can argue with reason, stick to your heart in the face of my threats, and not be easily shaken. This is what I really think. The old names in the school made them look extremely ugly and speechless. As a master, how can I be easily shaken by the intimidation of others? This kind of rhetoric is okay for some other students, but for Ningchen, it seems a bit immature. Okay, let's get here today. The next exam will start at 10 o'clock tomorrow. Meet at the gate of the village. Let's finish class. The schoolmaster turned around and left, telling the time and place of the second exam. The gathering is at the gate of the cottage. It seems that the second one will be held outside the cottage. Ningchen leaned to the side and understood what the elder of the academy had just said. Opening his eyes and looking around, King Shu and the others were calm as usual, with a slight hint of joy, while the rest were as if they were surviving a disaster. Heo's eyes dodged and his face turned slightly red. Well, I just took this opportunity to throw her a fish bait. Ningchen felt like a bright mirror in his heart, and slowly walked towards Heo, which made Heo a little flattered. Lord Ningchen actually walked towards me. He's not here to find me, is he? No. Why would Lord Ningchen come to see me? When Heo saw Ningchen coming, she was extremely excited and had a little bit of hope, but this time Ningchen fulfilled Heo's wish. Heo, thank you for the exam just now. Although it did not affect the results, I am also sorry for my previous behavior. Ningchen won Heo's heart again with a few sincere thanks and apologies. Heo's flushed face was seductively tight, and his voice was as thin as a mosquito. Immediately, Ningchen turned around and walked away. Without saying a word, it was enough to throw out the bait. Lord Ningchen apologized to me, and he really helped Lord Ningchen. Master Ningchen's strength is so powerful. It hurts my heart, but it makes me want to stop even more. The more Heo thought about it, the more excited she became. Her face became more alluring, her delicate body trembled slightly, and her legs were clamped together unconsciously. The sky is covered with clouds, and there is no sun or light. Ningchen and even dozens of students gathered outside the village, and the masters headed by the school elders had been waiting here for a long time. The second test of the year-end assessment is hunting. The examination area is 10 miles in radius. We have cleared away the wolves and brown bears, leaving only wild deer, wild boars and hares, and every time you kill a prey, you need to cut off their characteristics. In the end, you will be graded based on size and quantity. Okay, let's get started. The schoolmaster explained all the key points and announced the start. However, before the old man from the school could say anything, many students dispersed in a hurry, but Ningchen was not in a hurry and left slowly. The masters, headed by the school elders, wanted to protect this group of students. After all, they were all valuable assets of the village and could not tolerate any loss. There are a few family elders among them, and the rest are the mainstays in the village, second-level Gyumasters. The second-level Gyumasters are the backbone of the village and the largest group of Gyumasters. Therefore, they naturally bear the heavy responsibility of protecting the new generation. He trampled the dead branches and leaves in the forest, and walked leisurely in the forest. His calm black eyes scanned the surroundings, observing everything around him. In terms of hunting alone, none of them can beat me. But the old guy from the school family's intention is naturally not that simple. Ningchen's heart felt clear. He knew very well that the Xuetang family's intention would never be so simple and obvious. This move must have some deep meaning. His eyes darkened slightly, and thousands of thoughts flashed through his mind, thinking about the intentions of the schoolmaster. In an instant, a thin figure burst into Ningchen's eyes. Ningchen recognized this man with his fleshless cheeks and sinister eyes. Zhao San. At the same time, Zhao San also saw Ningchen with a panicked look on his face. After all, Ningchen is notorious among his peers. Oh, I see. The Xuetang family always has such intentions. In this mountain forest, it is inevitable to meet classmates. At this time, the vast majority of students are still at the intermediate level or even the elementary level of the first level, and their strength is still insufficient. Hunting requires a long battle. In the long run, the true energy will not be enough. But this problem can be avoided by forming a team with other students, and the school elders do not strictly prohibit team formation. It seems that this exam is about teamwork and the ability to adapt to changing circumstances. When Ningchen saw Zhao San, his heart suddenly became clear. The rating of this exam should be based on the ability to cooperate with other students, and my rating in the last exam was A, so in this exam, I just need to avoid cooperation with others. Ningchen knew his goal very well, so he did not plan to be an A in this exam, but needed to control the rating a little bit. Ningchen looked around and saw no trace of prey, so he prepared to change places. Tightened his thigh muscles and stepped heavily. Boom! The terrifying force stepped on the ground, leaving a clear shoe print, causing the dead branches and leaves to fly everywhere. The whole person rushed out like an arrow from the bow, and ran dozens of meters away in a few breaths. What? How can it be so fast? The second-level Gyumaster hiding on the side was also shocked by Ningchen's speed. This speed is almost comparable to that of an ordinary second-level Gyumaster. It seems that I can change the object of protection. The moon blade danced, piercing through the branches and leaves. Hum, a wild boar as big as a calf leaned against the tree, extremely weak. There were several scars deep enough to see the bones on its body, and blood was trickling from the wounds, dyeing the soil red. It was panting heavily, exhaling more than inhaling, and was already on the verge of death. The black bin-like eyes revealed a fear of death, and also reflected Ningchen's figure. Ningchen held the sword in his hand, walked slowly, walked in front of it, and looked down at it calmly. The sword tip was raised, and a cold light flashed. The sword tip accurately pierced the wild boar's neck, completely ending its life. Ningchen leaned down, grabbed the fangs with both hands, and prepared to pull them out. Instantly, a wild roar resounded through the forest, scaring the birds in the mountains to flee. Ningchen's face changed slightly, and he hurriedly retreated. Judging from the sound, the roar was not far away from him. He could also tell what kind of animal made the roar. It was a bear. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The footsteps like rolling thunder gradually approached Ningchen, which also brought Ningchen's attention to the highest level. A huge brown figure rushed out of the bushes on the side. It was a brown bear. It was huge in size, with several claw marks of unknown animals on its fur. The bear's eyes revealed a cruel look and tyranny. Ningchen watched it quietly, with his heart on high alert, holding the long sword tightly in his hand, and the brown bear also noticed Ningchen in front of him, with sharp teeth in his mouth showing, as if he would attack Ningchen in the next second. Gu Iu Moyan Team, score 80 points. Gu Iu Chishan Team, score 92 points. Moyan looked a little surprised, looking at the dull Chishan on the side. But Chishan responded with a faint smile. Damn, I actually lost to you this time, Chishan. Well, let's see what King Shu does later. Moyan felt a little indignant, but then he let it go. After all, no matter how high Chishan was, but King Shu, Guiyu King Shu team, scored 120 points. Many students took a breath of cold air. This score was a cliff-like gap compared to the second-place Chishan team. King Shu smiled faintly, revealing boundless confidence. In his heart, he had already regarded the first place as a sure thing. So, the first place in the second exam of the year-end assessment is... Wait. Just when the ranking was about to be read out by the school elder, a cold shout interrupted him mercilessly. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice, but saw a figure in black and red robes, walking slowly from far to near. This person was Ningchen. The air is filled with blood, and the blood stains are hideous. Ningchen walked over holding a head in his hand. The jet-black clothes were soaked with blood. Even if they were more than 10 steps away, the smell of blood still penetrated everyone's nostrils unreasonably. After Ningchen got closer, everyone saw clearly what kind of head he was holding. It was the head of a brown bear, as big as a basin. The cut surface was extremely clean, and even slightly bleeding downwards. But the old man's eyebrows frowned together unconsciously. Boom! Ningchen threw the backpack behind him and the bear's head on the table. Help me calculate the score first. A second-level Master took the initiative to walk towards Ningchen, opened his backpack, and counted Ningchen's loot. Ningchen leaned to the side and closed his eyes to rest. The second-level Master became more and more frightened as he counted. And finally he also included the bear head in the calculation and calculated Ningchen's final score. Ningchen ... personally ... 200 points. As if a stone was thrown into the lake, breaking the silence. What? 200 points for him alone? We can only hunt one wild boar or deer by working together. How many can he kill alone? Won't he use up all his true energy? Everyone's expressions were startled and uncertain. But King Shu was even more exciting. Regardless of whether it is King Shu, Moyan, Chishan or other students, the calculated score is the total score of their group. And Ningchen alone could equal the score of their entire team. How could this not be difficult for them to accept? Ningchen seemed to have expected it. He opened his eyes and looked very calm. A brown bear actually appeared in the year-end assessment venue. What would you think if the patriarch or even other family elders knew that the school's security was so poor? I hope the Xuetang family boss can give me a satisfactory answer. Ningchen smiled slightly at the gloomy-looking schoolmaster. The threat was self-evident. Then Ningchen turned around and walked away, not caring about his ranking or rating. Ha 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 ha, okay, I will definitely give you a good answer, Ningchen. The old man from the school suddenly laughed. He was laughed out of anger. He never thought that a generation of his family could be threatened by a student. It was really contrary to Tangang. The key is that there is nothing I can do to him. If I force him to wear small shoes now, it will not give the clan leader face. The patriarch needs him to increase King Shu's confidence, so the school elders not only cannot suppress his prestige, but also encourage his prestige. After all, the more majestic and powerful Ningchen behaves, the more energetic King Shu will be when he wins. Different from the shock and astonishment of other students, Heo's beautiful eyes have been fixed since Ningchen appeared. After hearing Ningchen's appalling score, the admiration on his face was even more undisguised as he looked at Ningchen's leaving figure, his eyes revealing a rather morbid love. Master Ningchen is really strong. What should I do, Master Ningchen? I like you more and more. Ningchen walked slowly on the path back to the village, his expression quite peaceful. In an instant, his brows tightened, and Ningchen felt the blood surge in his chest, like fire, and a sweetness surged in his throat. Poof! Spitting out a mouthful of rich blood, Ningchen didn't pay too much attention. He wiped his mouth and set off again, much faster than before. After returning home, Ningchen unbuttoned his clothes and threw the blood-soaked clothes aside. The body with strong muscles and bones was exposed, and now it was covered with round hole-like wounds, covering the entire body. He reached out and pulled out a stone awl from the wound, bringing out a lot of blood. Ningchen's expression did not change at all, as if it was not him who was hurting. His black eyes looked at the stone cone in his hand with interest, and he murmured softly, "I encountered a brown bear carrying a wild goo worm. That brown bear is probably at level 2 combat strength. I don't know if he is lucky or not." He threw the stone awl away casually and pulled out stone awls of different sizes from other wounds. At a rough count, there were not dozens of them. It wasn't over yet. Ningchen wrapped all the wounds with gauze soaked in alcohol. He almost wrapped himself into a rice dumpling, leaving only a few inches of skin outside. From beginning to end, Ningchen's expression was always so calm, not affected by the pain at all. "Put on your clothes and sit aside. Killing this brown bear really cost me half my life. Fortunately, the harvest is also gratifying." Ningchen sighed in his heart, and his spiritual consciousness penetrated the hole, and 2 more goo worms appeared in the hole. They are the second-level stone cone goo and the second-level vine shield goo, both of which were harvested from the brown bear. Needless to say, the power of the stone cone goo is as powerful as just looking at the wounds on Ningchen's body. If Ningchen's current physique had not been tempered by the dark green true energy that had reached its peak, Ningchen would probably have died from this. Vine shield goo is refined from the first turn of wood shield goo, and is the upgrade board for wood shield goo. It is enough to withstand dozens of Ningchen's unreserved slashes, and its defensive power is very superior. These 2 goo worms can enrich the variety of goo worms in Ningchen. Thinking of this, a happy smile appeared on Ningchen's face. "However, my current feeding of goo insects may also be a problem. The stone cone goo is a soil goo worm, which can eat metal and jade, while the vine goo eats street drunks. The higher the quality of both, the better. They are preferred for feeding. Well, it seems that after the second transformation, I have to find a good job for myself, otherwise I can't even feed the goo worms." Ningchen smiled bitterly in his heart, but this smile caused a sharp pain in his internal organs. Cough cough. A few drops of blood flowed down the corners of his lips, and Ningchen wiped it casually without caring. "This is probably the first time I have been injured since I traveled to this world, and the injury is so serious. But with my physical strength, I can recover 30% of my injuries after a night's rest, and 30% is enough to beat those little brats." The next day, Ningchen put on his clothes, wrapped up his horrible injuries, and went out to take the last exam. Ningchen felt it carefully, and the air he inhaled into his lungs had a faint smell of blood. His injuries were still very serious, but it was more than enough to deal with today's exam. In the martial arts field, the face of the school elder was rare. Some of them were a little excited. It seemed that today was indeed of great significance. Today is the last exam of the year-end assessment, and it is also the most important exam. Watching here are your seniors, other elders, and even our clan leader. Every move you make is in our eyes, and your performance will seriously affect your future employment. So, come on." The cold face of the school elder actually brought a few soft smiles, which made the students not very comfortable. "Before the exam, we have to test the level of each of your cultivation. Just cooperate with us." King Shu looked around excitedly. The surrounding audience seats were already full of spectators. Among them were seniors and sisters of the second transformation, and the elders sat in more honorable seats. As for the clan leader Gu, he sat in the most conspicuous position in the entire audience. King Shu looked at Ningchen, who was resting with his eyes closed, and his fighting spirit was even higher. "Ningchen, the first place this time must be mine!" Ningchen leaned aside quietly, closing his eyes and concentrating, which felt very comfortable. He didn't even listen to the passionate speech made by the elder of the school just now. The quality of the rating only affects one's employment, but in my eyes, whether it is a good career or a bad career, they are the same and equally useless. A good career is nothing more than joining a good team, performing tasks all day long, getting rewards, and then sharing them with the entire team. A bad profession is to station outside the village and protect the mortal village. The essence stones obtained from these professions are far from enough to support my practice. Ningchen had a clear idea in his heart. Since he was in a system and organization like Shanzhai, he could never think of putting his own interests first. Being in this kind of village, after going through all the layers of scraping, very little could fall into Ningchen's hands, which was simply not enough to support his practice. This is the origin of the demonic master. Burning and looting are nothing more than seeking profit, and everything you grab is yours, so why not do it? Although there are more than 1,000 yuan stones now, there won't be much left after reaching the second rank and updating the Gu worms. Well, I have to think of a way to get rich again. There is a saying that a man will not be rich without windfall, and a horse will not be fat without night grass. Next, Qingshu. The soft shout of the schoolmaster suddenly fell on Qingshu's ears. Qingshu took a deep breath after hearing this and stepped onto the platform above. The schoolmaster stretched out his hand to touch Qingshu's lower abdomen, closed his eyes, and searched with his consciousness. Qingshu, a high-level transformation. The school elder suddenly opened his eyes, shouted softly, and revealed Qingshu's current cultivation level. What? It turned out to be a high level. This is a second-class qualification. It's really different from us. The first few have only reached the intermediate level, but Qingshu has already reached the high level. After the students learned about Qingshu's cultivation level, all their faces were filled with wonder and envy. Qingshu was also very impressed and quietly walked off the stage, but he couldn't hide the smile on his face. Then he looked at Ningchen beside him and raised his eyebrows, as if he was provoking. Next, Ningchen. Ningchen suddenly opened his eyes and walked onto the stage leisurely. The schoolmaster stretched out his hand to touch it, and his spiritual consciousness probed into Ningchen's empty aperture. Ningchen, a mid-level transformation. The face of the Xuetang family elder was very calm, making it impossible to see any flaws. And how could the schoolmaster not know Ningchen's true cultivation level? The dark green sea of a true energy in the void is truly at its peak. He just needed to help Qingshu build up his self-confidence, so the Gu clan leader, the school elders and even Ningchen worked together to put on a show for everyone. Ningchen didn't show any abnormality at all. He quietly walked off the stage and leaned to the side again. Qingshu, on the other hand, was even more confident. Looking at Ningchen, who was concentrating with his eyes closed, his face was extremely confident. It seems that after all this time, your cultivation has not improved at all. Then, I must be number one this time. Heo stood quietly in the center of the crowd, looking at Ningchen from a distance, but felt a little confused in his heart. Why hasn't Lord Ningchen improved his cultivation for so long? There's something wrong. Heo and Ningchen get along day and night, and she basically knows every move of Ningchen. Furthermore, Heo subconsciously regarded Ningchen as the strongest among this generation of students. But his cultivation level is only at the intermediate level. How can he not be surprised? However, the other students did not feel anything was wrong at all and quickly turned their attention to the next person. Now, everyone's qualifications have been tested, and I believe you all know the qualifications of others. Then, let's start the last year-end assessment now. It's very simple. It's actual combat. Carry out actual combat drills with other students. You can use Gu insects, you can use physical skills, and you can use all means. But be careful not to show mercy. After all, we are all classmates who have been together for a year. And using the knockout method, the sooner people are eliminated, the worse their ratings will naturally be, and the opposite groups will be randomly divided. Finally, come on. The schoolmaster looked at this group of students who already had the aura of Gu masters, and inexplicably had a smile of relief. Ningchen raised his head and looked at the picture screen composed of the second channel Gu insect and the picture screen Gu. The patterns on the screen can be changed at will by the Gu master, and at this moment there are groups of names. Gu Heo is indifferent to Gu Jianghe versus Gu Jiao San. Gu Ayu Chishan is shining brightly against Gu Ayu. Gu Ningchen wrote to Gu King. When the students saw this, Some were happy and some were sad. After all, they had been classmates for a year, and they already knew who was strong and who was weak. When Ningchen saw it, he couldn't help but smile, a little mockingly. "This is all random. King Shu and I really matched up randomly." King Shu laughed loudly when he saw it. His fighting spirit was high in his heart, and his hands were already itching unbearably. But Heo's first concern was not his own counterpoint, but Ningchen's counterpoint. After seeing Ningchen confronting King Shu, her beautiful eyes were filled with worry. Master Ningchen is facing off against King Shu, and King Shu is a high-level one. Can Master Ningchen win? How about I go plot against King Shu and let Master Ningchen win smoothly? No, let's forget it. I'm really stupid. How can I not believe Lord Ningchen? Thinking of this, Heo's beautiful eyes once again showed full trust. But it was still difficult to hide the morbidity. The first match was between Heo and Mo Yan. Heo walked into the martial arts arena slowly, and the opponent Mo Yan also walked in slowly. At this time, the school elder acted as a referee and stood in the center of the venue. Note that this is an assessment, not a fight. Don't harm your classmates. Stop when you are done. Okay, then let's start. After saying that, the school elder stepped aside, leaving the battlefield to the two of them. Mo Yan took the lead in approaching Heo, clenched his fist and pretended to hit Heo's face. And Heo unexpectedly Mo Yan reacted quickly as expected, twisting her body slightly to avoid the straight punch. On the contrary, Mo Yan was full of flaws at this time. Hao Yu used his feet as the starting point, his shoulders as the middle point, and his fist as the end point, forming a straight line. Hao Yu's physical skills were quite solid. Although his movements were not gorgeous, they were very effective. A swift straight punch hit Mo Yan's face, causing her to step back a few steps. Mo Yan's face twitched slightly, and she was furious. This punch also aroused her anger and made her put away her contempt. He casually threw out a moon blade, and Hao Yu rushed to the side without caring about his image, just avoiding this moon blade. Then, Heo also threw out a moon blade, heading straight for Mo Yan's chest. Swish! Mo Yan couldn't dodge in time, and was cut with a wound of neither shallow nor deep, splashing blood. After this blow, Mo Yan was a little exhausted. Stop! The assessment is over. Heo wins. The school elders saw this and hurriedly announced the results of the assessment, fearing that the assessment would turn into a fight. After all, if the precious granddaughter of the Momai family elder was injured too badly, Mo Chen would not spare him, the school elder who was the referee. And after hearing the results, Mo Yan and Heo had two completely different reactions. Mo Yan struggled to get up and wanted to fight again, but fell to the ground again. I can still fight. The assessment is not over yet. The elder of the school saw this and quickly asked someone to send Mo Yan down, fearing that something unexpected would happen. And Heo looked at the audience and Ningchen expectantly. Ningchen didn't look at her at all, but just sat quietly aside with his eyes closed. Heo didn't find it strange, but thought it was very normal. If Ningchen looked at her, she would find it abnormal. It was Ningchen's character of keeping strangers away and being cold on the outside and inside that made Heo admire him so much. That little girl Heo can actually beat Mo Yan. It seems that she really has a secret. Could this secret be related to her admiration for me? Ningchen knew it very well. Although he didn't watch the martial arts arena, he could tell the result just by listening. Heo won. Yes, Heo won beyond Ningchen's expectation. Mo Yan is the elder of the Mo cultivation family and the precious granddaughter of Mo Chen. Her talent is second only to King Shu. She has a meticulous personality and has received much training. And she actually lost to an unknown little girl, Heo. Although there is no lack of Mo Yan's underestimation of the enemy, it is not difficult to see that Heo is not an ordinary girl. Most of the battles of the first-level Gyu Master students are still based on fist and foot physical skills, and they lack fighting awareness, so it is a bit boring. The next group, Gyu Ningchen vs. Gyu King Shu. King Shu. He suddenly opened his eyes, bursting with eager fighting spirit, looking at Ningchen in the distance. Come on, Ningchen, I have been waiting for this day for a long time. King Shu walked down the audience seats leisurely, stood quietly in the center of the martial arts arena, exuding boundless confidence, and Ningchen opened his eyes slowly. His black eyes were very calm, walked down the audience seats slowly, walked in front of King Shu, and stood opposite. King Shu, today your self-confidence will be rebuilt, and Ningchen's inner demon will be completely annihilated in your long river of time. Ningchen will only decay here, and you will definitely be able to become a rising star in the future of my Guiyu clan. Guiyu watched the two people walk into the martial arts arena, and his heart was even more excited and generous. Ningchen, I hope you can do as we agreed before. He hoped that King Shu would defeat Ningchen with a crushing attitude, break through this cloud barrier, and become a new star of the generation. He also hoped that Ningchen would lose to King Shu as agreed and make King Shu successful. I heard that the young man in a green shirt below is the backbone of this generation. Really? What are his qualifications and cultivation? He has 70% of the qualifications of the second class, and is currently in the high-level cultivation of the first turn, and is about to break through the peak of the first turn. 70% of the second class. I haven't heard of this qualification for a long time. He can indeed be called a new star of the generation. Also, he has a good character and a smart mind. Both the elders and students in the school have given him a good evaluation. It seems that this young man is indeed extraordinary. King Shu, defeat Ningchen for us. In the audience, there were discussions. Most of them were second-class Guiyu masters who had graduated from the school for a long time. There were also other students who were full of expectations. Their noisy discussions poured into King Shu's ears, which invisibly increased his confidence again. King Shu's eyes were like torches, and Ningchen's eyes were like a deep abyss, one blue and one black. The two figures formed a sharp contrast on the martial arts field. I won't say anything, you guys come on. The elder of the school smiled meaningfully at the two of them. Ningchen naturally understood what he meant, but King Shu didn't notice anything wrong at all. Ningchen, I have waited for this day for a long time. This time, I will defeat you completely and openly. Oh, King Shu was full of fighting spirit, but Ningchen was indifferent. The game begins. Before the elder of the school shouted, King Shu rushed over impatiently. His figure quickly disappeared, and the distance between the two of them was shortened in an instant. Fists. He clenched his head tightly and rushed towards Ningchen with the force of the sprint. This action may be very fast in the eyes of other students, and they may not be able to react in time and will be hit hard. Ningchen, however, has insight into all of King Shu's actions, including this punch. It can even be said that if Ningchen wants, he can punch King Shu's abdomen at this moment, which will definitely make him lose his fighting ability. However, he cannot win because of the agreement. Ningchen doesn't care about this kind of credit at all, and doesn't take it to heart at all. What is credit? It's just the pity of the strong for the weak. If he wins King Shu at this moment, he will only get 150 yuanshai and a name and face. But if he loses to King Shu, he will get a reward several times more than 150 yuanshai. In this case, why did he give up such a generous reward for this name and face? Ningchen thought so in his heart, and his hand movements also changed to defense. Bang! Ningchen was knocked back several steps by this punch, and his body was even a little unstable, and his center of gravity was also smashed by this punch. King Shu was even more excited when he saw this, and continued to pursue the victory. His figure followed like a shadow, and a sharp knee strike went straight to Ningchen's abdomen. Ningchen reacted very quickly and immediately hugged King Shu's knees with both hands to reduce the force. King Shu saw that the attack did not succeed, so he turned the collision into a kick and kicked Ningchen's abdomen, pulling away. Ningchen's blood and qi were reversed by these two blows. A hint of sweetness and fishiness could be felt in the throat. However, it was not because King Shu was too strong, but because the old injuries from yesterday were too severe. King Shu's attack triggered these old injuries again. Seeing that Ningchen was not in a good mood, King Shu casually threw out a moon blade. The moon blade was very blue. It was a moon blade of dark green true essence. It was very fast and arrived in front of Ningchen in an instant. It was definitely too late to dodge. Ningchen put his hands in front of his chest to minimize the damage. Swish! The moon blade cut into Ningchen's forearm, splashing a handful of bright blood. Ningchen suddenly felt that his hands were weak and could not use any strength. The tendons were also cut off. At this time, the whistling wind of fierce punches went straight to Ningchen's chest. King Shu tried his best to punch out a punch. Boom! Ningchen's body kept retreating, and finally fell down while trembling. Poof! Ningchen could no longer suppress the surge of energy and blood in his chest, and spat out a mouthful of rich blood. After vomiting out this mouthful of blood, Ningchen's complexion became much paler. He was no longer that fair, but looked very weak. King Shu walked up to Ningchen and looked down at Ningchen with mixed feelings. The punch just now seemed to have scattered Ningchen's spirit. Ningchen wanted to get up again, but he overestimated his body and fell even harder. King Shu, win. The high-pitched announcement of the schoolmaster resounded throughout the martial arts arena. This sound also raised the atmosphere of the entire martial arts arena, and other students also shouted King Shu's name. King Shu, King Shu. Gubo also chuckled. He didn't expect that Ningchen's performance was so realistic and the effect was so good. If he hadn't made the appointment in advance, even he wouldn't have been able to tell that it was an act. The opposite is Hei-Oh. Her expression is very shocked, confused and worried. My lord Ningchen ... was defeated. King Shu looked at Ningchen, who was once aloof, but now he fell to the ground in embarrassment, almost dying. I feel great joy in my heart, but when I put it into my mouth, I chant it into a poem. Few hardships and dangers will transform your inner demons, and not fearing dangers will forge a strong heart. It doesn't matter if my heart has a dragon's path, the shade of the forest protects me like a snake. How can it transform into a dragon before the wind and rain come? How can it fly before the sky sees it? One day the dragon will finally get rain, today it will see the sky and turn into a rock. Ha ha ha. What a poem! What a poem! King Shu has such great ambition. Gubo, who was present here, heard King Shu reciting this poem. His eyes lit up. He clapped his desk and stood up. This poem not only shocked the Gu clan leader, but also shocked everyone present. Someday the dragon will finally catch the rain. Today it will see the sky and turn into a rock. What a wonderful poem. Compared with Wulong and Kunping, King Shu has such a good ambition. Ha 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 ha. I believe more and more that he will become a young hero of our generation. What a young talent and high-spirited person. Everyone present here, whether they are school elders or students, or other elders and seniors, all marveled at King Shu's lofty ambitions. At this moment, King Shu is like a proudly standing green pine, breaking through the inner demons that are pressing in his heart and even above his head. Ningchen. From now on, the future will be bright, and the dust will turn into traces of time and remain in the past. King Shu thought of this, a confident smile appeared on his lips, turned around and left. The winner leaves gracefully, the loser falls to the ground in embarrassment. But is this really the case? Ha 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 ha. Ningchen smiled wildly and arrogantly in his heart. He succeeded. King Shu's self-confidence is so strong now that he doesn't notice the difference in Ningchen at all. He didn't even wonder why Ningchen didn't fight back. He wanted to win against Ningchen so much. And King Shu left gracefully, carrying the admiration of Gubo, school elders, seniors, and students. And he fell to the ground in embarrassment, but he won an extremely generous reward. A second-level Gu worm, a single stroke of Gu material. Compared to these, what's the point of losing a little face? At this time, several healing Gu masters carried Ningchen to the audience on a stretcher. TSK, the injury is really serious. Hey, he has to lie down for at least 2 or 3 months, right? Then who knows? Maybe he will never wake up again? This is possible. The healing Gu master's discussion fell clearly into Ningchen's ears. Ningchen did not faint. He was always awake. This kind of injury is not enough to make him faint from pain. Far from it. Ningchen suddenly opened his eyes and sat up. He was so shocked that the healing master at the side quickly retreated. I'll go. No, why did you wake up suddenly? Holy shit, you scared me. Ningchen looked at the healing master beside him, coughed twice, and spit out the blood in his throat. Ahem, invite the Gu clan leader over and tell him that Ningchen has something to do with him. So anxious to see me? Before Ningchen finished speaking, Gubo slowly pushed the door open and entered. With a satisfied smile on his face, he was in a good mood. Lord Patriarch, Master Patriarch, why are you here? When the healing master saw Gubo coming, he quickly leaned over and saluted. This is the leader of the Gu clan, a high-ranking 4th level Gu master, and the leader of the entire Gu village. Okay, you all go out first. I'll talk to Ningchen alone. As you command. As you command. After hearing this, they quickly retreated, leaving time for Gubo and Ningchen. Gubo first stabilized Ningchen's injuries with the treatment of Gu insects, and then started chatting with Ningchen. You performed very well, Ningchen. Now King Shu is so confident that he is even a little arrogant. Thanks for the compliment. Gubo laughed endlessly. What Ningchen did was really in line with his wishes. If Ningchen directly admits defeat, then King Shu will still have some doubts. But it just so happened that Ningchen had an old wound from the fight with the brown bear yesterday. They accounted for almost 70% or more of Ningchen's injuries during the battle. King Shu's jab and punch are more like children's games. Okay, I won't say any more. Gu worm, just tell me what kind you want. Just go to the store tomorrow and pick it out. I have already made an agreement with the shop owner about the Gu material. You can just go there and get it. Finally, thank you for your cooperation, Ningchen. Gubo patted Ningchen's shoulder, his tone apologetic but also grateful. Well, it's an honor for me to be able to help the Patriarch. Okay, you can rest in peace and recuperate. Gubo saw that Ningchen's bleeding had almost stopped, so he stood up and left, leaving Ningchen alone here. Ningchen sat quietly on the hospital bed, carefully feeling every inch of his body's injuries. About 3 or 4 of the ribs are broken. The right side of the sternum is slightly cracked. Fortunately, the internal organs are only bleeding slightly, and there is no life-threatening injury. The wounds caused by the stone cone yesterday have all turned into blood scabs, and new flesh and blood will grow back in a few days. Ningchen slowly stroked his body with fine bones and muscles, and took a rough estimate of his injuries. However, it's really time for me to get a cure for Gu worms. I'm really lacking in this area. Forget it, I want a healing Gu for this 2nd level Gu. Thinking of this, Ningchen lay down on the hospital bed and closed his eyes quietly, thinking about the next step. And with my performance, the overall rating is definitely not much better, so I can choose some jobs stationed outside the cottage. Speaking of which, I don't know what Heo will think if I behave like this. Maybe the chess piece might get out of his hands. Forget it, I'd better go find her again later and tighten the bait. However, to Ningchen's surprise, Heo approached Ningchen at this moment. Squeak! The sound of pushing the door was so harsh in the slightly silent ward at the moment. Ningchen looked for the sound to go out. A beautiful pollen figure strolled over and closed the door behind her. Heo, why are you here? Ningchen frowned when he saw this. He was caught off guard by Heo's attack. What? Can't I just come and see my injured lover? Heo was chatting, and before Ningchen could reply, he walked up to Ningchen and sat beside him. Lord Ningchen, why did you lose to King Shu? In my heart, you are invincible. What on earth is going on, Lord Ningchen? Heo stepped forward and pressed the fashionable and weak Ningchen on the bed. The sickly and beautiful face was reflected in Ningchen's black eyes. With such a beauty in front of him, Ningchen couldn't feel any desire at all. At this time, he was weak and could not resist Heo's strength, but his expression was surprisingly calm. Heo, you might as well think about it. How could I still be at the intermediate level of the 1st rank for such a long time? Yeah. That's right. You might as well take a look at my aperture and you will understand everything. Heo thought for a moment, then stretched out his hand to touch Ningchen's belly. When I looked into it with my spiritual consciousness, I found that the color of the true essence C inside was a dark green that can only be seen at the peak of the first revolution. There are even a few cracks on the crystal film, and it is about to break through to the beginning of the second level. Seeing this scene, the love on Hao's face became even stronger, and in his sickly beautiful eyes, love almost burst out. Our master Ningchen has already reached the peak of his first transformation and is about to reach his second transformation. You are indeed my Lord Ningchen. I was the one who wrongly blamed Lord Ningchen. So, Ningchen calmly looked at the excited Hao, and was just about to continue explaining the reason why he did what he did. Hao couldn't restrain her love anymore, lowered her head and kissed Ningchen. Soft and fragrant jade, a beautiful woman in his arms. Ningchen looked at Hao in astonishment. He was a little overwhelmed by Hao's forceful kiss. The tendons of his hands were cut by King Shu's moon blade. He could not use any strength. Ningchen could clearly feel his teeth being pried open by Hao's fragrant tongue, which penetrated into it and intertwined with his tongue. Compared to Ningchen's astonishment, Hao seemed to enjoy it very much. With flushed cheeks and blurred eyes, he enjoyed the brief kiss with Ningchen. After a long time, Hao and Ningchen separated, pulling out a few translucent silver threads. Lord Ningchen, I was really wrong. Blame you. Since you hide your true cultivation, you must have your reasons for doing so. No need to explain too much to me. I believe Lord Ningchen will not do stupid things. Goodbye. Take good care of your injuries. Hao stuck out her tongue and licked her pink lips. She had endless aftertastes for the feeling of kissing Ningchen just now. Before leaving, she even threw a coquettish glance at Ningchen, who was sitting quietly. After she left, Ningchen stuck out his tongue and licked the thin lips that Hao had just kissed, with a few coldness in his black eyes. Hao, you are such a crazy girl. I am getting more and more curious. What is it? What kind of reason has created such a sick and crazy character of yours? Well, it happens that I have a lot of free time after the end of year assessment, so let me investigate it carefully. Ningchen was lying on the hospital bed, and he was extremely confused. What kind of reason turned a young and beautiful girl into a twisted sickly girl? Just now, when Ningchen hugged and kissed her, Ningchen's black eyes met her beautiful eyes. The black eyes were quiet and deep, but the bright jade eyes showed an unconcealable sickness and admiration. It was completely different from the astonishment when she learned that Ningchen had lost to King Shu just now. And the changes during this period were just Ningchen telling her that his true cultivation. It seems that in her heart, she cannot accept Ningchen's failure, no matter what the reason is. In her heart, Ningchen seems to be invincible and will never fail, and as long as Ningchen shows a little bit of weakness, which is inconsistent with her impression, he may be backfired by this chess piece. Ningchen knows it very well in his heart, but he still wants to use this chess piece. After all, as long as he keeps his prime posture in front of her, he can keep her firmly in his hands. In terms of Hao's loyalty to Ningchen, it is almost equivalent to a master-slave. In this case, why doesn't Ningchen use it? As night fell, the moon was shining brightly on his face. Ningchen walked leisurely on the sparsely populated street and walked slowly towards the shop. He was going to collect his reward. Oh, you are here. The tribe leader has asked me to prepare the goo materials you want. You can pick any goo worm you want. The shop owner was free at this time. Seeing Ningchen coming, he took out a batch of goo materials. Well, thank you for your trouble. Ningchen smiled slightly and expressed his gratitude. Then he walked into the goo worm display cabinet in the shop. Ningchen passed the display cabinet of the first level goo worm and walked straight to the display cabinet of the second level goo worm. Although the two were closely adjacent, the cabinets used for exhibition were made of two different materials. It was obvious at a glance that Ningchen did not need to think too much, just choose the healing goo worm directly. Suddenly, Ningchen stopped and reached out to touch a green goo worm in the display cabinet. Took it out and looked at it. The whole shape was like a green leaf. If it weren't for the several insect legs under its body, I'm afraid others would think it was a leaf. This goo worm is the second level goo worm, the Shenxi goo, which can continuously spit out healing breath to recover from injuries, and can be upgraded to the 3rd level Shengsai. Ning Chen held the Shengsai in his hand and then walked to the front desk. "This is the Gu worm I want, the 2nd level Shengsai. Okay, I get it. This is the Gu material you want." "Thank you." "Nothing, goodbye." Ning Chen stored the Gu material in the gourd grass and put the life Gu into the empty cavity. Then he walked away slowly and disappeared at the corner of the street. The shop owner looked at Ning Chen's back and sighed in his heart for a while. "I don't know what kind of shit luck this kid has. He can get a 2nd level Gu worm." Forget it, I'd better not meddle in other people's business." Ning Chen returned home, his consciousness probed into the empty cavity, and counted his current Gu worms again. The 1st level ones are Moonlight Gu, Little Light Gu, Gourd Grass. The 2nd level ones are Stone Cone Gu, Vine Shield Gu and the Life Gu that I just got. In total, there are 6 Gu worms, and 3 of them are 2nd level Gu worms. This number of Gu worms is not enough even if you are in among the 2nd level Gu masters. This is definitely considered wealthy. What's more, Ning Chen is only at the peak of the 1st level at this moment. Ning Chen looked at the full empty cavity, and suddenly, he felt sleepy and fell asleep in a daze. The next morning, there was light mist and thin clouds. Birds were singing and dogs were barking. Ning Chen walked slowly on the road to the school. His pace was neither fast nor slow, and he felt a lot of emotions in his heart. "Today I will finally graduate from the school." Entering the classroom, the school elder had been waiting here for a long time. His face was a little complicated, and there was a hint of melancholy. Although there were only a few traces, it was indeed there. After all, this group of students were trained by the school elders until now. It would be a lie to say that there was no emotion in his heart. "Today, you will graduate from this school. After today, you will be assigned to various job teams based on your ratings. Next, I'll read each of your ratings." The schoolmaster glanced at the students in front of him. The more he looked at it, the more pleased he felt, and his words became gentler unconsciously. "Gu Qingshu, rated A, is assigned to Gu Qingxiang's team." After hearing this, Qingshu's face looked calm as usual, a little sparse and ordinary. Even others thought it was normal. "Gu Moyan, rated A, is assigned to Gu Mo's team." Mo Yan looked slightly happy. She knew this Mo He was a 2nd level Gu master in Mo Mei. "Gu Chishan, rated A, is assigned to Gu Chifeng's team." Chishan also smiled slightly. He also knew this person. He was also from Chai Mai. "Gu Jianghe, rating." Ning Chen never paid attention to the team they were assigned from beginning to end. He just closed his eyes and waited for his name to be called. "Gu Ningchen, rated D, is assigned to guard the northern mortal village." Hearing this, Ning Chen suddenly opened his eyes and smiled softly in his heart. "As expected, I was assigned this profession. This career is exactly what I want." The opposite of Ning Chen is Heo. After hearing Ning Chen's allocation, Heo felt disappointed. "Hey, Master Ning Chen is going to garrison the mortal village. It would be great if he was in the same team as me. This way I can see Lord Ning Chen all the time!" Goodbye, Mr. Xuetang family boss. "Okay, bye." "Master Xuetang, I will come back to see you after I graduate." "Ha ha ha, okay." The students held the black and blue military robes distributed by the school and were filled with joy. I don't know who started it first. When everyone leaves the school, they must say goodbye to the schoolmaster. The school elder smiled softly and quietly watched them leave one by one. In an instant, a figure dressed in black entered the school elder's field of vision. As soon as he saw Ning Chen, the school elder's eyebrows frowned unconsciously, but they relaxed immediately. "Ning Chen, he is very clever and thoughtful. I think he will be able to live an easier life in the future." Yes, it is true that Ning Chen has tricked the schoolmaster several times, so he can never say that he likes Ning Chen. But today is their graduation day. As a school elder, he would not be angry with a junior to this day. In the eyes of the school elders, Ning Chen is just a child with a lot of thoughts and a little cleverness. Ning Chen didn't intend to say goodbye to the Xuetang family. After all, he and the Xuetang family didn't have any feelings at all. But when Ning Chen was about to walk out of the door, The school elder took the initiative to stop Ningchen. "Ningchen, walk slowly." The warm farewell voice of the school elder fell clearly into Ningchen's ears. However, Ningchen didn't turn his head, he just agreed lightly. "Well, bye." Ningchen's heart was as calm as a flat lake, without any sadness caused by parting. He has had almost no relationship with other students over the past year. He even said that other students even avoided him. How could he be sad? Secondly, Ningchen III was a human being with a lifespan of more than 1,000 years. He had seen too many partings. There was a lot of life and death, love, hate, and resentment, but none of these could move Ningchen's pure demonic heart. Nothing can shake or touch Ningchen's demonic heart. What's more, this is just a farewell to a group of children. How can he feel sad? Ningchen slowly walked out of the school, looked at the setting sun that had burned away the clouds on his temples, and smiled softly. "From now on, I will no longer have school rules to constrain me in my actions. It's so uncomfortable to live outside the village and guard Immortal Village." Ha 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 ha. Ningchen laughed endlessly in his heart. His laughter was very hearty and comfortable. A pair of heavy shackles seemed to have been lifted from his heart and even his whole body, and he couldn't be described as unhappy. In an instant, a figure in green suddenly stood just a few meters in front of Ningchen. Ningchen narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at the figure in green shirt. He felt a little confused. Why did King Shu come to me again? Could it be that he came to tease me again? He is such an inexperienced child. Looking up, the expression on King Zi made Ningchen a little disappointed. There was no hint of joking or ridicule on King Shu's face. Instead it was very complicated. "Ningchen, I have something to say to you." "What's the matter?" "Let's talk about it here." Ningchen actually became somewhat interested in his impression. Such an expression would never appear on King Shu's face. "There are many people here, let's go, follow me first." Before Ningchen could agree, King Shu turned around and left without giving him any time to think about it. When Ningchen saw this, he felt strange and didn't want to follow King Shu, but King Shu's next words made Ningchen freeze in place. "The next thing I'm going to say has to do with your deceased parents." Ningchen's face froze when he heard these words, and his body froze in place. Thousands of thoughts flashed through his heart in an instant. "What? It has something to do with my parents. He is a newly graduated level 1 Gyu master. How could he know? And why did he suddenly mention this to me? It's very wrong, very wrong." Ningchen couldn't help but want to understand. King Shu's figure continued to walk away. Ningchen gritted his teeth and quickly followed King Shu in front of him. At this time, King Shu stopped talking and just walked quietly in front. Ningchen's heart calmed down when he saw this, and he slowly followed King Shu. In this way, King Shu walked in front silently, and Ningchen followed behind. The two of them walked quickly and walked out of the village. In an instant, arriving at an open place, King Shu finally spoke. "I know a lot, but I can't tell you yet." "Why?" Ningchen was neither anxious nor upset when he heard this, and asked King Shu calmly. "During the end-of-year assessment between you and me, I clearly noticed that you were letting your guard down. Although you performed very well, I still found out. Of course, I also know about the deal between you and the clan leader. So, I'm really uneasy with the title of number 1. I can only let you fight with all your strength without any reservation, and then I can defeat you head-on in an upright manner. Only can I prove that I am indeed number 1 in the year-end assessment. Only if you beat me will I tell you everything I know." King Shu didn't answer Ningchen's question. Instead, he talked about the year-end assessment. However, the last sentence aroused Ningchen's interest. Ningchen's parents died young when Ningchen was 1 year old, leaving Ningchen and Ningchuan alone to depend on each other. As Ningchen grew up, no matter how he searched, he could not find any information about his parents in the village. It was as if they had disappeared from the face of the earth. He did not miss his parents. He was just curious about why his parents had disappeared from the face of the earth in the village. After all, Ningchen had lived for too long. What kind of emotions had he not experienced? Family, love, friendship? He had even experienced many emotions many times, but they were eventually lost in the long river of time. They became the cornerstones of Ningchen's devilish heart. Ningchen looked at King Shu, who had a sharp gaze, and suddenly laughed, with a very sarcastic laugh. Ha 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 ha. Okay, King Shu, I'll have a good fight with you. Let you see the real difference between you and me. Ningchen unbuttoned his clothes and took off his clothes, revealing his muscular body. At this time, Ningchen's body was covered with white bandages, leaving no skin at all, like a zongzai. King Shu, take good care of my injuries. That day I went to the end-of-year assessment with such a body. Now, I have recovered 50%, and 50% is enough to beat you. Ningchen shouted softly, his eyes getting colder and colder, like polar ice. And the moment King Shu saw Ningchen's body, he was shocked. With such injuries, he can still live until now? And I defeated Ningchen in this state that day? Ningchen's disabled body was like an extremely hard hammer, smashing King Shu's newly built self-confidence. The leaves of the wind flute moved, and they stood quietly. The two of them stared at each other quietly, and stood there tacitly, waiting for the other to take the first step. King Shu looked a little serious, fearing that Ningchen would take the lead. Ningchen was calm and composed, and so was he. He was confident that he could handle King Shu's move first or second. In the end, it was King Shu who broke the dead silence of the confrontation and took the lead in attacking Ningchen. King Shu raised his hand and a blue moon blade shot out in the air, heading straight for Ningchen. However, Ningchen did not retreat but advanced instead, and his body suddenly shot forward, even faster than the moon blade when he came. The dark green true essence in the void was agitated, and the second turned speeding. Ningchen's figure passed by the moon blade beside him like a ghost, and attacked King Shu. King Shu's heart suddenly jumped, almost jumping out of his chest. So fast. King Shu stepped heavily and retreated quickly, but it was too late. Ningchen had already arrived in front of him. Ningchen's eyes met King Shu's eyes in the air. The black eyes were as quiet as a deep pool, which shocked King Shu. Bang! Ningchen clenched his right hand into a fist and hit King Shu's face directly. This punch was extremely fast and powerful. It almost became an afterimage in King Shu's eyes, and it made a blast in the air. This was also the first and only time that Ningchen used all his strength against the people in the school. King Shu was horrified, and the fist kept enlarging in his field of vision. The fist wind alone was enough to make King Shu realize how amazing the power of this punch was. But King Shu is King Shu after all. Faced with such a hasty situation, he still keeps a clear mind. This punch must be made with the wooden shield. Otherwise, you will die. A round wooden shield suddenly appeared in front of King Shu. However, Ningchen laughed loudly when he saw it. Not only did he not retract his fist, but his fist became more violent. Bang! Ningchen's heavy fist landed firmly on the wooden shield that King Shu had given hope to. However, the wooden shield was just a mantis trying to stop a chariot in front of Ningchen's terrifying strength. It was completely useless. After only holding on for less than a second, the wooden shield was smashed to pieces, turning into several pieces of wood that flew everywhere. The heavy punch, which had lost some of its power, still landed on King Shu's face, knocking him back and hitting the stone behind him. The wooden shield was smashed to pieces by Ningchen on the spot. King Shu gritted his teeth and took a breath of cold air, stood up against the pain, and probed into the empty cavity with his spiritual consciousness. There were only two worms left in the empty cavity, the moonlight and the wine worm, and the wooden shield died on the spot. What, do you still want to fight? Ha ha ha, fight. Why not? King Shu laughed loudly in response to Ningchen's question, showing no sign of weakness. But King Shu knew in his heart that he had sacrificed the wooden shield to barely block the attack just now. Even so, the residual power of Ningchen's heavy punch was enough to make him unbearable. So King Shu had to change his tactics next. He knew that Ningchen was only 50% of the sea-level talent. He was 20% higher than Ningchen. As long as he kept a distance and used his peak true essence to consume Ningchen, he would still have a chance of winning. When King Shu thought of this, he casually threw out a moon blade, and then hurriedly ran to another place. Ningchen also raised his eyebrows when he saw this, and faced the moon blade that was coming to attack him. He just slightly turned his body and dodged it. It's really King Shu. He has a good idea. As long as he keeps a distance and consumes me, he does have a chance of winning. But he is still young after all. The range of the first level Moonlight Gyu is only 10 meters. It will dissipate if it exceeds 10 meters. And 10 meters is enough for me to rush to him. What's more, I haven't even used the Moonlight Gyu yet. Ningchen chuckled in his heart, and saw through King Shu's tactics at a glance. King Shu threw out another moonblade, but it dissipated when it was still a few meters away from Ningchen. His face immediately looked a little ugly. I forgot that the range of the Moonlight Gyu is only 10 meters. Ningchen saw King Shu's ugly face and knew that he had already known this loophole. But Ningchen would not be soft-hearted because of this. Instead, he shot towards King Shu. King Shu shot out a moonblade in an attempt to stop Ningchen. The angle of this moonblade was very tricky, enough to stop Ningchen for a moment. But Ningchen still dodged it easily. However, when he came to his senses, another moonblade was constantly enlarged in Ningchen's eyes. Swish! The moonblade pierced Ningchen's chest, splashing a handful of gorgeous blood flowers. King Shu's mouth corners slightly raised when he saw this. He still had a chance of winning. But Ningchen's next performance made him feel like he was falling into an ice cave, and he lost all hope. Ningchen couldn't help but smile when he saw the smile on King Shu's lips. King Shu, you did a good job. You finally hurt me. But the power is still too small. King Shu's smile disappeared when he heard it, and he looked at the place where the blood had just splashed. A moonblade driven by the peak of the first level of true essence only scratched a faint wound on Ningchen's chest, and didn't even penetrate the muscle. King Shu knew the power of his Moonlight Gyu. Although he was a high-level first level, he had already reached the peak of the first level of true essence after being refined by the wine bug. A peak moonblade is extremely deadly to ordinary people. A mid-level moonblade is enough to cut the bones of ordinary people. A peak moonblade is several times stronger than a mid-level moonblade. However, it also left a faint wound on Ningchen's chest. Ningchen's physique is too strong. Such a strong physique almost made King Shu's plan a joke. Alas, I admit defeat. I will tell you everything I know. Yes. King Shu sighed heavily. He accepted his defeat. The self-confidence that Gyubo had finally built up for King Shu collapsed at this moment. King Shu slowly walked to the side, sat on a stone, and stretched out his hand to call Ningchen over. Ningchen was not afraid at all. He walked over quietly and sat next to King Shu. King Shu chuckled when he saw this, and his laugh was a bit teasing. You really trust me? I trust my own strength and judgment. King Shu looked at Ningchen's indifferent appearance and smiled faintly again. The story will be a bit long. You have to listen patiently. Of course, I don't think this is all. Well, tell it. Ningchen was very calm, not anxious or angry, without the slightest urgency. Speaking of which, I have to start with me. I was recently adopted as the adopted son by the clan leader. After I was adopted as the adopted son, I moved to the clan leader's house, and the clan leader treated me more warmly, just like a biological father and son. The clan leader often told me stories from the mountain village in the past, and one time I asked, Godfather, did our mountain village have a genius with first-class qualifications in the past few years? The clan leader smiled gently, touched my head and said gently, yes, how could there not be? It's not long ago. There were 2 first-class qualifications in that generation, 1 boy and 1 girl. They were Gyu Yuanheng and Gyu Ruan. When Ningchen heard the name, he was suddenly shocked. He had heard these 2 names. They were his parents. Go on. After Ningchen heard these 2 names, he knew in his heart that what King Shu said was true. King Shu also nodded and talked eloquently. So I asked the patriarch, 2 geniuses with first-class qualifications? Ruan and Yuanheng? Then why haven't I heard of them? I was very confused at the time. After all, I had never even heard of 2 geniuses with first-class qualifications. But when the patriarch heard my inquiry, He felt a bit disdainful and angry for no reason. Her geniuses? It's true that they are geniuses, but they are also a pair of crazy couples. Only when I heard it did I know that Ruan and Yuan Heng were a couple. However, the patriarch seems to be unwilling to complain and continues to spit on these two people. These two people have shown extremely high talents since their school days. Both of them have 80% first-class qualifications. Yuan Heng is handsome and reasonable, and Ruan was slim and gentle. They have already shown a good impression of each other when they were in school. After all, they are first-class geniuses, and they only care about the other party who is also a first-class genius. At this point, I think this is quite normal. After all, it's okay for a first-class genius to have an arrogant personality. After they graduated from school, they actually had reached the second level of cultivation. However, they felt that the team assigned to them by their family was restrictive, so they simply left the team and forcefully asked me to assign them the task of garrisoning the mortal village. I liked them very much at that time, so I agreed. As for why they are said to be incompatible with each other, it's because they have very similar personalities. They also hate the team and like to be free. Ha 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 ha, don't you think it looks like Ningchen? Yes. Yuan Heng and Ruan's heir is Ningchen. Only then did I realize that your parents have first-class qualifications. So my curiosity kept pushing me to listen. King Shu was very shocked, but he still paid attention to Ningchen's face, fearing that he would suddenly become angry. But as their strength grows, they become more and more wanton and reckless, even obeying my orders and disobeying them. They even uttered wild words, saying that they would replace me as an old guy in the future. Ha 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 ha, you really don't know the heights of heaven and earth. I won't go into too much detail for you. All you need is that Daguiyu village used to have many first-class geniuses. Yuan Heng and Ruan were just a couple. This is everything the patriarch told me. I can't guarantee the accuracy. I'm just telling you what I heard. King Shu told Ningchen everything about Yuan Heng and Ruan in one breath. King Shu carefully looked at Ningchen's face, fearing that he would suddenly become violent after hearing such words belittling his parents. However, Ningchen disappointed King Shu in the end. Ningchen's expression never changed from beginning to end. He was always so calm. Thank you very much, King Shu. Ningchen took a long breath, smiled at King Shu, and expressed his gratitude. And Ningchen's smile fell into King Shu's eyes, making him feel relieved. Well, I will challenge you again when my strength grows, Ningchen. King Shu also smiled back, not showing the slightest signs of decline just now, as if he had stepped out of the shadow of the dust. Ningchen did not respond to King Shu, but quietly walked towards the village. Alone and alone, it looked very desolate. When King Shu saw Ningchen walking away, he did not follow him. After all, after Ningchen heard such a large amount of information, it would be better to give him some personal space to digest it. I really don't know what King Shu talked about today. I didn't expect that my parents are actually first-class talents. What a pity. I guess I only inherited the looks of my parents, but not their qualifications. But why no one talks about my parents in the village, as if they are avoiding tigers and poisonous snakes? I still don't know this. Is it possible that the success was due to provoking that old guy, clan leader? But it doesn't seem like it. After all, that old guy Gubo is quite powerful. It seems that the remaining truth needs to be investigated by myself. Ningchen felt very calm in his heart and was not angry at all because Gubo insulted his parents. A broad-minded person will become furious when someone insults his or her parents. Cowardly and incompetent people will also violently fight when they hear someone speaking rudely to their parents. Parents are the foundation of a person and the deepest and strongest emotional bond. It's a pity that Ningchen is not a human. He is a demon. None of the 7 emotions and 6 desires possessed by human beings can be found in Ningchen. There is no trace of the morals, ethics, emotions, etc. that people possess in Ningchen. Without him, How could these superfluous things withstand the erosion of time? It has long been lost in a long river of history along with the thousands of years of Ningchen. Now Ningchen is just a demon who only cares about profit and strength. In an instant, a hint of thought flashed through Ningchen's black eyes. But King Shu reminded me that my parents have both AA qualifications. How can the inheritance only consist of a bamboo house, a few domestic slaves, a few hundred yuan stones and a gourd grass poison? It seems that the immortal Guo really hates my parents so much that he even divided up the primeval stones left for me. I'm afraid the remaining yuan stones will be given to me and Ningchuan. TSK, TSK, TSK. I guess I can't get the Yuan Shire inheritance back, but I think my parents' Gu insect inheritance should still be there. I just don't know where they are hidden by my parents. Of course, this is based on the best case scenario. It is possible that there will be no more Gu insects and the entire inheritance will be divided up. If there is a Gu insect legacy, the chess path will be much clearer. Ningchen sighed in his heart. His footsteps were very fast and he had already returned home before he knew it. Stepping into the bamboo building, he habitually walked to the second floor, where he and Ningchuan's room was. The first floor is the kitchen, dining room, toilet and Ningchen's parents' room. But today, after hearing King Shu's discussion, Ningchen unexpectedly walked to his parents' room by accident. Although he has investigated his parents' room many times, he has not found any useful information every time. It's really dusty after it's been unoccupied for so long. I'll have to ask the servants to clean it up later. When he opened the door, the choking dust rolled into Ningchen's nose, causing Ningchen to cough. Ignoring the dust, Ningchen continued to walk inside and came to a desk. Bang! Ningchen accidentally touched the desk, and something fell on the floor. The room was very dark, and Ningchen could only see roughly, so he had to look for the sound and pick it up. I touched something square and angular. I picked it up and saw that it was a photo frame. Unfortunately, it was covered with dust and I couldn't see the photo in the frame clearly. This image is the product of a kind of channeling Gu, a sealing Gu. It can generate a very similar and clear image. The higher the number of revolutions, the clearer it is. Generally, they are Gu insects used by Gu masters to record things. Ningchen wiped off the dust on the photo frame and saw clearly the portrait in the photo frame. A handsome young man is holding a gentle and charming young woman in his arms, and the woman is holding a baby in her arms. The woman's eyes are extremely gentle, looking at the baby in her arms, while the man's eyes are quite arrogant. This portrait is the only photo of Ningchen and Ningchen when his parents were still alive. Ningchen looked at the man and woman in the photo and felt a little emotional. Hey, if you can pass on your talent to me, you can pass on your appearance. Ningchen's handsome appearance was inherited from his parents. His father was extremely handsome and arrogant, while his mother was gentle, beautiful, gentle and considerate. And as their heir, how could Ningchen not have a good appearance? Ningchen put down the photo frame and looked out the window. Through the window, he could see the entire courtyard. The courtyard is also a bit bleak. There is a willow tree, but there is only one willow tree. Looking at the willow tree, a few gleams of light flashed in Ningchen's black eyes. He lowered his head and looked at the photo frame again. The background of the photo frame was the willow tree that had not yet grown up. Under this willow tree, there may be the Gu insect inheritance of my parents. Thinking of this, Ningchen quickly walked out of the room, took out a shovel and walked towards the willow tree. After walking under the willow tree, Ningchen immediately swung the shovel to dig. He knew very well that if there really was a Gu insect legacy, it would be difficult to discover and would never be hidden on the surface. So Ningchen dug the soil under the willow tree without any scruples. How powerful is the power of Ningchen? In an instant, a large pit half a meter deep was dug. However, there were still no traces of Gu insects. However, Ningchen's heart was still calm and unaffected, and he continued to dig quietly. Immediately, a moist smell of earth swept into Ningchen's nose. Ningchen lowered his head and saw that the earth under his feet was already a little wet. Ningchen was slightly happy when he saw this. He threw the shovel aside and started digging with his hands. As he continued to dig down to a depth of about an inch, an extremely rich fragrance replaced the smell of earth and rushed into Ningchen's nose. Ningchen felt a little happy. If he dug into wet soil, he would be 30% sure. But after smelling this fragrance, he was already 70% sure. There is a 70% certainty that his parents left him a legacy of Gu insects. This fragrance is extremely rich, but also reveals a sense of luxury, making it look elegant and tight. Ningchen continued to dig downwards, and seemed to have thought of a possibility. This scent, if my parents were rank 3 Gu masters, then it would be right. Ningchen thought in his mind, and a flash of dark golden light confirmed his guess. Ningchen moved more carefully, gently peeling off the soil next to him along with the golden stream of light. After a while, a purple gold flower bud was revealed. 3 inches deep into the ground, the whole flower is as big as a millstone. The petals are as delicate as silk. The whole body is purple gold, making it look extremely noble and gorgeous. It seems to be better than I thought. It seems that my parents were ranked 3 Gu masters before they were alive. This purple gold flower bud is the 3rd level storage Gu. Ksitagaba flower Lord Gu. There is a saying that human is the spirit of all things. Gu is the essence of heaven and earth. Once there is no food, the voodoo insects may starve to death in the wild, and this Ksitagaba flower voodoo avoids this situation. Ksitagaba flower Gu is a one-time consumption Gu. Once planted on the ground, it cannot be moved again. Therefore, its food also comes from the earth and feeds on the earth's energy. Its function is to preserve the poisonous insects in it, and use the golden flower liquid to seal the poisonous insects. After sealing the Gu worm, it no longer needs to be fed with food, so Gu masters usually use this Gu worm to store other Gu worms. It can both isolate the breath and stop feeding. This Ksitagaba flower Gu is very similar to cabbage, wrapped in layers. Ningchen moved very carefully, peeling off the layers of flowers and leaves. Once the flowers and leaves were separated from the main body, they dissipated in the air like snowflakes. The closer you get to the stamens, the thinner and tender the petals become, like rice paper used for calligraphy. Ningchen's movements are even more careful. After peeling off the petals layer by layer, the stamens were exposed, which were layers of petals stacked together to form a spherical cocoon. Ningchen looked through the cocoon wall and saw the figures of several Gu insects. But it was too blurry, and Ningchen couldn't clearly see what kind of Gu insect it was. But what was certain was that this was definitely the legacy left by Yuan Heng and Ruan de Ningchen. Ningchen took a deep breath and gently peeled off the petals, fearing to hurt the stamens inside. Layer after layer, you can finally see the golden flower liquid inside. The golden flower liquid is like a hotbed, which preserves those Gu insects extremely well. Ningchen reached out and took out a Gu worm. This Gu worm was white and shaped like a crescent moon, much like Ningchen's moonlight Gu. However, this Gu looks even whiter in comparison. This is the 2nd level moonlight Gu, which is made from a moonlight Gu and 2 small light Gu. A touch of joy quietly climbed onto Ningchen's face, which also made Ningchen become more interested in the Gu insects. He took out another Gu worm. This Gu worm looked like a round ball, but it had a pattern of eyes engraved on it. Level 2 Gu, Moon Eye Gu. Detecting Gu insects is especially powerful at night. The stronger the moonlight, the farther away you can see. The second turn of the moon eye Gu can detect a distance of 100 steps, and if it is a full moon, it will be a distance of 150 steps. When the moonlight is dim during the day, the detection distance will also decrease, and it can only be 50 steps at most. However, it is indeed enough for Ningchen, who does not have a single scout Gu insect at this time. Continuing to hold the Gu worm, the 3rd Gu worm is also an attacking Gu worm. The 2nd turn moon spear Gu is white in color and shaped like a small spearhead. It can transform into a spear for killing. When the moonlight is strong at night, its hardness and sharpness will be improved. The last Gu worm is a 2nd level large light Gu, which is made by combining two small light gyu. It can enhance the power of other Moonlight series gyu worms. It is classified as an auxiliary gyu worm. A total of 4 gyu worms were placed in this Dazang Flower Lord gyu. After taking away the 4 gyu worms, the Dazang Flower Lord gyu slowly disappeared in the air. However, the faint fragrance did not dissipate, which made Ningchen feel a little surprised. There are still gyu worms that I haven't taken. Why don't they put them in a Dazang Flower Lord gyu? Can a Dazang Flower Lord gyu only hold 4 gyu worms? Ningchen continued to dig, and the faint fragrance still did not dissipate. After a while, he dug up more Xitagaba Flower gyu, but this time it was a second-level Xitagaba Flower gyu, not a third-level Xitagaba Flower King gyu. Ningchen gently peeled off the petals, revealing the stamens. What was beyond Ningchen's expectation was that there was only one gyu worm. That was a second-level channel gyu worm, the image recording gyu, which was a one-time consumption gyu worm that fed on sound and light, and could record a certain video for a long time. And Ningchen gently weighed the image recording gyu. He had a rough guess about the content of this image recording gyu, but he didn't plan to watch it now, but decided to wait until late at night, when it was quiet. After all, the video recorded in it must be a secret that cannot be told, otherwise how could it be covered up so deeply? The leaves of the wind flute moved, and they stood quietly. The two of them stared at each other quietly, and stood there tacitly, waiting for the other to take the first step. King Shu looked a little serious, fearing that Ningchen would take the lead. Ningchen was calm and composed, and so was he. He was confident that he could handle King Shu's move first or second. In the end, it was King Shu who broke the dead silence of the confrontation and took the lead in attacking Ningchen. King Shu raised his hand and a blue moon blade shot out in the air, heading straight for Ningchen. However, Ningchen did not retreat but advanced instead, and his body suddenly shot forward, even faster than the moon blade when he came. The dark green true essence in the void was agitated, and the second turned speeding gyu. Ningchen's figure passed by the moon blade beside him like a ghost, and attacked King Shu. King Shu's heart suddenly jumped, almost jumping out of his chest. So fast. King Shu stepped heavily and retreated quickly, but it was too late. Ningchen had already arrived in front of him. Ningchen's eyes met King Shu's eyes in the air. The black eyes were as quiet as a deep pool, which shocked King Shu. Bang! Ningchen clenched his right hand into a fist and hit King Shu's face directly. This punch was extremely fast and powerful. It almost became an afterimage in King Shu's eyes, and it made a blast in the air. This was also the first and only time that Ningchen used all his strength against the people in the school. King Shu was horrified, and the fist kept enlarging in his field of vision. The fist wind alone was enough to make King Shu realize how amazing the power of this punch was. But King Shu is King Shu after all. Faced with such a hasty situation, he still keeps a clear mind. This punch must be made with the wooden shield gyu. Otherwise, you will die. A round wooden shield suddenly appeared in front of King Shu. However, Ningchen laughed loudly when he saw it. Not only did he not retract his fist, but his fist became more violent. Bang! Ningchen's heavy fist landed firmly on the wooden shield that King Shu had given hope to. However, the wooden shield was just a mantis trying to stop a chariot in front of Ningchen's terrifying strength. It was completely useless. After only holding on for less than a second, the wooden shield was smashed to pieces, turning into several pieces of wood that flew everywhere. The heavy punch, which had lost some of its power, still landed on King Shu's face, knocking him back and hitting the stone behind him. The wooden shield gyu was smashed to pieces by Ningchen on the spot. King Shu gritted his teeth and took a breath of cold air, stood up against the pain, and probed into the empty cavity with his spiritual consciousness. There were only 2 gyu worms left in the empty cavity, the moonlight gyu and the wine worm, and the wooden shield gyu died on the spot. What, do you still want to fight? Ha ha ha, fight. Why not? King Shu laughed loudly in response to Ningchen's question, showing no sign of weakness. But King Shu knew in his heart that he had sacrificed the wooden shield gyu to barely block the attack just now. Even so, The residual power of Ningchen's heavy punch was enough to make him unbearable. So King Shu had to change his tactics next. He knew that Ningchen was only 50% of the sea-level talent. He was 20% higher than Ningchen. As long as he kept a distance and used his peak's true essence to consume Ningchen, he would still have a chance of winning. When King Shu thought of this, he casually threw out a moon blade, and then hurriedly ran to another place. Ningchen also raised his eyebrows when he saw this, and faced the moon blade that was coming to attack him. He just slightly turned his body and dodged it. It's really King Shu. He has a good idea. As long as he keeps a distance and consumes me, he does have a chance of winning. But he is still young after all. The range of the first level Moonlight Gyu is only 10 meters. It will dissipate if it exceeds 10 meters. And 10 meters is enough for me to rush to him. What's more, I haven't even used the Moonlight Gyu yet. Ningchen chuckled in his heart, and saw through King Shu's tactics at a glance. King Shu threw out another moon blade, but it dissipated when it was still a few meters away from Ningchen. His face immediately looked a little ugly. I forgot that the range of the Moonlight Gyu is only 10 meters. Ningchen saw King Shu's ugly face and knew that he had already known this loophole. But Ningchen would not be soft-hearted because of this. Instead, he shot towards King Shu. King Shu shot out a moon blade in an attempt to stop Ningchen. The angle of this moon blade was very tricky, enough to stop Ningchen for a moment. But Ningchen still dodged it easily. However, when he came to his senses, another moon blade was constantly enlarged in Ningchen's eyes. Swish! The moon blade pierced Ningchen's chest, splashing a handful of gorgeous blood flowers. King Shu's mouth corners slightly raised when he saw this. He still had a chance of winning. But Ningchen's next performance made him feel like he was falling into an ice cave, and he lost all hope. Ningchen couldn't help but smile when he saw the smile on King Shu's lips. King Shu, you did a good job. You finally hurt me. But the power is still too small. King Shu's smile disappeared when he heard it, and he looked at the place where the blood had just splashed. A moon blade driven by the peak of the first level of true essence only scratched a faint wound on Ningchen's chest, and didn't even penetrate the muscle. King Shu knew the power of his Moonlight Gyu. Although he was a high-level first level, he had already reached the peak of the first level of true essence after being refined by the wine bug. A peak moon blade is extremely deadly to ordinary people. A mid-level moon blade is enough to cut the bones of ordinary people. A peak moon blade is several times stronger than a mid-level moon blade. However, it also left a faint wound on Ningchen's chest. Ningchen's physique is too strong. Such a strong physique almost made King Shu's plan a joke. Alas, I admit defeat. I will tell you everything I know. Yes. King Shu sighed heavily. He accepted his defeat. The self-confidence that Guo had finally built up for King Shu collapsed at this moment. King Shu slowly walked to the side, sat on a stone, and stretched out his hand to call Ningchen over. Ningchen was not afraid at all. He walked over quietly and sat next to King Shu. King Shu chuckled when he saw this, and his laugh was a bit teasing. You really trust me? I trust my own strength and judgment. King Shu looked at Ningchen's indifferent appearance and smiled faintly again. The story will be a bit long. You have to listen patiently. Of course, I don't think this is all. Well, tell it. Ningchen was very calm, not anxious or angry, without the slightest urgency. Speaking of which, I have to start with me. I was recently adopted as the adopted son by the clan leader. After I was adopted as the adopted son, I moved to the clan leader's house, and the clan leader treated me more warmly, just like a biological father and son. The clan leader often told me stories from the mountain village in the past. And one time I asked, Godfather, did our mountain village have a genius with first-class qualifications in the past few years? The clan leader smiled gently, touched my head and said gently, yes, how could there not be? It's not long ago. There were 2 first-class qualifications in that generation, 1 boy and 1 girl. They were Gu Yuan Heng and Gu Ruan. When Ningchen heard the name, he was suddenly shocked. He had heard these 2 names. They were his parents. Go on. After Ningchen heard these 2 names, He knew in his heart that what King Shu said was true. King Shu also nodded and talked eloquently. So I asked the patriarch, 2 geniuses with first-class qualifications? Ruan and Yuan Heng. Then why haven't I heard of them? I was very confused at the time. After all, I had never even heard of 2 geniuses with first-class qualifications. But when the patriarch heard my inquiry, he felt a bit disdainful and angry for no reason. Geniuses? It's true that they are geniuses, but they are also a pair of crazy couples. Only when I heard it did I know that Ruan and Yuan Heng were a couple. However, the patriarch seems to be unwilling to complain and continues to spit on these 2 people. These 2 people have shown extremely high talents since their school days. Both of them have 80% first-class qualifications. Yuan Heng is handsome and reasonable, and Ruan is slim and gentle. They have already shown a good impression of each other when they were in school. After all, they are first-class geniuses, and they only care about the other party who is also a first-class genius. At this point, I think this is quite normal. After all, it's okay for a first-class genius to have an arrogant personality. After they graduated from school, they actually had reached the 2nd level of cultivation. However, they felt that the team assigned to them by their family was restrictive, so they simply left the team and forcefully asked me to assign them the task of garrisoning the mortal village. I liked them very much at that time, so I agreed. As for why they are said to be incompatible with each other, it's because they have very similar personalities. They also hate the team and like to be free. Ha 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 ha, don't you think it looks like Ningchen? Yes. Yuan Heng and Ruan's heir is Ningchen. Only then did I realize that your parents have first-class qualifications. So my curiosity kept pushing me to listen. King Shu was very shocked, but he still paid attention to Ningchen's face, fearing that he would suddenly become angry. But as their strength grows, they become more and more wanton and reckless, even obeying my orders and disobeying them. They even uttered wild words, saying that they would replace me as an old guy in the future. Ha 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 ha, you really don't know the heights of heaven and earth. I won't go into too much detail for you. All you need is that Daguiu village used to have many first-class geniuses. Yuan Heng and Ruan were just a couple. This is everything the patriarch told me. I can't guarantee the accuracy. I'm just telling you what I heard. King Shu told Ningchen everything about Yuan Heng and Ruan in one breath. King Shu carefully looked at Ningchen's face, fearing that he would suddenly become violent after hearing such words belittling his parents. However, Ningchen disappointed King Shu in the end. Ningchen's expression never changed from beginning to end. He was always so calm. Thank you very much, King Shu. Ningchen took a long breath, smiled at King Shu, and expressed his gratitude. And Ningchen's smile fell into King Shu's eyes, making him feel relieved. Well, I will challenge you again when my strength grows, Ningchen. King Shu also smiled back, not showing the slightest signs of decline just now, as if he had stepped out of the shadow of the dust. Ningchen did not respond to King Shu, but quietly walked towards the village. Alone and alone, it looked very desolate. When King Shu saw Ningchen walking away, he did not follow him. After all, after Ningchen heard such a large amount of information, it would be better to give him some personal space to digest it. I really don't know what King Shu talked about today. I didn't expect that my parents are actually first-class talents. What a pity. I guess I only inherited the looks of my parents, but not their qualifications. But why no one talks about my parents in the village, as if they are avoiding tigers and poisonous snakes? I still don't know this. Is it possible that the success was due to provoking that old guy, clan leader? But it doesn't seem like it. After all, that old guy Gubo is quite powerful. It seems that the remaining truth needs to be investigated by myself. Ningchen felt very calm in his heart and was not angry at all because Gubo insulted his parents. A broad-minded person will become furious when someone insults his or her parents. Cowardly and incompetent people will also violently fight when they hear someone speaking rudely to their parents. Parents are the foundation of a person and the deepest and strongest emotional bond. It's a pity that Ningchen is not a human. He is a demon. None of the 7 emotions and 6 desires possessed by human beings can be found in Ningchen. There is no trace of the morals, ethics, emotions, etc. that people possess in Ningchen. Without him, how could these superfluous things withstand the erosion of time? It has long been lost in a long river of history along with the thousands of years of Ningchen. Now Ningchen is just a demon who only cares about profit and strength. In an instant, a hint of thought flashed through Ningchen's black eyes. But King Shu reminded me that my parents have both AA qualifications. How can the inheritance only consist of a bamboo house, a few domestic slaves, a few hundred yuan stones and a gourd grass poison? It seems that the immortal Guo really hates my parents so much that he even divided up the primeval stones left for me. I'm afraid the remaining yuan stones will be given to me in Ningchuan. TSK. I guess I can't get the Yuan Shai inheritance back, but I think my parents' Gu insect inheritance should still be there. I just don't know where they are hidden by my parents. Of course, this is based on the best-case scenario. It is possible that there will be no more Gu insects and the entire inheritance will be divided up. If there is a Gu insect legacy, the chess path will be much clearer. Ningchen sighed in his heart. His footsteps were very fast and he had already returned home before he knew it. Stepping into the bamboo building, he habitually walked to the 2nd floor, where he and Ningchuan's room was. The 1st floor is the kitchen, dining room, toilet and Ningchen's parents' room. But today, after hearing King Shu's discussion, Ningchen unexpectedly walked to his parents' room by accident. Although he has investigated his parents' room many times, he has not found any useful information every time. It's really dusty after it's been unoccupied for so long. I'll have to ask the servants to clean it up later. When he opened the door, the choking dust rolled into Ningchen's nose, causing Ningchen to cough. Ignoring the dust, Ningchen continued to walk inside and came to a desk. Bang! Ningchen accidentally touched the desk, and something fell on the floor. The room was very dark, and Ningchen could only see roughly, so he had to look for the sound and pick it up. I touched something square and angular. I picked it up and saw that it was a photo frame. Unfortunately, it was covered with dust and I couldn't see the photo in the frame clearly. This image is the product of a kind of channeling Gu, a sealing Gu. It can generate a very similar and clear image. The higher the number of revolutions, the clearer it is. Generally, they are Gu insects used by Gu masters to record things. Ningchen wiped off the dust on the photo frame and saw clearly the portrait in the photo frame. A handsome young man is holding a gentle and charming young woman in his arms, and the woman is holding a baby in her arms. The woman's eyes are extremely gentle, looking at the baby in her arms, while the man's eyes are quite arrogant. This portrait is the only photo of Ningchen and Ningchen when his parents were still alive. Ningchen looked at the man and woman in the photo and felt a little emotional. Hey, if you can pass on your talent to me, you can pass on your appearance. Ningchen's handsome appearance was inherited from his parents. His father was extremely handsome and arrogant, while his mother was gentle, beautiful, gentle and considerate. And as their heir, how could Ningchen not have a good appearance? Ningchen put down the photo frame and looked out the window. Through the window, he could see the entire courtyard. The courtyard is also a bit bleak. There is a willow tree, but there is only one willow tree. Looking at the willow tree, a few gleams of light flashed in Ningchen's black eyes. He lowered his head and looked at the photo frame again. The background of the photo frame was the willow tree that had not yet grown up. Under this willow tree, there may be the Gu insect inheritance of my parents. Thinking of this, Ningchen quickly walked out of the room, took out a shovel and walked towards the willow tree. After walking under the willow tree, Ningchen immediately swung the shovel to dig. He knew very well that if there really was a Gu insect legacy, it would be difficult to discover and would never be hidden on the surface. So Ningchen dug the soil under the willow tree without any scruples. How powerful is the power of Ningchen? In an instant, a large pit half a meter deep was dug. However, there were still no traces of Gu insects. However, Ningchen's heart was still calm and unaffected, and he continued to dig quietly. Immediately, A moist smell of earth swept into Ningchen's nose. Ningchen lowered his head and saw that the earth under his feet was already a little wet. Ningchen was slightly happy. When he saw this, he threw the shovel aside and started digging with his hands. As he continued to dig down to a depth of about an inch, an extremely rich fragrance replaced the smell of earth and rushed into Ningchen's nose. Ningchen felt a little happy. If he dug into wet soil, he would be 30% sure. But after smelling this fragrance, he was already 70% sure. There is a 70% certainty that his parents left him a legacy of Gu insects. This fragrance is extremely rich, but also reveals a sense of luxury, making it look elegant and tight. Ningchen continued to dig downwards, and seemed to have thought of a possibility. This scent, if my parents were rank 3 Gu masters, then it would be right. Ningchen thought in his mind, and a flash of dark golden light confirmed his guess. Ningchen moved more carefully, gently peeling off the soil next to him along with the golden stream of light. After a while, a purple gold flower bud was revealed. 3 inches deep into the ground, the whole flower is as big as a millstone. The petals are as delicate as silk. The whole body is purple gold, making it look extremely noble and gorgeous. It seems to be better than I thought. It seems that my parents were ranked 3 Gu masters before they were alive. This purple gold flower bud is the 3rd level storage Gu, Xitagaba flower lord Gu. There is a saying that human is the spirit of all things. Gu is the essence of heaven and earth. Once there is no food, the voodoo insects may starve to death in the wild. And this Xitagaba flower voodoo avoids this situation. Xitagaba flower Gu is a one-time consumption Gu. Once planted on the ground, it cannot be moved again. Therefore, its food also comes from the earth and feeds on the earth's energy. Its function is to preserve the poisonous insects in it, and use the golden flower liquid to seal the poisonous insects. After sealing the Gu worm, it no longer needs to be fed with food. So Gu masters usually use this Gu worm to store other Gu worms. It can both isolate the breath and stop feeding. This Xitagaba flower Gu is very similar to cabbage, wrapped in layers. Ningchen moved very carefully, peeling off the layers of flowers and leaves. Once the flowers and leaves were separated from the main body, they dissipated in the air like snowflakes. The closer you get to the stamens, the thinner and tender the petals become, like rice paper used for calligraphy. Ningchen's movements are even more careful. After peeling off the petals layer by layer, the stamens were exposed, which were layers of petals stacked together to form a spherical cocoon. Ningchen looked through the cocoon wall and saw the figures of several Gu insects. But it was too blurry, and Ningchen couldn't clearly see what kind of Gu insect it was. But what was certain was that this was definitely the legacy left by Yuan Heng and Ruan de Ningchen. Ningchen took a deep breath and gently peeled off the petals, fearing to hurt the stamens inside. Layer after layer, you can finally see the golden flower liquid inside. The golden flower liquid is like a hotbed, which preserves those Gu insects extremely well. Ningchen reached out and took out a Gu worm. This Gu worm was white and shaped like a crescent moon, much like Ningchen's moonlight Gu. However, this Gu looks even whiter in comparison. This is the 2nd level moonlight Gu, which is made from a moonlight Gu and 2 small light Gu. A touch of joy quietly climbed onto Ningchen's face, which also made Ningchen become more interested in the Gu insects. He took out another Gu worm. This Gu worm looked like a round ball, but it had a pattern of eyes engraved on it. Level 2 Gu, Moon Eye Gu. Detecting Gu insects is especially powerful at night. The stronger the moonlight, the farther away you can see. The second turn of the moon eye Gu can detect a distance of 100 steps, and if it is a full moon, it will be a distance of 150 steps. When the moonlight is dim during the day, the detection distance will also decrease, and it can only be 50 steps at most. However, it is indeed enough for Ningchen, who does not have a single scout Gu insect at this time. Continuing to hold the Gu worm, the 3rd Gu worm is also an attacking Gu worm. The second turn moon spear Gu is white in color and shaped like a small spearhead. It can transform into a spear for killing. When the moonlight is strong at night, its hardness and sharpness will be improved. The last Gu worm is a 2nd level large light Gu, which is made by combining two small light Gu. It can enhance the power of other Moonlight series Gu worms. It is classified as an auxiliary Gu worm. A total of 4 Gu worms were placed in this Dazang Flower Lord Gu. After taking away the 4 Gu worms, the Dazang Flower Lord Gu slowly disappeared in the air. However, the faint fragrance did not dissipate, which made Ningchen feel a little surprised. There are still Gu worms that I haven't taken. Why don't they put them in a Dazang Flower Lord Gu? Can a Dazang Flower Lord Gu only hold 4 Gu worms? Ningchen continued to dig, and the faint fragrance still did not dissipate. After a while, he dug up more Xitagaba Flower Gu, but this time it was a second-level Xitagaba Flower Gu, not a third-level Xitagaba Flower King Gu. Ningchen gently peeled off the petals, revealing the stamens. What was beyond Ningchen's expectation was that there was only one Gu worm. That was a second-level channel Gu worm, the image recording Gu, which was a one-time consumption Gu worm that fed on sound and light, and could record a certain video for a long time. And Ningchen gently weighed the image recording Gu. He had a rough guess about the content of this image recording Gu, but he didn't plan to watch it now, but decided to wait until late at night, when it was quiet. After all, the video recorded in it must be a secret that cannot be told, otherwise how could it be covered up so deeply? The night is quiet and silent. Ningchen sat quietly in his room. The room was very dark and he could hardly see anything. This was the kind of environment Ningchen wanted. Ningchen was sure that the image inside the image-preserving sound Gu was definitely not trivial, otherwise how could it be buried like this? The sound-retaining Gu feeds on sounds and light sources. It is buried deep in the earth and cannot absorb even a little bit of light. If it were not for the footsteps of Ningchen and Ningchuan, I am afraid that the sound-retaining Gu would have starved to death. However, when Ningchen unearthed it, it was already in a dying state, and the sound of footsteps could only barely lift its breath. At this time, in the dead of night, it became even weaker, and this was done intentionally by Ningchen. Ningchen casually lit the candle on the side and quietly placed it next to the shadow recording sound Gu. The warm candlelight was so dazzling in this dark room. It not only illuminated Ningchen's face, but also illuminated the image recording Gu. As soon as the shadow recording sound Gu felt the light of the candlelight, it immediately became active and no longer weak. Suddenly, an image suddenly appeared on the wall in front of Ningchen. Yuan Heng, is the image-preserving sound Gu activated? It's activated, don't worry. Ningchen, I know you are watching this video now. If you don't see it, then the lunch never happened. Appearing in the image are Yuan Heng and Ruan. They are also in a house in the image. Ruan's eyes revealed a kind of love and regret, as if projected through the years and images into Ningchen's heart. First of all, we have to tell you that I am your mother, Ruan, and he is your father, Yuan Heng. Hey, Ningchen, you should be very handsome by now, and you should be surrounded by girls. Yuan Heng laughed endlessly, very free and cynical. Ruan in the image glanced at Yuan Heng helplessly. Yuan Heng, can you be more serious? Do you hope that your future children will be playboys? Haha, you're kidding. Facing Ruan's accusation, Yuan Heng also smiled awkwardly. Let's get back to the topic. Ningchen, if you see this video, it proves that we are dead. Don't be surprised or panic. I will tell you something next. Yes, don't be sad Ningchen, we will probably be dead by the time you see this video. Ningchen quietly looked at Ruan and Yuan Heng in the image. Their eyes were actually very calm, with no fear of death at all. But it was also mixed with deep love for Ningchen. Your father Yuan Heng and I are students of the same class. Both of us are geniuses with 80% first-class qualifications, so the only boy I can like is your father, and the only girl your father can like is me. Yes, your mother was. Shut up and let me finish first. Ruan opened her beautiful eyes angrily and looked at Yuan Heng aside, but Yuan Heng was so frightened when he saw Ruan looking like this that he didn't dare to say another word. Let's continue. After we graduated, we both had the second-level basic cultivation level. We already had a secret love for each other when we were in school, and then we were assigned to different teams by the Gu clan leader. I don't know why, but we all felt very restricted in the team and couldn't see each other, so we felt very irritated, so we decided to change professions at the same time, so we went to ask the Gu clan leader together. Clan leader Gu also made things possible for the two of us. Our two jobs were assigned together, and we were stationed together in the mortal village, right next to each other. Then your father and I got together naturally. When Ruan talked about this, her eyes were a little dodgy, and her face was slightly blushing, but she recovered immediately. So far, our story has been perfect, and it's still generally perfect, but it changed not long ago. That day, in the mortal village where I was stationed, a Gu master from the Xun family broke in. After I noticed it, I immediately stepped forward to fight with him. At the same time, I sent a message to your father in my heart. After all, this is our first time to meet a foreign enemy. Then how can the Gu master of the Xun family defeat me? I had already ended the battle before your father came over. I looked down at the Gu master of the Xun family, and I also saw the gaze of the Gu master of the Xun family. His dirty, disgusting eyes looked at me unabashedly, and his lustful look made me want to kill. When Ruan talked about this, the killing intent in her beautiful eyes was undisguised. Even Ning Chen, who was watching, could feel this pure killing intent. But I know that I can't kill him. After all, he may be the son of an elder or even the patriarch of the Xun family. Once he dies next to Guiyu village, he may provoke a dispute between the two villages. How can I take such responsibility? Can you bear it? So, I let him go, but he was so evil that he took advantage of my unpreparedness and threw me to the ground. He actually wanted to taste me on the spot. When Ruan talked about this, her eyes were shocked and angry, but Ningchen felt that it was fear. After all, Ningchen could see that Ruan's appearance in the image was definitely one of the most beautiful among the women he had ever seen. With a graceful body and picturesque eyebrows, she can indeed be called a beauty. He is also a Gu master of the Xun family. He is stronger than me. Once he pressed me down, I could not resist. I was almost in despair at that time. I was going to be abused by a Gu master of the Xun family. Fortunately, your father came and shot a moon blade through his body. He was dead. Humphrey, I should have fed him to the wild wolves at that time. When talking about this, Yuan Heng on the side was furious, with a strong murderous intent and a gloomy face like a deep pool. Okay, calm down. Ruan hurriedly comforted Yuan Heng, which made him calm down. Go on. After killing him, there were indeed a lot of troubles. I was actually, I guess, right. He is indeed the son of the chief of Xungjia village, and the elder of the Xun family doted on his only son. Therefore, after learning of his death, he immediately attacked the chief of Guiyu village and said that he would hand me over, otherwise he would declare war on Guiyu village. It just so happened that the relationship between Beijia village and Guiyu village was not very harmonious, so Guiyu village could not withstand another big enemy. So, they chose to send me to Xungjia village, so I will leave soon and go to Xungjia village. When Ruan said this, she smiled miserably, with a helpless despair in her eyes. Don't say that, Ruan. Maybe there are other opportunities, maybe I can with. No, Yuan Heng, no chance, no time. When Yuan Heng heard what Ruan said, he became impatient, but Ruan interrupted him with a crisp and unquestionable voice. After speaking, Ruan turned her head and looked at the image retention Gu. Her sight seemed to have passed through the long river of time and fell on Ning Chen now. She burst into tears immediately, and 2 lines of tears rolled down Ruan's fair cheeks. Ning Chen, Mom really doesn't want to go to Xungjia's High. Mom hasn't seen you and Ning Chen grow up yet. Ning Chen, when Mom is not around, remember to eat on time, go to bed early and get up early, so that you can grow up quickly, and make more friends in the school. Don't let others bully you. If you have a girl you like, go after her boldly. Mom believes in your vision. The more Ruan spoke, the more she couldn't stop crying, as if a beaded curtain had been torn apart. Ningchen, Mom still has a lot to say to you. Mom still wants to watch you grow up, but it's too late. Before she finished speaking, A vulgar voice reached Ningchen's ears. "It's time to go, Guayu Ruanayu." A fat body squeezed into the room, and his narrow eyes looked at Ruanyu's graceful body without any concealment. And Yuan Heng dared not speak when he saw this. He looked at the baby in the cradle beside him, and his eyes were very complicated. The baby in the cradle was Ningchen. Ningchen's gaze was so quiet and terrifying that the image fell into his black eyes and into his heart, but it didn't cause any ripples. It's as if the man and woman in the image are not his parents. His black eyes looked at the image quietly. The image was not over yet. In the image, the fat Xung family Master, regardless of whether Ruan cared or not, put his rough hands around her shoulders. Yuan Heng on the side was even more at war with heaven and man, with an extremely tangled expression on his face. His eyes lingered on Ningchen in the cradle and Ruan, who was taken away. As a husband and a father, he loves his wife and he also loves his children. How difficult is it to choose one of the two now? If he suddenly takes action and saves his wife Ruan, then he can't guarantee that the other party will attack Ningchen, who is still in his infancy. Or if he endures the humiliation and saves his child Ningchen, then his wife will be taken to Xung Jiashai and become someone else's plaything or slave. Yuan Heng didn't dare to dwell any longer and think more about it. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and the more he thought about it, the more frightened he became, but he couldn't do anything. He clenched his hands so tightly that blood flowed out from between his fingers. Even his lip was bitten at some point, but he didn't seem to feel any pain. Ruan continued to move away in the arms of the Xung family Master. And just when she was about to disappear in the back of the bridge, she turned around and glanced. This gaze is full of love, guilt, and tenderness. A mother's love for her child is all expressed in this gaze. This gaze traveled through time and space and landed on Ningchen, who had grown up a few years later. Ningchen also understood this gaze. Ningchen, mother loves you. The image ends here. But the scene suddenly changes to the wild. His vision shook violently, as if he was being held in someone's hand. Yuan Heng, whose face was as gloomy as a rolling thundercloud, suddenly appeared in the image. But when he saw that the recording sound cue was activated, his expression became gentle. "Ningchen, I'm sorry, Dad can't help you grow up anymore." Dad wants to save Mum. Even though Yuan Heng's expression was trying his best to remain calm, the madness in his eyes was intensifying like a raging fire. "Ningchen, Mom has already said that she is concerned, but Dad can't say so many caring words. After all, Dad is a rough man." Yuan Heng laughed twice. It was a bit disgusting for someone as arrogant as him to say such tender words. "Ningchen and Ningchuan, these two names were all given by me. Ha ha. Dad really doesn't have any ink in his belly, so he can't come up with any good names. Even your mother often tells me that I don't pay attention to these things. After all, I only value strength." "What a pity, I don't have time to read anything now." "Ningchen, Dad doesn't ask you to be great, I just want you to grow up safely and take good care of your little brother." At that moment, Yuan Heng didn't know what to say. As he said, he was not good at words. "By the way, Ningchen, Dad hopes that you can face everything in life like Dad and be more calm. Finally, don't hate your village, you can't win." Yuan Heng exhaled a long sigh, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. A few tears fell down from the corners of his eyes. The man did not shed tears easily, but they were not to the point of sadness. Yuan Heng, a third-level Master, a first-class genius, with a body of 8 feet, what an arrogant man. At this moment, he is just a father. "Yuan Heng, what do you want to do?" Guo's angry roar attracted Yuan Heng's gaze. "What's wrong with me saving my wife?" Yuan Heng looked at Guo, feeling only disgust in his heart, and he kept silent in his mouth. "Yuan Heng, haven't you thought about the consequences of this?" "I've thought about it. How could I not have thought about it?" "But you gave up my wife and our fellow tribesmen into the clutches of those barbarians. Have you ever thought about it?" The more Yuan Heng talked, the more excited he became. Looking at Guo's sanctimonious appearance, He felt extremely sick in his heart. We are doing this for the sake of the overall situation. Fuck the big picture. Hypocrisy is hypocrisy. Cowardice is cowardice. Why are you pretending? Yuan Heng is also a person with temperament. He has long been dissatisfied with Guo's face. Now I feel much more relaxed about cursing. When Guo saw this, his face suddenly became gloomy. As the leader of the Guo clan, how could he endure such disrespect from others? In an instant, two extremely blue moon blades struck Yuan Heng from different angles, very vicious. However, Yuan Heng did not dodge, and allowed the moon blades to fly towards him. Two moon blades hit Yuan Heng, causing a burst of thick smoke and dust. If you want to take action, just say so. Why do you have to talk so much nonsense? Yuan Heng's figure slowly appeared not far away, with a mocking and contemptuous expression on his face. And two family elders also appeared next to Guo, and the moon blade just now was their handiwork. One level 4 Gu master and two level 3 Gu masters. This is still too difficult for Yuan Heng, a level 3 Gu master. However, Yuan Heng was not afraid at all. His posture was upright and showed no sign of decline. Suddenly, Yuan Heng seemed to have thought of something, and turned his head slightly, with a faint smile on his lips. He was smiling at Ningchen, who was watching the image at the moment. The image is not over yet, it just changes again. At this time, Yuan Heng's face is covered with bright red blood stains, he is panting like an ox, and he has lost the confidence he had just now. Ningchen, you should have got the Gu I left for you. Ha! Although it's not a third level Gu, it should be enough for you. Ha! The image retaining Gu in my hand should not be able to keep it. The image retaining Gu you got now is the image I left for you with the mutual trust Gu. Your mother always said that I was careless, but now I am not careless at all. Ha ha! Hey, I'm going to find your mother soon. Ningchen, sorry. Yuan Heng's face became paler and paler, and his breath getting weaker and weaker, breathing in less and breathing out more. It was obvious that he was going to die. Finally, Yuan Heng's breath disappeared, and he died with apologies to Ning Chen and Ningquan. Thus, this meaningful scene came to an end. Alas, what a pity. My parents are both top-class talents, geniuses who can reach the 4th or even 5th level. It's a pity that they died young because of this family. After watching the entire video, Ning Chen felt even more emotional. It was a pity that the two geniuses were trapped in this family and died unexpectedly in the end. How could it not make people sigh? They succeeded because of their A-class qualifications, and they also failed because of their A-class qualifications. A-class qualifications gave them the capital to be arrogant and unruly, but also made them lose some rationality in judging right and wrong. If any of them were replaced by me, I would never end up in such a miserable situation. Ningchen stood up and walked slowly to the window. In his heart, he also made an extremely rational and objective judgment and evaluation of his parents. To be fair, if Ningchen had A-class qualifications, he had absolute confidence that he could reach the 3rd or even 4th turn before the age of 20. Love, marriage, having children. Ningchen is an extraordinary devil. His life experience is too vast. His humanity has long been wiped out, leaving only the pure and profound devil. Ning Chen quietly looked at the scenery outside the window. The Guiyu village in the night also had a kind of beauty of moonlight and bamboo. He smiled faintly in his heart. Hey, I originally needed to consider how to make my brother Ningchuan feel disgusted or even hate Guiyu village. Now that I have this video, I have a legitimate excuse. Ning Chen's indifference was like polar ice, which could make people feel cold all over and their spines chilled. He didn't even have the slightest idea of a revenge for his parents in his heart, as if Yuan Heng and Ruan were two strangers to him. No matter what kind of person, cowardly, timid, reckless, or brave, how can he not be angry when facing his parents' enemies, facing the two major enemies of Xangjiu village and Guiyu village? Ning Chen, the devil, didn't have a trace of anger, which was really chilling! The warm sun shines through the window lattice, pulling Ningchuan out of his sleep. After walking out of the room, He saw Ningchen sitting in front of the dining table, but Ningchen's expression was quite strange at this time, so Ningchen swallowed his greetings. "Brother, what's wrong?" "Ningchen, are you awake?" "Let's eat first and then talk after eating." Ningchen forced a smile at Ningchen, but Ning had no choice but to agree and eat first. During the meal, Ningchen looked at Ningchen with his peripheral vision, feeling strange and surprised in his heart. "It's only been one night. Why does my brother seem to have changed?" "There's something wrong." Ningchen was no longer as calm as before, his eyes were lifeless, and he had a sense of powerlessness, as if he had been hit hard. "Have you finished eating, Ningchen?" "After eating, can you tell me something?" Ningchen felt very uneasy in his heart, and there was also a faint feeling of uneasiness. What could make Ningchen so distracted must not be a trivial matter. "Who Ningchen? You know our parents passed away a long time ago, right?" "I know. You said before that my father's name is Yuan Heng and my mother's name is Ruan." After Ningchen heard this, his uneasiness became more and more intense, but he still suppressed his uneasiness and responded to Ningchen. What Ningchen said next was a response to his uneasiness. "I know the cause of their death. What?" Ningchen stared at the shadow recording sound in Ningchen's hand with wide eyes. He almost roared and said this, although he didn't know the power of the weird-looking insect in front of him. He could figure it out by thinking about the words in Ningchen's mouth. "Oh, I won't say more. You can see for yourself." Ningchen let out a long sigh, placed the photo recording sound in front of the table, and slowly played the video. The moment Ningchen looked at Ruan and Yuan Heng, he fell into silence for a long time without saying a word. Ningchen moved his gaze elsewhere, leaving room for Ningchen to digest. Apart from the voices in the image, there were still a few faint sobbing sounds that floated into Ningchen's ears. "Brother, is this video real?" Ningchen followed the sound and saw Ningchen at this moment. His eyes were red and swollen from crying. There were even 2 shallow tear marks on his face. He had cried all his tears. And Ningchen seemed to be infected. He closed his eyes and 2 drops of clear tears fell quietly from the corners of his eyes. "I'm sure this video is real." There was a deathly silence, and the 2 looked at each other speechlessly. "Ningchen, do you hate Guiyu village and Nen village?" "Hate? How can I not hate? They are at odds with us." Finally, Ningchen broke the dead silence, and Ningchen's eyes revealed a chilling hatred, which also made Ningchen very satisfied. "Then do you trust me, Ningchen?" "Xin, apart from anything else, you are my only relative in the world." But Ningchen smiled softly at this moment, finally revealing his ferocious fangs as a demon. "Then what if I say that I have a way to take revenge?" Ningchen's sobs stopped, and he suddenly raised his head and stared at Ningchen. He almost wondered if he had heard wrong just now. Can a newly graduated Gumaster student take revenge on the 2 major Gumaster cottages, Guchansei and Xanjisei? What a joke! Ningchen even wondered if his brother was suffering from hysteria due to excessive grief. But the calmness in Ningchen's black eyes had to be convincing, and it also made Ningchen swallow his doubts. "Of course, I am not strong enough now to take revenge, but I am not in a hurry. I also hope that you will not be anxious yet. You are about to participate in this opening ceremony, and then go to the school to study. You are also about to enter practice. You just need to practice well and follow my arrangements. And I guarantee that within 10 years, Xangjayas and Guiyu village will be completely destroyed." Ningchen's heart skipped a beat, and he looked at Chun Ningchen who was swearing in front of him. Somehow, a hint of trust arose. "Okay, brother, I believe you." Ningchen wiped away the tears on his face and cast a trusting look at Ningchen. Ningchen was also very satisfied and just smiled quietly. That night, Ningchen sat quietly on the bed, his consciousness touching the void. The extremely strong crystal film was somewhat unable to resist being washed away by the accumulated dust over time, and several fine cracks appeared. Even so, there is still a gap between the initial stage of the 2nd rank, but it is not insurmountable, so tonight Ningchen decided to break through to the 2nd rank in one fell swoop. Although Ningchen is a person who makes progress step by step, he is by no means a slacker in his practice. Now, with his unique cultivation method, this gap is enough to make up for it. Therefore, why should he not break through? In an instant, the deep dark green sea of A true energy set off several waves, which hit the surrounding crystal membranes, but could not shake them at all. However, Ningchen didn't care. The hardness and toughness of the crystal membrane was the highest among fetal membranes. How could it be easily broken? The sea of A true essence in the void was drained away unknowingly by being washed over and over again. Ningchen casually took out 2 primeval stones and absorbed the true essence in them. This wasn't over yet. Ningchen took a deep breath and used his unique secret method to extract the true essence from the air. With a 2-pronged approach, the sea of A true energy in the aperture rose rapidly, and the effect was very significant. But I am afraid that no other person in the entire Gu world will use this method of restoring true energy. Ups and downs. The true essence sea in the void experienced dozens of ups and downs, and there were many more cracks on the crystal film. There was a crisp sound that could only be heard by Ningchen, and the crystal film shattered. A wisp of light red true essence suddenly appeared at the bottom of the hole, which was completely different from the other dark green sea of A true essence. That is the light red true essence that represents the initial stage of the second rank. Ningchen has broken through the second rank. Ningchen opened his eyes leisurely and saw that the scene outside the window was already approaching dawn. He had practiced almost all night. However, this was not over yet. Ningchen used a secret method to quickly replace the dark green primeval essence of the first rank with the light red primeval essence of the second rank. There will mobilized a stream of light red true energy, and under Ningchen's precise control, it poured into the limbs, bones, and internal organs. Higher quality light red essence pours in, condensing the dust's meridians and veins, making it stronger. After a long time, Ningchen opened his eyes and punched casually. Bang! This punch actually made the air emit an explosive sound. It was obvious that Ningchen's body had become stronger again after being washed by the light red essence. More than that, when Ningchen was training his body, he was shocked to realize that he had actually sensed his soul. In other words, if you can only refine your body during the first turn, you can even refine your soul and essence during the second turn. The benefits are really endless. Ningchen quietly felt the changes in his body and chuckled in his heart. It seems that my body still has many secrets. My past life experience is really an immeasurable wealth for me in this life. Start of Volume 2 Chapter 77, Mud paths, winding paths lead to secluded places. Ningchen was wearing the jet black martial robe of Gu Village, and no longer wore his black robe. After all, the intimidating effect of Gu Master's robe on mortals is far beyond that of a black robe. The bronze medal around his waist clearly bears the word 2, which represents Ningchen's current level of cultivation. Walking quietly on the rather muddy path, no one is following you, sister. Come and chase me. Ha ha ha. Slow down, don't fall. Several sounds of children's play fell into Ningchen's ears. He raised his head and looked far away. Several mortal children were chasing and playing in the path. The younger children ran happily in front, while the older ones followed closely behind. And they also noticed Ningchen at this moment, saw Ningchen's outfit, and the conspicuous bronze medal with the word 2 on his waist. The smile on his face suddenly disappeared, and he quickly stepped aside. Very wise, and Ningchen didn't care about them and just ignored them quietly, not caring at all. Sister, who is he? I don't know. I have never seen this Gu Master before. Go back and inform your parents. Looking at Ningchen's retreating figure, the two children quickly made a decision. After all, there is a class gap between the Gu Master and them, and no one will say anything if the Gu Master casually kills a few mortals. And the education they have received since childhood is never provoke the Gu Master. But now a strange Gu Master's face appeared near their village. How could they not be frightened? Ningchen walked forward quietly. After seeing those children, he knew that he was not far from the mortal village where he was stationed. As expected by Ningchen, he saw a mortal village within 100 steps. At this time, the village was shrouded in the morning mist, looking a bit dreamlike. Countless short bamboo buildings are stationed here, with uneven heights and scattered patterns. Dogs and chickens hear each other, there is traffic, and there are many villagers who have just woken up on the streets. Ningchen glanced around quietly and realized that this was the village he wanted to guard. Ningchen looked up and looked around, and saw a tree house standing in the forest. This would be his future residence. Slowly climbing up the bamboo ladder to the bamboo building, the tree house remained surprisingly dry. A bed, a set of tables and chairs, and furniture are all available, which is enough for Ningchen to live alone. And Ningchen was also very satisfied. After all, he generally didn't have high requirements for his residence, just enough to accommodate him. It seems that this is my place to stay in the future, but I'm new here, so I'd better go and see those mortals. Ningchen looked through the window at the mortal village and thought in his heart, "You mean you saw a Yu-Gi master? He looks strange and young." "Yes, I happened to bump into him when I was out playing with my brother today." A middle-aged man frowned after hearing this. After all, he didn't expect that just by transferring away the old Gyumaster, a new Gyumaster would already be here. He worked hard to manage the old Gyumaster well, but now he was transferred out and replaced by a new Gyumaster. Wouldn't this make all his previous actions in vain? At this time, there was a commotion outside the bamboo house, and there was a steady stream of footsteps, all running in one direction, and this man also heard the news and went out to look around, feeling slightly uneasy in his heart. "What are you doing?" "The new Gyumaster is here and is about to summon us all." "Why don't you go?" "Okay, I'll be right away." Hearing this, the man quickly picked off a string of bacon from the beam and hurried out of the door to follow the crowd. Ningchen, on the other hand, stood with his hands behind his hands, quietly looking at the more and more mortals in front of him. Why does this Master Gyumaster look so young? Yes, maybe this Gyumaster is easier to talk to than the previous one. When the mortals saw Ningchen's handsome appearance, the tension in their hearts relaxed a little. "Lord Gyumaster, this is the bacon presented to you by this villain." However, some people did not look down upon Ningchen because of his young appearance. Instead, they took the initiative to send him gifts. Ningchen looked at the attentive man quietly, took the bacon from him, and smiled back. When the man saw this, he felt a little happy. "Okay, it can be done. This master is not a pedantic one. From today on, I will be the Gyumaster who protects you. By the way, my name is Gyu Ningchen." Ningchen declared softly with a calm expression, which made the mortals feel relieved even more. "Okay, let's disband and let everyone do their own thing." After hearing this, everyone still didn't want to leave. After all, Ningchen was a talkative master, who doesn't want to show up in front of this Gyumaster and leave a good impression. After all, in this kind of village, having the Gyumaster's favor is enough to be domineering. "Master Ningchen, this is a good shot given to you by this villain. It's an old wine, so you must take it. Although it's not as good as the green bamboo wine in your village, it still has a different flavor." "Master Ningchen, think about it. If you come back from patrol at night, you can drink some wine and eat some side dishes. It will be very beautiful." Another man held a wine jar in his hand, crowded in front of Ningchen, and hurriedly stuffed it into Ningchen's hand. Isn't this bad?" "Oh, Lord Ningchen, what's the point of this?" "Just take it. It would be nice to drink some wine." The man saw that Ningchen looked a little confused and embarrassed, and then looked at the other mortals around him. Laughing endlessly in his heart, he quickly continued to hand it to Ningchen's arms. "Okay, I'll accept it then, thank you very much." Under the man's hard and soft words, Ningchen reluctantly accepted the jar of wine. When the mortals on the side saw Ningchen accepting the gift again, they quickly handed the dry goods in their hands to Ningchen, fearing that Ningchen wouldn't want them. "Lord Ningchen, this is tea roasted by my wife herself. It is very good when it comes back to sweetness. Please accept it." "Lord Ningchen, this is the chanterelle mushroom that I have picked for a long time. It tastes more delicious than meat. Please accept it." "Lord Ningchen, after a long time, The crowd finally dispersed and everyone went about their business, while Ningchen collected all their gifts into the gourd grass. In an instant, the space of calabash grass that was originally relatively abundant was immediately filled up. Ningchen returned to the treehouse and slowly took out various dry goods from the gourd grass. The treehouse has 2 floors, one is used to store sundries, and the other is for guildmasters to live. Ningchen, on the other hand, put all the dry goods they contributed into the 2nd floor. The originally empty utility room was instantly filled with all kinds of dry goods. Hey, why wouldn't someone like this job? In my opinion, this is a real good job. Ningchen looked at the full utility room and chuckled in his heart. The morning mist has not dispersed yet and is still lingering in the forest. Ningchen sat quietly in the bamboo building, and the person in front of him was his younger brother Ningchen. Brother, did you make this breakfast? Of course not. If I don't do it, someone will do it for me. Come on, eat it. Ningchen smiled faintly at Ningchen, picked up a pair of bamboo chopsticks, picked up a piece of bacon and put it into his mouth. In addition to the aroma of pork, there is also a fragrance of bamboo, which is delicious but not greasy. Ningchen's eyes lit up after taking a bite, and he started to enjoy the meal. Ningchen, on the other hand, took his time and took a sip of porridge and a bite of vegetables in a leisurely manner. Under the tree house was an anxious-looking man, who was so anxious that he was moving around like an ant on a hot pot. I wonder if what my wife made is to your liking, Lord Ningchen? The other person looks very similar to Lord Ningchen. He should be Lord Ningchen's brother. It seems like another breakthrough. Thump thump thump. The crisp footsteps fell on the bamboo ladder, causing a crisp sound, but to the man at this moment, it was like the sound of nature. How are you 2 adults? How does it taste? Do you like it? Ningchen walked down the treehouse one after another, but the man actually threw himself in front of the 2 of them, regardless of the front or rear. When Ningchen saw this, he wanted to drive him away, but Ningchen raised his hand to stop him. Ningchen put down his hand and wiped the oil stains from the corner of his mouth with a tissue, feeling very leisurely. But now every second is torture for the man. For him, Ningchen's next words may make him rise rapidly in the village, or may make him lose all his prestige and become a street rat. A simple sentence can determine the social status of a mortal or even a family. This is the insurmountable class gap between guildmasters and mortals. And what is the reason that creates this ravine-like gap? Quite simply, power. Second-level guildmasters are qualitatively different from ordinary people. They are existences that ordinary people need to look up to. In other words, the results of Ningchen's casual hunting were equivalent to the results of all the people in their village in 1 year. Therefore, the man was very anxious and panicked at this time, and this was done intentionally by Ningchen. It tastes very good. The man's face changed drastically when he heard this, turning into a look of deep joy. However, the second half of Ningchen's words seemed to pour cold water on him. But, there's too much sugar in the porridge. It's a bit too sweet. I don't like it very much. This sentence also made the joy on his face fade a lot, and he became more calm. Overall, I'm quite satisfied. I can make some adjustments in the future and it will be perfect. Understood. Within a few words, the man's heart seemed to be on a roller coaster, but in the end it stabilized, maintaining a touch of joy. By the way, Uncle Lin, this is my younger brother, Ningchen, who is currently studying in the school. Ningchen let Ningchen's figure behind him come out, and introduced to the man in front of him named Uncle Lin / Uncle Lin was stunned for a moment, then came to his senses and knelt down to Ningchen. Good morning, Lord Ningchen. Good. Ningchen also responded to him calmly. He was not very interested in these mortals. Okay, Uncle Lin, please go first. I'll talk to my brother for a while first. Clear. Uncle Lin retreated until he was 100 steps away, and then Ningchen spoke. Ningchen, what are your current qualifications? My qualifications are 70% second class, which is the best in our class. Okay, not bad. Let's practice hard. Well, I'm leaving, brother. The 2 chatted for a while, and then Ningchen left. This time Ningchen came to see how Ningchen was doing, and after seeing Ningchen, There is no need to stay here too long. Ningchen watched quietly as Ningxuan's figure gradually disappeared into the forest and returned to his tree house. Opening the drawer, it was neatly filled with moon orchid petals. Ningchen randomly took out a few pieces and fed them to the Moonlight Gu in his hand. After Moonlight Gu reached level 2, his food intake also increased significantly. Open another drawer, and there are bluegrass stems like plant roots. This is the food of Moon Spear Gu, moon orchid stems. You need to eat 2 stems at a time. If you eat them once for a week, you no longer need to feed them. After Ningchen finished feeding Moon Spear Gu, he opened a drawer again. Among them are the stamens of the moon orchid, which are also the food of the moon pupil Gu. If you eat 2 at a time, you will not need to feed them again after eating them for a week. Just a kind of moon orchid actually supplies the food for most of the Gu insects in Gu village. This is why the Moonlight Gu and the moon orchid petals are both the secret treasures of the Gu Iu village clan. The Gu materials in this cabinet were bought by Ningchen when he returned to the village yesterday. After all, in a mortal village, if you don't go back to the village for a long time, you can just buy everything once you go, so as not to waste time by running around again. Ningchen walked down from the tree house and started his daily patrol around the mortal village. As a Gu master stationed in a mortal village, he needs to patrol multiple times a day, at least once in the morning and once at night, to prevent emergencies. Ningchen was walking quietly in the muddy forest at the moment, looking around at everything around him with his dark eyes. Foraging roe deer, supplementary feeding birds, and rampaging wild boars. Ouch! A sharp pig roar suddenly broke the silence in the forest. Ningchen looked in the direction of the sound and saw a wild boar as big as a calf rushing straight at him, like a rolling stone. Ningchen was not panicked at all. He pushed his right foot back to stabilize his center of gravity. His right hand pulled back a full moon, and the sleeves at his wrists were propped up by the expansion of muscles. The wild boar also rushed towards Ningchen regardless of everything. The pair of rather ferocious fangs could break the waist and stomach of an ordinary Gu master who had no defense against Gu worms. Ningchen was no ordinary Gu master. Boom! Ningchen's heavy punch landed squarely on the wild boar's head. The muffled sound like rolling thunder resounded throughout the forest, startling the flying birds and fleeing in all directions, and the deer and roe deer fled in panic. After the wild boar took Ningchen's punch, it was still motionless and lay quietly in the pit under Ningchen. Blood flowed out of all 7 orifices, and the bean-sized eyeballs were crushed by the huge force. It was obviously dead. The blood of the beast splashed all over Ningchen, adding a bit of murderous aura to Ningchen. Ningchen raised his hand quietly and looked at the rather large body of the wild boar. There were several arrows stuck in its body, which was obviously done by the hunter. It seems that this wild boar was shot by the hunter, so it screamed so harshly. Thinking of this, Ningchen raised his head and looked at the surroundings. Surrounded by the wild boar hunters, he was waiting for them. As Ningchen expected, a few moments later, there was a rustling sound of footsteps in the bushes beside him. "Come out, don't hide." Ningchen's words also made them lose their luck and they walked out quietly. "Lord Ningchen, I am Wang Feng, an old hunter in the village where you are stationed." A middle-aged man walked out of the bushes slowly with 2 younger figures. As soon as he saw Ningchen, the middle-aged man bowed. However, what interested Ningchen were the 2 younger figures. The older one was about the same age as Ningchen, while the younger one was 2 or 3 years younger. But this was not the reason why Ningchen was interested. The reason why Ningchen was interested was that there was no fear of the Gu master in their eyes, only curiosity. Among the bamboo groves, birds and beasts fled. Ningchen looked at the 2 children with interest and had a guess in his mind. When Wang Feng saw Ningchen staring at his 2 children, he felt uneasy for no reason. Why is this new Gu master looking at the 2 of them? Could it be that my child has the qualifications of a Gu master? Wang Feng made random guesses in his mind and came up with such a reason for no reason. However, if this reason fell into Ningchen's ears, he would probably earn Ningchen a cold smile. Be careful when you hunt in the future. Don't hunt near the village, so as not to attract other large beasts. Okay, I understand. This is what Lord Ningchen taught you. Well, I'm leaving first. Wang Feng was very complimentary, for fear of making Ningchen dissatisfied at all. And looking at Ningchen's figure getting further and further away, a few gleams of light flashed in his eyes. HMPH, he's just a newly graduated Gyumaster student with such an arrogant tone. If my child has the qualifications to practice, he will definitely be much better than you. Wang Feng was very disdainful in his heart, which was completely opposite to the compliment he showed just now. Stop looking, come and see how I deal with the wild boar. Wang Wen, Wang Bo. The two children at the back also stared blankly at Ningchen's retreating figure. They didn't come back to their senses until they heard Wang Feng's call and followed Wang Feng's pace. Soon, the huge wild boar was quickly processed by Wang Feng. The tusks and spine can be kept and sold for money, the skin can be made into winter clothing, and the wild boar meat can be used as surplus food for the winter. A faint smell of blood spread through the forest with the breeze, and also drifted into Ningchen's nose. With such a skillful technique, it seems that my guess was indeed good. They should be Old Man Wang, Wang Da and Wang I didn't expect that they actually live in the village under my care. Things in the world are really interesting. Ningchen leaned quietly only 50 meters away from the wild boar carcass, with a faint smile on his lips. This distance is enough to see clearly with Ningchen's eyesight. Wang Da has not yet become a demonic Gyumaster at this time and is very weak. The three of them together are not strong enough to survive my hand for a few seconds. Should I kill them in advance just to be on the safe side? Forget it, let's keep them. After all, how can Wang Da become a demonic Gyumaster without a demonic inheritance? And I am also looking forward to that demonic inheritance. Ningchen smiled softly, and the bright crescent mark in his hand gradually dimmed. While talking and laughing, the young and old of the Wang family had already walked through the door of life and death. Although if a mortal dies in the village where Ningchen is stationed, his year-end assessment evaluation will be lowered. But Ningchen is a real demon, an immortal demon who only values AA interests and strength. How can he care about such a false reputation? Moreover, killing a few mortals randomly by a Gyumaster, no matter what the reason, is far from being considered a big deal. At most, it can only be a few words of verbal education. This mortal village is actually a blood transfusion pump that provides slave labor and production resources to the Gyumaster's village. The domestic slaves in the village are all selected from this mortal village, and in return, the village will send Gyumasters to protect the mortals. But most of them just come here to hang out, and there are no real Gyumasters to protect mortals. After a round of inspection, there was no danger, except that there were a few lone wolves wandering around the village from time to time. However, this cannot be called a danger. As long as ordinary people stay in groups of 2 or 3 and pay a little attention, it is far from being called a danger. Ningchen finished his patrol, but he did not return to the tree house immediately. Instead, he walked leisurely in the village. In the village, chickens and dogs heard each other, and cattle plowed and pigs roared, which was quite noisy for a while. Taking a deep breath, you will feel the earthy fragrance unique to the village. Good afternoon, Lord Ningchen. Good afternoon, Master Ningchen. You've had dinner. Do you want to come to my house for something to eat? No, number. When a group of mortals who were resting from work saw that Ningchen walked into their village without caring about rest, they quickly invited Ningchen to be their guests. And Ningchen responded to their attentive faces with a faint smile, which was just right. And when they saw that Ningchen declined, they would not invite him again. After all, they were just being polite, and Ningchen would definitely not come as a guest. Dad, Lord Ningchen is here. Uncle Lin was preparing lunch with his wife in the kitchen, and when he heard his daughter's voice outside the house, he quickly put down what he was doing and walked out quickly. Uncle Lin, you won't welcome me, right? Ningchen had already walked into the house and gently stroked the top of the girl's head with his palm, gently and tightly. How could it happen? Sit down quickly, Ronga, Go and pour a cup of tea for Lord Ningchen. Uncle Lin was overjoyed when he saw Ningchen taking the initiative to visit him. He quickly walked forward and asked Ningchen to sit down. Master Ningchen, if you don't mind, can you have a casual meal here? Although our food may not be the delicacies of mountains and seas, it is made with care and will definitely satisfy you. And a woman also walked out of the kitchen slowly, walking slowly with a gentle smile on her face. Okay, then I won't be polite. Upon seeing this, Ningchen completely let go of his hands and feet, and smiled gently at Uncle Lin. But when Uncle Lin saw this, he was even more happy. After all, this was a Master coming to his home for dinner. Whether intentional or not, such behavior will undoubtedly cause waves of upheaval in the eyes of other villagers. What are you talking about? I'm so happy that you're coming to my house for dinner. Please wait a moment, the meal will be ready soon. Okay, I'm not in a hurry. Uncle Lin laughed even more, and then went into the kitchen to prepare lunch with his wife. Wife, go get another jar of wine later. Lord Ningchen and I will have a couple of drinks later. Okay, don't just drink. Remember to talk about something serious. Uncle Lin lowered his voice to discuss with his wife, fearing that Ningchen would hear him. No, but they had wrongly blamed Ningchen. Even if they lowered their voices, the discussion could not escape Ningchen's ears, and even if Ningchen heard it, he would not care. Master Ningchen, the food is ready. Wow, you are really thoughtful. Ningchen looked carefully and saw that the table was filled with dishes in just a few breaths. It was very rich. Afterwards, Uncle Lin's family of 4 also sat at the table, but they looked up to Ningchen. If Ningchen didn't move his chopsticks, how dare they, a group of mortals, move their chopsticks? Ningchen picked up a mouthful of mushrooms, put them into his mouth, and chewed them carefully. A fragrance bloomed on the tip of his tongue and aroused his taste buds. His eyes lit up slightly and he continued to pick up dishes. When Uncle Lin saw Ningchen's reaction, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief and took out a jar of wine from the side. Lord Ningchen, let's drink less at noon, don't waste a table of good dishes. Ha ha ha. Okay. Uncle Lin poured 2 glasses of wine and slowly pushed them in front of Ningchen. Ningchen also smiled heartily and took the wine glass. The two drank the wine in the glass together. The spicy feeling surged into Ningchen's mind and also involved his stomach and intestines, but he was very happy and laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, good wine. Uncle Lin continued to fill Ningchen's glass with a happy smile on his face. After 3 rounds of wine, the soul is invigorated. Ningchen's fair face also had a hint of blush, and his eyes were blurred and he was already a bit drunk. The wine cup was still in his hand, and his figure was swaying, as if he was about to fall to the ground in the next second. Let me tell you, I am Gu Ningchen, and one day I will become a rich man. Ha 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 ha. Ningchen burst out laughing, and the air was filled with a happy atmosphere. Although Uncle Lin's face was slightly flushed, he was already middle-aged and had some resistance after drinking too much. Although he was a little drunk, his mind was still clear. When he saw Ningchen looking so drunk, he knew it was time. Ha 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 ha, Master Ningchen has such great ambitions. Young man wants to help Master Ningchen, but he doesn't have the heart or the strength to do so. Our family is despised in the village. Most of the food we get from farming or the prey we hunt is deducted by the villagers, and not much falls into our hands. Therefore, our income can only be used to survive. If we have any extra yuan stones, we must give them to Lord Ningchen. Uncle Lin even burst into tears when he talked about the important point, and Ningchen was already drunk at this moment, so it was naturally difficult to tell the truth of what he said. What? There is such a thing? In this way, if you encounter such behavior in the village in the future, just say that you are one of my people. If they still dare to disobey, ha ha. Ningchen shouted coldly, and the killing intent flashed in his blurred black eyes. However, this strong murderous intention also shocked Uncle Lin's family. Uncle Lin looked at Ningchen in shock. He was startled by the strong murderous intention shown on Ningchen just now. It was really hard for him to imagine that a young man worthy of being an adult would have such strong murderous intent. But Uncle Lin chewed on Ningchen's words for a while, and after the surprise came the surprise. Ha 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 ha, thank you Lord Ningchen, thank you Lord Ningchen for protecting me. Uncle Lin quickly knelt down on the ground and thanked Ningchen endlessly. Upon seeing this, Uncle Lin's wife also quickly thanked Ningchen, for fear of neglecting Ningchen. Ningchen just drank the wine in the cup and smiled lightly. But you have reminded me that I am the Gu Master who protects this place after all, but I know nothing about you. So, from today on, you will be my eyes and ears in the village. You can collect the opinions of the people in the village and tell me every morning, and then I will consider it as appropriate. How about it, Uncle Lin? Uncle Lin raised his head when he heard this, and his astonished eyes met Ningchen's smiling black eyes. He simply wondered if there was something wrong with his ears. Was he hearing wrong? Ningchen actually made him become Ningchen's eyes and ears in the village. He could collect opinions and questions from the villagers and then feed them all back to Ningchen. This power is really too great. From now on, as long as people in the village have opinions and want to give feedback, they must give feedback from themselves and are not allowed to report beyond the level. And if they want Ningchen to do something, they must give him gifts, but they have to pass through his threshold so he can naturally draw benefits from it. This benefit is really great. Uncle Lin himself did not expect that Ningchen would entrust him with such an important task, which made him a little flattered. Thank you, Lord Ningchen, for the reward. Thank you, Lord Ningchen, for the reward. Okay, no need to kneel down. It's getting late and we've almost eaten. I'll leave first. Ningchen smiled faintly, stood up, and walked straight to the door. Upon seeing this, Uncle Lin quickly stood up and sent Ningchen off respectfully, not daring to neglect him at all. Lord Ningchen, walk slowly. Well, let's go back. Ningchen responded to Uncle Lin without looking back, holding a gourd in his hand, which was filled with wine pulp. This was also given to Ningchen by Uncle Lin during the meal. Uncle Lin looked at Ningchen who was getting further away, and the joy in his heart had not dissipated. The same was true for Uncle Lin's wife beside him. Old Lin, our family has become powerful overnight. Yes, I have been appreciated by Master Ningchen. From now on, we can be said to obey the words and deeds in the village. Then the two of them walked into the house, the smiles on their faces never leaving. And Ningchen suddenly regained his composure after leaving Uncle Lin's home. How could he still be half drunk? Ha 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 ha, mortals are really humble. In order to gain my appreciation, they give gifts and treat guests. But I just followed his wishes and gave him a name by borrowing Poxia donkey. In the future, the opinions of the people in the village will have to go through his level of control, and he can also benefit from it. And I just need to keep pampering him. When he plunders all the people in the village and becomes rich, I can easily snatch them away. By then, most of the wealth of the people in the village will be in my hands. If they want to live, they will have to buy back their houses, fertile fields, and livestock from me. Even if they don't buy it, I have a way to keep squeezing them and making them work for me. The dim light flickering in Ningchen's black eyes was truly frightening. It had only been a few days since I arrived here, but I already had a plan in my mind to squeeze the wealth of the entire village. Ningchen's scheming can't be said to be insidious. This is also the Emperor's scheming. As a generation of demons, how could Ningchen not realize that what Uncle Lin was thinking was nothing more than seeking benefits from himself? And Ningchen followed his will and gave him the power to collect people's wealth and enrich himself. When he was the richest, that was the time for Ningchen to take action. Not only can he concentrate wealth into his own hands in one fell swoop, but he can also win their trust and admiration. Although Ningchen said he didn't care about their attitudes, he still needed to consider the opinions of mortals during the year-end assessment. Although it is just a show, it still needs to be done properly, and if Ningchen directly suppressed them with force and plundered their wealth, not only would they be deprived of their wealth, but it would also affect the year-end assessment and evaluation and even cause them to be transferred out of here. This is really unwise behavior. And by doing this, Ningchen can not only free up time for practice, but also wait for the harvest. This method cannot be said to be unsmart, insidious, or cunning. Ningchen casually took out the gourd grass from the hole, and looked into it with his spiritual consciousness. The Yuan stone is no longer as full as before, with about 1,000 pieces left. It seems like a lot, but actually it won't last long. After all, Ningchen still needs to refine some Gu insects. The first level speeding Gu and the first level gourd grass are Ningchen's current moving and storage Gu, but at this time, the second level Ningchen is already somewhat unable to do what he wants. Therefore, these two Gu insects are in urgent need of upgrading, and upgrading requires the consumption of Yuan stones, and there is no guarantee that they will be successful. And coupled with the consumption of daily practice, these Yuan stones cannot actually last for too long. Therefore, Ningchen had already thought of a new way to obtain Yuan stone. After all, the previous gambling game is no longer applicable, and relying solely on the yuan shai distributed by the family is a drop in the bucket. Therefore, Ningchen came up with a new way to obtain Yuan stone. Although the process is a bit slow, this is what Ningchen calculated. Around the time of the first harvest, the Yuan stone in Ningchen's hand was almost used up, and after harvesting, it can be repeated again.